Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51 Reward Critical Hit. Totally crazy. Humph. I knew it. Chen Feng, you bastard, gangster, and bad guy. You haven't married me yet, and you're already thinking about finding a few wives. Yuanling's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Feng didn't need to think about it to know that the other party's little fist must have been clenched again. To be honest, this question was really a proposition. But for your own system tasks, this is really important. However, after Yuanling became angry, her tone softened slightly. Chen Feng, although I really want to be alone with you forever, I know that you men are not good things. Especially you. You will definitely be distracted in the future. At this point she became angry again. You keep looking at the long legs of other beautiful women all day long. You rascal! Hearing Yuanling's words, Chen Feng looked embarrassed. He just caught a glimpse of it inadvertently. He really didn't mean it. I was not careful. You're not careful. I don't believe it. At this point, Yuanling suddenly became a little frustrated. I don't want to share you with another woman. I just want to be alone with you and stay together forever. I don't want other women to interfere in our lives. Chen Feng, do you understand what I mean? Hearing Yuanling's low voice, even choked with sobs, Chen Feng felt a little sorry for this little girl. His request was indeed a bit too much. But what about the system? If you don't get enough rewards, your life cannot be guaranteed, and your parents, your family, and even the human race will have to pay a heavy price. In addition to Yetian, there are also foreign races. They are both huge threats. I see. Chen Feng tried his best to calm down his mood and spoke calmly. He didn't expect 100 favors, and he couldn't make this request. Yuanling seemed to hear his complicated mood. After a moment of silence, she seemed to feel that she was losing Chen Feng. She had a vague feeling that if she didn't agree to the other party might abandon her. Thinking that Chen Feng might no longer love her in the future, she instantly fell into deep fear. Finally, there was a cry in her voice. Chen Feng, I promise to marry you. I don't agree with you finding another woman for the time being. As for the future, if there is someone you really like, you have to ask for my permission. Only if I agree can you find another woman. Just promise me, okay? And you promise that you will love me forever, and you will not neglect me because of others, and you will not forget me just because you have another woman. Okay. Hearing Yuanling's almost pleading tone, Chen Feng sensed a turn of events and naturally nodded solemnly. At the same time, he cherished and valued this woman who was willing to make concessions for him even more. Yes, I promise you. I love you, Yuanling. I love you too, Chen Feng. Then let's get married. Okay. Everything is up to you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yuanling agreed to him, everything should be put on the agenda. At the same time, Yeshishi drank gulps of milk with joy in her eyes. She heard the conversation between the two and knew that the decision-making power rested with Yuanling. She thought that she must have a better relationship with Xiaoning in the future. 1 month later, when the Chen family was almost ready, a wedding that shocked the entire Jianghai city was finally held. 3 days before the wedding, all Chen's shops in Jianghai city will offer a 20% discount, and a 30% discount on the wedding day. In all medical institutions, the Chen family reimburses half of the money spent on medical treatment. The Chen family tidied up the streets in Jianghai city for free, covering them with red carpets and hanging festive lanterns. People who are living in difficulty can also go to designated locations to receive daily necessities. In addition, all people in Jianghai city can send blessings online and share 66.6 billion red envelopes just for the wedding of Chen Feng and Yuanling. Various benefits cost the Chen family hundreds of billions of dollars. And all this is just to make Chen Feng and Yuanling's wedding grand, festive, and grand. On this day, not only prominent figures in Jianghai City came to congratulate him, but also many forces from other human bases came here to congratulate him. Chen Zhan also extended his vacation to witness his son's wedding in person. Chen Feng was wearing an exquisite custom-made suit that day. He had grown some hair. He was no longer the handsome guy he was before. He dressed up seriously. Not only did he have a majestic appearance and a jade tree facing the wind, but he also had the aura of a handsome young man who wandered in the clouds and startled the dragon. Yuanling was dressed in a white wedding dress, inlaid with precious pearls and gems. Her whole face was dressed up, and she was pure and charming with a glamorous and alluring flavor, full of nobility. The two have worshipped their parents, and Chen Zhan and Zhang Li both liked their daughter-in-law very much. As for the woman, Ye Shishi had agreed before that she was unwilling to attend as Yuanling's parent. Although Yuanling was puzzled, she had no choice but to do so. On that day, the Federation also dispatched 5 war kings and dozens of war kings just to maintain the safety of the scene. The Long family also came to participate, and the young lady in charge of receiving the gifts could not stop reciting various precious gifts for more than 10 minutes. Only Long Ruobing said she was feeling unwell and hid at home. That girl Ruobing. But Chen Feng actually married Yuanling. It's really a headache. Long Jing probably guessed Long Ruobing's thoughts and was full of helplessness. Although the human race can have polygamous wives, it is unrealistic for Long Ruobing and her cousin to work together as one husband, and her Long family cannot afford to lose face. The wedding ended that night, and Chen Feng and Yuanling entered the bridal chamber. The two of them lay on the bed, looking at each other, feeling the burning breath of each other, and the hormones in their bodies could no longer be suppressed. "Husband, I love you." Yuanling bit her pink lips lightly, her eyes blurred, while Chen Feng's eyes were blazing, like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. A spring night is enough to find your feet, and the fragrance of flowers wraps around the pillow. It was different from the previous communication with Ye Shishi. Chen Feng felt that this time it was a soul exchange where spirit and body were completely integrated. The night passed. Seeing Yuanling lying aside with a rosy face, Chen Feng became energetic. Because the voice of the system rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying an S-level wife and planting the seeds of life, getting 2 treasure-level rewards. Because this is the host's first wife, the reward is a critical hit, which is 2 copies of high-level treasures. Rewards are being distributed, please wait. Chen Feng also became excited when he heard that the reward had finally come after he had worked hard for so long. He hugged Yuanling, who was still sleeping. "Honey, thank you." At the same time, the system's rewards finally arrived. Ding! The rewards have arrived, please check for the following: 100 million bottles of top-grade essence-building liquid, 1 billion pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals, 2 bottles of SSS-level gene potions, 2 copies of SSS-level superpowers, 2 SSS-level tanks, and 2 SSS-level weapon boxes copies, a super technology experience book, a set of super defense systems, stellar level, a map of all races, hundreds of billion-ton nuclear fusion missiles, 2 sets of SSS-level battle armor, 2 sets of SSS-level mechas, 2 SSS-class space cruisers. Chen Feng went completely crazy when he saw the dozens of rewards listed in the system. Chapter 52: 2 flowers and 2 branches. Honey, close your eyes. Let me feed you something. I can improve your genetic level to SSS level. When Chen Feng saw Yuanling's pure and rosy face, he patted her cheek and said with a smirk like he was coaxing a child. Yuanling glanced at him with spring in her eyes full of love. "I know what you're thinking. And you made up such an excuse to lie to me." Although she said no, Yuanling still closed her eyes obediently, opened her pink lips, and looked expectant on her face. Since she recognized Chen Feng as her true love and husband, she was naturally willing to meet Chen Feng's various requirements. When Chen Feng saw this, he also took out the SSS-level gene potion given by the system and gave it to Yuanling. "Well," Yuanling was looking forward to it. At the same time, Chen Feng himself drank a bottle of genetic potion. Half an hour later, Yuanling finished drinking the gene potion. And your powers, why are they so unorthodox? Yuanling said coquettishly, but Chen Feng reminded her, honey, please seriously feel the changes in your body. Hearing this, Yuanling was silent for a while, and then she felt that something strange was happening inside her body. The whole person's spirit has become better. In addition, because of frequent research, some minor problems in the body have disappeared, and his body has become more beautiful and lubricated. The originally perfect shape became larger and taller. Even my mind became clearer. The small acne and blackheads I had originally disappeared, and even the moles on my body completely disappeared. My whole body was as white, smooth as jade and as clean as a jade. She only felt that her body was now full of energy and had incredible flexibility, which had been greatly improved in all aspects. What surprised her most was that all the injuries she suffered last night had recovered. The flawless jade body appeared in front of Chen Feng. Honey, can eating that food really improve my genes? How is this possible? How on earth did you do that? Yuanling felt everything happening inside and outside her body, her pure eyes were filled with disbelief. Looking at Chen Feng in front of her, she felt that her own knowledge had been subverted. Is this okay? Chen Feng smiled and said, didn't you know just now that you can improve by eating it? Hearing Chen Feng's teasing, Yuanling yelled, you bad guy. And when she glanced at Chen Feng, she felt that his already strong and handsome body had also become more perfect, with a damn hormonal charm that made her eyes blur. My husband is really handsome and I want to love him so much. This time she took the initiative to pounce on him, but Chen Feng fell down. Feeling her passion, he cried out that he couldn't bear it. The plum blossom blooms 7 times, with 2 branches on the outside. When Chen Feng saw the second rose blooming, his whole body went numb. He had just learned that this SSS level gene had a repairing effect. This is the first time that he has taken away the other party's first time. Husband, I love you. Honey, if you close your eyes later, I can activate your powers for you. Chen Feng said suddenly, and Yuanling became more expectant after being stunned. After Chen Zhan and Zhang Li sent away all the guests, Renking Shihua finished their work and asked someone to clean up the place. It was already the evening of the next day. However, they discovered that Chen Feng and Yuanling had not left the bedroom yet. The two looked at each other with surprise and amusement in their eyes. It seems that the descendants of my old Chen family have nothing to worry about. Chen Zhan laughed loudly. Zhang Li also nodded and sighed, young people are very motivated. When Chen Zhan heard this, he hugged his wife's waist and squeezed her. You mean I'm old? Zhang Li glanced at him, pulled his arm, and said provocatively, let's go into the house. Until the 7th day. Chen Feng finally walked out of his bedroom. At this moment, not only was his face full of joy, but his whole aura became more erratic and terrifying. After 7 days of fierce fighting, Yuanling finally gave in, knelt down and begged for mercy, and collapsed on the ground. Chen Feng also used the SSS power activation card and activated his 3rd power again. This time, Chen Feng is no longer a passive character who takes beatings. In addition to time and space powers, SSS level powers also have some special powers. As far as he knows, what Chen Feng activated is a power that has never been activated by anyone else. SSS level destruction power. Instantaneous killing. And when it is used, it is not the kind of power attack, nor is it mental control, but a terrifying deconstruction ability. Everything can be deconstructed, whether it is people, objects, space, or time, everything can be deconstructed. He tried it just now. Wherever his consciousness touched, a dark black light swept across, and an A-level sword was instantly decomposed into countless fragments. With increased intensity, it was directly dried into the shape of particles. Even his own S-level armor can be deconstructed. But he only made a hole and didn't deconstruct too much. After all, it was a rare item. Just try the intensity. With the improvement of SSS level genes, Chen Feng only felt that his combat power should have reached the level of a king of war. With the combination of instantaneous killing and absolute defense, he should be able to win completely when encountering the Archangel Carry again. By the way, the ability activated by Yuanling's wife is not simple either. SSS level time control can control the flow of time, but she herself is not affected. It is unparalleled both in battle and in scientific research. When you had a fierce battle with me before, you could even use this ability to suppress me before I could react. If it is used in the field of scientific research on a small scale, it will not consume too much physical energy. Under such circumstances, whether it is to observe rapidly changing experiments or to increase one's own efficiency, it is extremely terrifying. Coupled with the super technology experience book I obtained, human technology will grow explosively. Chen Feng was very satisfied when he thought about Yuanling's performance. Especially after activating the power for her, she almost worshipped her dear husband to death. Now that Yuanling is safe, in addition to using the best spiritual crystal for himself, he can also give it to his father and mother to improve their physical fitness and abilities. Dad and I don't need defensive tools for our superpowers. The mechas and battle armors can be given to Mom and Yuanling to carry with them in one set. Give Dad an SSS level tank and an SSS level weapon box. They will be guaranteed in foreign battlefields. Mom's tank has also been upgraded to SSS level, which is safe. By the way, even though the Pei Yuan liquid is for children, it can also be effective for adults. Finally, give Dad a share of the space cruiser, so that he can save his life at this critical moment. I'll keep one for myself, and I can take my whole family to overseas battlefields to fill cups. A stellar-level defense system can not only protect the outside world, but if aliens dare to invade now, they will be instantly killed by laser cannons from space-based weapons. Blue Star is completely safe. Chen Feng calculated his reward with a contented smile on his face. His current strength has really exploded. Facing that Uncle Yetian, it can be said that for the first time, he has gained an advantage and no longer has to worry about him causing trouble. Speaking of which, the baby is already pregnant, so it's time to give Yuanling some nourishing liquid. Anyway, there are 100 million bottles. Feed her 10 bottles a day. Chen Feng is very much looking forward to the birth of his offspring. With his parents having SSS level genes and SSS level abilities, he is a strong opponent, and he is fed the best quality essence-building liquid in his mother's womb. How strong can she, be? Chapter 53 Chen Feng's Order. Jianghai City First Research Institute. Long Ruobing comes here every day and enters the Frozen Throne to receive treatment. In the past month, Chen Feng had strengthened her powers and repaired her nerves as planned, and 9 out of 10 of the insect toxins in her body had been eliminated. It was 7 days after the wedding that she never saw Chen Feng and Yuanling again. She also ran out of potions. She comes here every day and waits silently. But the two of them were never seen. This made her back look even more desolate and sad. Long Jing was a little helpless when she saw this. She asked Chen Zhan and Director Zhang twice, and they both said that the newcomer was unavailable and asked them to wait for a few days. However, it was related to Long Ruobing's condition, so she had to go to Chen's house in person. However, they saw that the door of Chen Feng's newly bought villa was closed, making it impossible to enter. After asking, I found out that the newlyweds had been in the bridal chamber for a week and still hadn't come out. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she used her War King's ear power and concentrated on the crack in the door to eavesdrop. However, she soon became red-faced. The sound of pain mixed with joy made Long Jing feel a little hot in her heart. The spring wave that has not moved for many years is rippling again. It turns out that the other party hasn't rested yet. Now she was dumbfounded. I have never seen such a fierce one. Even if Yuanling could bear it, Chen Feng didn't die from exhaustion. Feeling her own sexual excitement, Long Jing left quickly, not daring to stay any longer. Long Ruobing knew the news and didn't say anything. He just came to the research institute and waited every day, becoming increasingly silent. On this day, urgent footsteps finally sounded outside the door. Long Ruobing could tell that it was his cousin Yuanling. "Cousin, I'm sorry, I'm too busy getting married, I'm sorry." Yuanling only woke up at noon today. When she got up, she remembered that her cousin's condition had not been cured yet, so she hurried to the research institute with the new treatment potion that Chen Feng gave her, with embarrassment written on her face. The crazy 7 days left her with an indelible memory. She has completely transformed into Chen Feng. This morning, after Chen Feng gave her a kiss, he went to the research institute. After using the super technology experience book, Chen Feng can be said to have a super knowledge base in his mind. After improving Long Ruobing's medicine liquid again, he believes that it won't be long before Long Ruobing can fully recover, or even go further. At this moment, Long Ruobing looked at her young cousin, who had a bright face and even looked like a mature woman, and forced a smile. She found that her little cousin was actually more beautiful, her figure was more curvy, her skin was purer and flawless than hers, and her whole body had a completely new look, mainly the demeanor of a married woman, which was quite charming. Originally, Yuanling might only have a score of 95 for appearance and temperament, but now she is close to a perfect score in every aspect. Like a noble peony that has just bloomed. This time, Long Ruobing actually felt ashamed of herself. Is this the nourishment of love? What exactly did Chen Feng do with her? Long Ruobing secretly speculated that when she thought of the grandness and happiness of the other party's wedding, the 7 days of passionate love and the blending of soul and body, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous in her heart. But when she realized that this was her cousin, she controlled her emotions again and said gloomily, "No, it's okay." And Yuanling also found that Long Ruobing didn't look very good. He seemed very haggard, not resting well, and the circles under his eyes were a little dark. Little did she know that while she was enjoying happiness and bliss, Tian Long Ruobing could not sleep at night these days. "Cousin, are you okay? Why do you feel like your condition has worsened?" Seeing how concerned her cousin was, Long Ruobing just shook her head helplessly. How could she be jealous of her cousin? Let's continue the treatment. With that said, she lay down in the frozen throne. As Yuanling added new potions and machines to untie her clothes, the electronic sound sounded again. "Please concentrate and accept the final stage of treatment." I felt my clothes being untied. That indifferent, even cold voice sounded, making Long Ruobing feel in a trance. At this moment, entering the frozen throne where no one else could see, she had her own world and could no longer control her emotions. Especially the electronic sound reminded her of Chen Feng's appearance, his words and deeds. His back was decisive at that time, and sometimes he looked like he was teasing the angels mischievously. "Chen Feng, is that you? Why did you risk your life to save me, twice? I ended up marrying my cousin. Why? You are obviously my destiny. But you don't want to take another look at me." Long Ruobing felt the sharp pain coming from her body again, but she didn't care because her heart hurt even more. This man broke into her world, and in the end helped her and rescued her many times, but he was very dismissive of her and very cold to her. When Ming Ming faced the Angel Clan War King before, Chen Feng held her Bing Feng tightly and looked into her eyes. She could see the other person's appreciation and liking. While he was eating ice cream, he also looked at the other party with an expression on his face. Long Ruobing wished that moment would last forever. She felt that the other person loved her, otherwise how could he be so insistent on guarding her without flinching? Otherwise, why would he appear every time when I need him most? Even Long Ruobing, because of Chen Feng's excellent performance, distinctive and interesting personality, unique performance, and various coincidences with herself, she believed that the other person was her destiny and her only one. This was the first person her heart fell in love with, and also the last one. There was no room for other men in her heart. However, he chose Yuanling in the end. There was mist in Long Ruobing's eyes, and her memory returned to the scene when she was attacked in the suburbs of Jianghai City. When Chen Feng came to save her, she knew him earlier than Yuanling. It's the one who should be with you. And it was because of his own stupidity, his own distrust, and his own damn hostility that made Chen Feng hate him. Now for the first time, endless regret arose in her heart. When the angel tribe attacked, she thought that Chen Feng would change his view of her, giving her hope. However, in the last period of time, she never saw Chen Feng again. She was in a nervous mood when she learned the news that Chen Feng was getting married. She had already collapsed that day, but she still didn't show it and suppressed her tears. She kept trying to control her emotions, but couldn't. After seeing Yuanling's happy look today, she finally couldn't stand it any longer. While Yuanling was adjusting the parameters outside, she found that Long Ruobing was mentally unstable and might even affect her health. She became a little anxious. "Cousin, control your emotions. Your health will get worse if this continues." Yuanling hurriedly communicated with Long Ruobing through the instrument, but she didn't know that the other party heard her words and became even more depressed. You. Long Ruobing cried silently. Yuanling felt numb when she saw the raging superpower. She had no good solution in this situation. Chen Feng's husband. "Come here quickly, my cousin has a problem here." In the office, Chen Feng was a little puzzled when he heard this, and quickly rushed to the treatment room. But Yuanling forgot to turn off the phone, and when she heard the voice of Chen Feng's husband, Long Ruobing's powers became even more violent. The entire frozen throne is about to explode. The treatment room is already freezing. Fortunately, Chen Feng opened the door and walked in. "Look, my cousin's mental state is very unstable, and even her powers are running around." When Yuanling saw her husband coming over, she shook his arm and the waves rubbed against him, causing Chen Feng to feel refreshed. His wife was so wonderful that she even made him feel a little distraught. But it's still important to get down to business. He looked at the data on the instrument and felt the vigorous chill inside the frozen throne. There seemed to be a hint of sadness, and he probably guessed Long Ruobing's situation. Giving Long Ruobing the cold shoulder was originally his desperate tactic. But it has to be said that it is also his own anger, the anger at the other party's hostility to him, the anger of the aura of wisdom. He doesn't accept it. He doesn't accept why as a supporting role, he has to be looked down upon by others. Unlike Yuanling's cuteness, Long Ruobing was as arrogant as an iceberg. It was impossible for him to lick her. He has to show himself to be better than everyone else, better than the protagonist, so that she can't help but fall in love with him, and then he will despise her. Long Ruobing. Now it obviously has good results. At this moment, seeing that Long Ruobing seemed to be on the verge of collapse, he quickly moved the parameters with his fingers, and at the same time put the Peiyuan liquid and the physical enhancement potion he had prepared with the best spiritual crystals into the instrument. Finally, he turned to the instrument and said in an indifferent tone, "Long Ruobing. This is a potion that I spent a long time carefully preparing, using a lot of rare materials and a lot of energy. If you can't control your emotions, all my efforts will be in vain. I saved you twice, is this how you repay me? Please don't let me down, don't let down the Long family, don't let down the human race." A few simple words fell into Long Ruobing's ears, just like an order. Her body suddenly stiffened. "This is the potion carefully prepared by Chen Feng for me. Long Ruobing's favor plus 10. Chapter 54 Alien Revenge. Long Ruobing didn't know why her heart suddenly started beating when she heard Chen Feng's voice. "Please don't fail me." Chen Feng's indifferent words were like a spell, making her body stiffen. Finally, the violent ice powers around her stopped moving, and streams of ice surged back into Long Ruobing's body. Soon Long Ruobing became quiet. She didn't know how she felt now. Outside were her newlywed cousin and Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng was his brother-in-law. But with just a word from her brother-in-law, Long Ruobing's body instinctively stopped its violent breath and became extremely quiet in an instant. Why is my body doing this? My emotions are really under control. There was confusion in Long Ruobing's eyes. She didn't know and was unwilling to admit that it was difficult for her to refuse Chen Feng. But subconsciously, she was willing to listen to Chen Feng's words. When Chen Feng spoke just now, she felt like she was reunited after a long separation. This man seems to have a strange magic power. After she obeys and completes his instructions, her whole person will become very calm, and even feel a sense of satisfaction and security. Long Ruobing felt that he was really hopeless. Yuanling saw that all the data on the frozen throne quickly returned to normal, her pink lips slightly opened, and her beautiful eyes revealed incredulity. She then looked at Chen Feng with admiration. Unexpectedly, my husband could solve the problem that I couldn't solve in a few seconds. Husband, you are so awesome. My cousin really listens to you. Yuanling's eyes were full of care. He was always smart and was currently on his honeymoon. He didn't think much about why his cousin listened to his husband so much. After turning off the communication equipment, Chen Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He just tried to communicate with Long Ruobing. He originally thought it would be difficult, but he didn't expect Long Ruobing to be so obedient, which was a bit beyond his expectation. And now Long Ruobing's favorability is almost full, only 5 points away. This iceberg goddess is not far away from surrendering to her crotch. When the time comes, Yuanling, Yeshishi and Long Ruobing, 3 of Ye Tian's closest friends, will line up in front of him and have an in-depth exchange. It feels good to think about it. Thinking of that scene, he couldn't control his partial enhancement and looked at Yuanling, whose back was turned to him. That developed body was very attractive. He immediately pressed Yuanling onto the frozen throne. He made this thing and knew the soundproofing would be great. Well, what do you want to do? My cousin is still inside. Yuanling exclaimed, but before she could refuse, Chen Feng's big hands covered her mouth and nose, and her ponytail was even pulled. Soon her face turned red with embarrassment, and she couldn't bear to leave. 1 month later. Extraterritorial battlefield. The important place of the human race, Julie City. This is a city at the forefront of the human race. The terrain is dangerous and critical. It resists the major alien races in the southwest region and controls the surrounding rare mines and land. Tens of kilometers away, in a remote and deserted cave, a figure wearing a blue robe appeared silently. The clothes wrapped around his whole body, and his face could not be seen clearly, only 2 strange black pupils were exposed. He quickly took out a bag he carried with him. When he opened the bag, a space beast slowly emerged. It had a furry body about half a meter long, with 4 limbs and a tail. There were 2 huge ears on its head, and its eyes were filled with tears. It is violent, and the whole body is grey. It looked at the man in front of it, its eyes full of anger, but unfortunately its body was completely imprisoned and could not move. The blue-robed figure gently placed his fingers on the space beast's heavenly spirit cover and murmured, "Why was I born in this world? I, with the blood of a despicable human race, should have died long ago. After wiping out the human race, it's time to wash away the shame of my bloodline." Blue light bloomed from his body, and as he groaned, the space beast in front of him suddenly lost its light in its eyes, and grey blood flowed out of its body. A huge teleportation array is slowly emerging. Behind the teleportation array, millions of figures are getting ready to go. Yet Yen never thought that just when he wanted to control the bloodline of the Insect King and search for the Insect Holy Medicine, the city where he was captured. At this moment, his face looked extremely ugly. A piercing siren sounded, and a man in black attire with silver-grey hair soared into the sky. It's a space beast. No. It's the Zerg army. No, there's also the Wing clan. The Angel clan. The 3 races unite. Highest level warning. All combatants are ready to fight. A team of war kings, responsible for protecting important personnel such as scientific research and treatment, left. The enemy war emperor appears, call for support immediately. I saw countless dense figures suddenly appearing outside the city suburbs. They were extremely fast, and they had already passed through most of the distance in just tens of seconds. Many personnel who went out to perform tasks were instantly submerged by the sea of insects. On the outskirts of the city, a human war king sprouted scales all over his body and became more than 10 meters tall. He punched dozens of Zerg to pieces. Unfortunately, more insects swarmed over immediately. Let's go! The King of War let out a terrifying roar, and his eyes were split when he saw his companions who were also drowned by the Zerg next to him. Soon, a crawling beetle with a length of hundreds of meters jumped towards him. Blood beetle! The War King roared loudly, resisted with both arms, and received the opponent's blow. The entire ground sunk and countless dust exploded. On the ground, there are all kinds of strange insects of different shapes and sizes with bloodthirsty light shining in their eyes. Under the joint attack of the Zerg, Winged and Angel tribes, countless Zerg tribes launched a death charge. Countless Winged tribes blocked the sky and attacked, and the Angel tribe dispatched 3 seraphs. The human race is in danger. How dare an alien race invade my human city? At the critical moment, a majestic sound sounded. Countless foreign troops felt their bodies tremble when they heard this sound. Even some of the weak ones exploded directly, and their bodies continued to burn. Then a bare-chested bald middle-aged man flew out of the human city. His face was hairless, his eyes were wide with anger, and there was a faint green flame around his body. He was none other than the veteran war emperor of the human race, Emperor Yan. Seeing that countless human beings outside the city had died tragically, he was already furious. You need to bear my wrath. Killing my human race must be paid with blood. Red flames burn the sky. Along with the surge of his SS-level abilities. A huge fireball appeared in the sky, like the sun, and it was still expanding. The hot flames shot out towards the 3 tribes below, instantly piercing through thousands of figures. Those figures exploded and spread the flames around, forming a fierce sea of fire. No matter what form of insect it is, it cannot be dispelled when it encounters this flame. It is like a maggot attached to a bone and can only be eaten away. Under the War Emperor, everyone is an ant. However, when he was attacking with all his strength, 2 figures were already heading towards him. The speed of the 2 figures was extremely fast. I didn't know where they started from, but the next moment they were already in front of Emperor Yan. One is an 8-winged holy angel. Gabriel. The 5-meter-tall body is much larger than an ordinary angel. The 4 pairs of wings are shining with golden light. There is a coexistence of indifference and compassion in his eyes, and the holy sword appears in his hand. He went on this trip with the will to take revenge. And the other one is the royal family among the winged clan, the peacock royal clan. The colorful feathers appear to be shining brightly on its body, and its cheeks are different from those of ordinary winged tribes. It looks more human-like, even a little soft, but its ultimate explosive speed is even faster than that of the holy angel. The holy sword and countless featherthorns are heading towards Yan Emperor. He also looks serious at this moment. He is facing 2 war emperors at the same time. Even he will fall if he is not careful. Fire appeared all around him, and he flew straight into the sky. As a fire-type war emperor capable of large-scale destruction, if the 2 war emperors did not follow, his killing speed would be much faster than the others. So the other party can only follow. As he expected, the 2 war emperors looked at each other and both headed towards him to kill high in the sky. The hot flames and brilliance blended in the sky, and the 3 war emperors broke out in a shocking battle. Thousands of meters above the sky, the 8-winged angel summoned the holy sword. The flames burned Emperor Yan's body, and the flame lines on his forehead flashed with lava. The peacock king it kept flying around, always killing Emperor Yan while the 2 were fighting. Fortunately, Emperor Yan has extremely rich combat experience. He uses his scorching flames and burning eyes to constantly sense the opponent's swift movements and attack in advance to block the opponent's offensive at the most critical moment. The three figures kept intertwining with each other, the roaring sound was shocking, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a moment. On the ground, at the same time as the attack warning appeared, countless close-range defense cannons fired fire snakes on the hundreds of meters tall human metal wall, and there were even missile silos in the city that immediately flew into the sky, heading towards the largest target in the place. In the human city, countless warriors put on their armor and took out their weapons, preparing for a deadly battle, and thousands of mechas flew into the air. In addition to superpowers, humans who are skilled in operating A-level armor also possess warrior-level strength. A war is triggered immediately. Chapter 55 Ye Tian slipped away and Tang Ying became numb. In Zhuli City, even with all the human warriors deployed and countless artillery support, the tall city wall could not withstand the joint attack of the three alien races. In the face of a large number of alien races, the most powerful thermal weapon that humans can come up with is the hydrogen bomb. Detonate all hydrogen bombs. Seeing that all the human races outside the city were dead and wounded, and that the foreign races were about to enter the city, the commander decisively chose the final killing move. Hundreds of hydrogen bombs were seen detonating simultaneously at pre-buried locations outside the city. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and the blazing light directly turned the entire Zhuli city into a vast expanse of white. Zhuli city suffered a huge impact, tall buildings were melted, and many human beings hid in bunkers. Behind him, he resisted the huge shock wave. At the center of the explosion of a thermonuclear weapon with a yield of over 100 million, even the Emperor of War had to resist it with all his strength to have any chance of escaping. Even the three war emperors in the sky separated at the same time when they saw the terrifying mushroom cloud blooming below, and fled far away, unwilling to be impacted. The terrifying power of thermonuclear weapons makes time seem to be suspended, and only light and impact fill an area of dozens of square kilometers. Then a huge heat wave swept over again, and after a few minutes, when the commander thought that the aliens outside had been cleared away, Emperor Yan's roar came again. Be careful! There are still a lot of aliens in the force. There are aliens on the other side of the portal. It turned out that according to his perception, although more than 90% of the alien races below were eliminated in one wave, there were still alien war kings who escaped, and the three angel war kings even escaped from a distance. Suffered only minor injuries. Although nuclear weapons are extremely lethal, they are only at the center of the explosion. As the distance increases, the diminishing marginal benefits are still obvious. As for the radiation and ray effects, for the strange Zerg, they are just getting worse. The most important thing is that the human race has more than one city to guard, and the hydrogen bombs are not unlimited. With Emperor Yan's roar, millions of aliens once again emerged from behind the portal. Obviously, the foreign race is bound to eat the fat of Zhuli City today. Brother Ye Tian, let's leave quickly. There are too many alien races, and we can't kill them all. Horrible. We will all die if this continues. In the city, Su Zioxio's face turned pale when he saw the aliens attacking in the air, and he shouted to Ye Tian anxiously. Although she has S-level powers, she is mainly a healer and is not good at combat. Tang Ying, who was on the side with 3,000 green hair floating around, entangling and killing dozens of aliens, was also panting. These two female protagonists are typical of high-level superpowers, but their usual performance is very weak, so that Ye Tian can pretend to be a cup. At this moment, Ye Tian's figure was floating, and with every step he took, several figures fell down. After this period of fighting, he had reached the level of a warrior, capable of killing the war king and rivaling the war emperor. But we can't continue to spend time with foreigners like this. Okay, I'll take you away right now. Although Ye Tian was good at fighting, he didn't want his two beauties to be injured, so he immediately led them towards the east of the city to kill. There, there is a war king escort protecting the transfer of important targets in the city. One of them is Su Zioxio's uncle, Lu Hao. Seeing the three people leaving, a human team leader behind him had an ugly expression on his face. Yet Yen. Tang Ying and the others are leaving first, you have to stay. You are not a woman or a child. Your fighting power is needed here. After hearing the captain's words, Yet Yen looked at him with a cold face. Feeling the murderous intent in Yet Yen's eyes, the team leader felt as if the space around him had condensed, and his movements became sluggish. The next moment, a Wing Clan warrior came towards him. The Wing Clan's body passed through his body, completely smashing his internal organs. There was still a piece of his internal organs in the corner of his mouth, and he ate it with his mouth. The captain's body collapsed, his eyes still filled with disbelief and pain. This. Tang Ying saw a trace of unbearability in her eyes when the team leader died like this. She looked at Yet Yen with a trace of doubt, confusion, and suspicion. Just now, she seemed to notice Yet Yen using her space powers. And the team leader didn't know the relationship between the two and had a conversation with her. Did Yet Yen attack him because of this incident? Tang Ying's mood was particularly complicated. She knew Yet Yen's character, but it was still too cruel to kill a compatriot like this. Team leader. You damn Wing Clan. Unexpectedly, Yet Yen seemed to be very angry when he saw the death of the team leader at this moment. He rushed towards the Wing Clan and slapped the Wing Clan into blood mud with a sudden palm with his space power. Seeing this scene, Tang Ying gave up her doubts about him. Yet Yen was obviously a person who valued love and justice, so how could he kill his compatriots? Let's go quickly, Tang Ying, brother Yet Yen. It's too late if we don't leave. Uncle is waiting for us. There are 3 war kings there, so it's very safe. Su Xiaoxiao also received news from her uncle at this moment, asking her to rush to the east of the city and evacuate with the troops. It turned out that the battle broke out too quickly, and Lu Hao couldn't find his good niece in the first place. Walk. After killing several Wing Clan members again, Yet Yen accidentally caught a glimpse of the dead team leader, with a trace of ridicule flashing in his eyes. The other party was short-sighted. Not only did he look down on himself many times, he also dared to talk to Tang Ying. There is already a way to kill him. A group of 3 people headed towards the east of the city, and Yet Yen actually received a message from the Royal Insect King under his control through spiritual contact. The Zerg are aggressively attacking the human race, and their combat power is now empty. The Zerg medicine garden is to the south. The holy medicine is mature and will be transported to the Zerg area. He only had 1 hour. If he missed this opportunity, he would not be able to go deep into the Zerg area to seize it no matter how powerful his superpower was. Thinking that after getting the holy medicine, he could save his cousin and become a guest of the Long family, Yet Yen also became energetic. There is definitely a great opportunity in the secret realm of the Void Sea. I must get the key to the Long family. If we just take another detour to the east of the city, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. The area of Julie City is very large, not to mention that there are fewer aliens in the south of the city, and there are many aliens in the east of the city who are chasing the escort. Yet Yen glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and Tang Ying. Even though there were many foreign races around, he still felt that the holy medicine was important after weighing it. Tang Ying also had S-level powers anyway, so she should be fine. Xiao Ying, and Xiao Xiao, I have something very important that I have to finish right away. You just go over there first. Be safe. The 3 of them were rushing forward with all their strength. When they saw Yet Yen suddenly stop and heard the cold words in his mouth, Tang Ying and Su Xiaoxiao were a little stunned. At this critical moment of life and death, Yet Yen actually wanted to leave alone? Don't care about them? Brother Yet Yen. Why don't you send us there first, brother Yet Yen? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't imagine how she could live without Yet Yen. Before she could say anything more, she saw Yet Yen's figure gradually disappearing in front of her eyes, her big eyes widened, and she felt a little dizzy. Then she looked at Tang Ying beside her, who was also a little dull. Sister Tang Ying, can you protect me? Su Xiaoxiao is still aware of current affairs. At this moment, her life is in Tang Ying's hands, her mouth has become sweeter, and she no longer calls her Tang Ying. Well, I'll try my best. Tang Ying nodded, a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She didn't know what made Ye Tian pay so much attention to it, and he abandoned them both. As for Su Xiaoxiao, although she doesn't like it very much, but he wouldn't just let the other person die. Of course, if Chen Feng were here, he would scream F***ck when he saw this scene. Although Ye Tian is very narrow-minded in the original work, he is still very good to the heroines. But it was because of his actions in Jianghai City that he captured Archangel Carrie and killed Gabriel, which made the Angel clan anxious and accelerated the plot of the Three Clans Alliance. This time, I just happened to get together with the Zerg Holy Medicine. And Ye Tian decisively chose his own future. He is a ruthless person. Ye Tian's luck value 1000. Chapter 56 Super Potion. 1 month later. In the evening, in Chen Feng's office, he and Yuanling had a deep kiss. Husband, today is Monday, and my mother is very busy, so I will work overtime to help her. Can I stay with you tomorrow night? Yuanling's face was blushing with happiness written all over her face. She reluctantly snuggled into Chen Feng's arms, rubbing against Chen Feng's strong chest like a kitten. Then please take care of yourself, you are still pregnant with the baby. I don't want my wife and baby to get tired. Chen Feng hugged his little wife and said softly. Don't worry, husband. Now that I'm thirsty and tired, I'll drink your invincible medicine, and I'll be healthy. Yuanling had a sweet smile on her lips. A few days ago, she suddenly felt a little nauseous and wretched. When she went for a checkup, she found out that she was pregnant with Chen Feng's baby. This made her extremely happy. This is the crystallization of her love with Chen Feng, and it also activates another experience of being a mother, which makes her very happy. When Chen Feng saw this, he was not worried. After all, although Yuanling was pregnant now, her SSS-level genes and a large amount of nourishing liquid every day made her physically and mentally stronger. After the last angel tribe descended, a purge operation was also carried out within the Scientific Research Institute. The middle-aged boiling sheep Wang Yu was jealous of Chen Feng and even tried to contact the Wing clan to leak the human race's technological secrets. Unfortunately, before he could succeed, he was surrounded by a group of livid-faced law enforcement officers at home. Arrested on the spot. The result was that he was investigated in the morning, sentenced in the afternoon, taken to death in the evening, and cremated in the early morning. The entire Scientific Research Institute personally witnessed his ashes being raised. Betrayal of humanity is an unforgivable felony. What's more, with Yuanling's SSS time power and SSS personal armor, which can freely change shape and appearance, and has all-round protection without blind spots, no one can hurt her. After leaving the Scientific Research Institute, Chen Feng saw Ye Shishi waiting beside the domineering chariot outside the institute and saw the deep affection in his eyes. He spends 5 or 6 days a week with his wife, and the remaining 1 or 2 days belong to Ye Shishi. Classmate Chen Feng, why are you getting out of school now? This is... Are you role-playing with him? However, he took a closer look at Ye Shishi's outfit today. Today she was wearing a black teacher's uniform, a white shirt under a small suit, black stockings, and beautiful high heels under a moderate-length skirt. The makeup on her face was a bit heavy, as if on purpose, and she even wore a pair of decorative red-rimmed glasses. Her eyes were brushed, which was completely different from the previous cold female CEO. After getting in the car, Chen Feng smiled and said, "You really know how to play." I have to say that Chen Feng was very surprised by Ye Shishi today. Especially the other party's tone of voice was cold and seductive, and he was sprayed with fruity perfume that was not too strong but not too light, and it smelled very good. How is Ye Tian doing recently? Have he contacted you? He lay on the main driver's seat, enjoying the breeze and feeling very comfortable. He took out a bottle of pink liquid and handed it to Yeshishi. After having 100 million bottles of top-grade essence-building liquid and 1 billion top-grade spiritual crystals, Chen Feng did not stingy and generously made tens of thousands of bottles of strengthening potions, leaving most of them for future use. Spiritual crystals are a specialty of foreign battlefields. When used, they can increase and restore supernatural energy, and combined with the effects of cultivating essence liquid to build foundations and strengthen the body, Chen Feng added some rare drugs and blended them to form a new miracle drug. Physically too poor? Get a bottle to improve your physical fitness. Seriously injured and depleted of energy and blood? Get a bottle of blood. Not energetic enough? A bottle is guaranteed to bring you back to 18 years old. If your appearance is not good enough and your skin is rough and oily, come with a bottle to beautify your skin. The body is aging and you have a terminal illness? Take a bottle to improve immunity and cell activity, and you will be fine. In addition, it can nourish yin and yang, increase brain cell activity, improve IQ, and other effects. If Chen Feng hadn't drank a few bottles and tried it himself, he would have suspected that this stuff violated advertising laws. Of course, he would not sell such wonderful things, but gave a lot to his parents and Yuanling to distribute among themselves, and the Long family also got a little. As for the output, Zhang Li reported to the federal senior officials that 100 bottles a year, so she provided 50 bottles to the human senior officials, and the federal senior officials were very happy. Even his father Chen Zhan's vacation was extended indefinitely on the grounds that he was asked to protect the Jianghai City Research Institute. Now the defense level of Jianghai City Research Institute has been raised to the highest level. The stellar-level super defense system has been installed under Zhang Li's arrangement. At this moment, a transparent light curtain is hidden outside the blue star's atmosphere, monitoring changes in all corners of the blue star at any time, and the terrifying laser weapons of the base are also. He was ready to go, waiting for the next unlucky alien to appear. It's a pity that the news of the Angel clan's defeat seems to have leaked out. Recently, no alien race dares to open a portal directly on Blue Star. As for how to explain the emergence of these super technologies, Chen Feng didn't bother. That was a matter for Mother Zhang Li to deceive the higher UPS of the human race, but there was no need to worry too much. Zhang Li and Chen Zhan's performance over the years is undoubtedly the backbone of the human race's combat power and scientific research, and cannot be detrimental to the human race. What's more, the human race's technological level has skyrocketed, which is a great thing. So all the credit goes to Zhang Li and Yuanling, the emerging technological geniuses. Chen Feng was happy and free. At this moment, Yeshishi also enjoyed drinking the potion. After all, it was a fruity potion specially prepared by Chen Feng. Paired with her black silk uniform, her hair has been grown long, the bright lavender lipstick is very attractive, and there is a small pink heart painted on the right fair cheek. She knew Chen Feng's hobbies and used different lipstick and makeup every day to please him. After hearing Chen Feng's question, she replied, "Well, Tian? I rarely contact him recently. He just asked me for some money again, and then it was said that he would go back to Blue Star next month. It seemed like there was something urgent. From his tone, it seems like he got a chance in the last war." Hearing Yeshishi's words, Chen Feng also nodded. According to the plot, Tian should have obtained the Zerg holy medicine and come back. At that time, he would ask the Long family for the key to the Void Sea secret realm. There will definitely be a big surprise when he comes back. However, Chen Feng found Yeshishi's performance interesting. "What's wrong? From your tone, you don't even care about your good nephew." In the original novel, Yeshishi is really closer than Tian's biological mother and she loves him very much. Yeshishi thought about it for a while, and then said after a while, he has grown up, and he should bear everything by himself. As his aunt, all I can do is give him some money. What's more, I think about you every day now, classmate Chen Feng. Seeing the deep obsession and attachment in Yeshishi's eyes, Chen Feng felt that she was really a hottie. Half an hour later, arriving in front of Yeshishi's villa, Chen Feng saw a figure that surprised her. Long Ruobing, why is she here? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yeshishi looked panicked. Chapter 57. These are for physical exercise. Ruobing, why did you remember me here? Yeshishi got out of the car. It seemed like nothing happened. When Long Ruobing saw how her aunt was dressed today, she looked surprised. Why is the female CEO aunt who usually dresses so trendy, avant-garde, and iceberg style dressed up so well today? Sexy. Thinking of this word, Long Ruobing was also a little embarrassed. It's true that my aunt is not very nice, but with her red-rimmed glasses, lavender lipstick, and uniform, she really looks very sexy. Well, haven't I been to my aunt's house for a long time? After the treatment today, I just want to come to your house for a meal. I remember that the food you cooked was delicious, auntie. At this moment, Long Ruobing's complexion is much better than before. She has been actively receiving treatment these days, and the toxins in her body have been almost completely expelled. Even when Chen Feng's super potion is poured in vigorously every day, her superpower level has also declined. From SS level to SS+, much stronger than before. Although everything was getting better, Long Ruobing was not in a good mood. The problem is that she rarely has the chance to see Chen Feng these days. Occasionally, when they met, the other party was flirting with Yuanling and didn't even bother to say a word to her. This made her very depressed. She learned from Yuanling that Chen Feng would eat and work at Yeshishi's house today. She went home and put on nice casual clothes. She made mental preparations for a full hour before arriving at Yeshishi's house. Doorstep. Naturally, there were many masters from the Long family following her to protect her all the way. As a result, she saw Yeshishi dressed very coquettishly, which made her suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. She originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to meet Chen Feng, but she didn't know what she could say to him and what result she wanted. But she simply couldn't restrain her desire to see Chen Feng. Even if you don't want anything, that's okay. But now that she saw her aunt dressed like this and in the same car with Chen Feng, she was already making assumptions in her mind. My aunt went to pick up Chen Feng dressed like this. She has been single for so many years. Could it be that my aunt is crazy because of loneliness, and she wants to seduce Chen Feng when she sees that Chen Feng is handsome, humorous, rich, and powerful? Once such thoughts appeared, they became more and more uncontrollable, especially when he smelled the perfume on the other party. Long Ruobing stared at Yeshishi closely and saw that the other party's face was a little unnatural. Thinking that the other party would pick up Chen Feng every week and spend a day or two with Chen Feng as a secretary, she felt even more belatedly annoyed. My aunt actually has evil intentions. Chen Feng is obviously Yuanling's husband, how could the aunt do this? This is so shameless. At this moment, Chen Feng also got out of the car and saw Long Ruobing staring closely at Yeshishi's dress, his eyes cold and even a little angry, while Yeshishi's face on the side was a little embarrassed and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't expect Long Ruobing to be waiting for him here. Feeling the strange atmosphere between the two women, he didn't know what to do for the time being. But it won't be the case if it continues like this. He immediately opened his mouth to help Yeshishi and said, "Aunt Yi's cooking is indeed good and delicious. Ruobing, since you are here, let's have dinner together. I'm hungry." With that said, he strode towards the door of the villa, and Yeshishi hurriedly chatted when she saw this. "Yes, Ruobing, I have prepared a big meal, let's eat together." When Long Ruobing saw that Chen Feng was actually willing to talk to her, instead of chasing her away, and even called her Ruobing, Long Ruobing's heart trembled slightly, and she felt extremely happy, but her anger towards Yeshishi was relieved a little. After all, Chen Feng had always been cold to her before, but he took the initiative to talk to her today, which was beyond her expectation. Although my aunt is very shameless, Chen Feng and Yuanling are so loving, so they will definitely not sleep with her. Chen Feng is not that kind of person. Thinking of this, her face became slightly better and she agreed, okay, auntie. The two women followed Chen Feng's pace and walked forward, but they happened to see Chen Feng scanning his eyes and heard the voice at the door. Welcome home, master. There is no big problem with the content. That voice turned out to be Yeshishi's. It was her voice that was recorded in advance, called gentle and charming. But Long Ruobing's face, which had just improved, suddenly fell down again, and his beautiful face was as cold as if he wanted to kill someone. This. Yeshishi felt numb instantly. This was the voice she had carefully prepared for tonight's atmosphere. How could she have thought that there was an outsider here? Chen Feng didn't expect Yeshishi to change her voice, which made her a little embarrassed. But as a grown man with a face thicker than a city wall, he naturally wouldn't show it. And yet, your new face recognition is really humorous and sounds pretty good. I'll get one for Ruobing when I have time. So that she won't have to wait at the door. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yeshishi quickly echoed, yes, I forgot to record Ruobing's face. We'll record one later, okay Ruobing. After hearing what his aunt said, Long Ruobing nodded with a smile. But Chen Feng's words made her feel a little relieved. Obviously, Chen Feng didn't know that his aunt would do this. Chen Feng doesn't even like himself, so he would like his aunt in her 30s? However, as several people entered the room, her eyes inadvertently glanced at Yeshishi's delicate body. She saw the fruit of Yeshishi's body when she bent down to change her shoes, as well as her plump waist and exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. Suddenly, she felt I'm a little unsure again. She remembered that Yeshishi used to be thin, so why did she seem to have started to grow again after not seeing him for a while? It becomes more forward and backward, full of feminine charm. Just like Yuanling. As soon as he entered the door, the windows and curtains in the room were closed and the light was very dark, but the dining table in the middle had some light. In addition to the large meal covered by thermal covers on the table, Long Ruobing also saw two dining tables with fresh roses on them. The small dining lamps were faint yellow, and there were also placed around the table light beautiful candles and scatter flower petals. There is also expensive aromatherapy on the side. In addition, 2 bottles of valuable limited edition red wine were also placed on the table. This made Long Ruobing a little jealous again. She could see that her aunt made this feast very exquisitely, and the preparation was very complete and perfect. It was even more like the atmosphere of a couple on a date. My aunt has been single for so many years, but she still knows how to play. He actually used such an atmosphere to seduce Chen Feng. And red wine. What does she want? Ahem. It's a little dark. I'll turn on the light and let's eat. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng also directly turned on the headlight of the living room next to him, and the room suddenly became brighter. He thought that in this case, the ambiguous atmosphere would be gone. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned on the light, he saw 4 green ropes hanging next to the sofa. The ropes were not far apart, just enough to accommodate one person. Chen Feng recognized it at a glance. It was used to make a swing. Feeling that the entire living room was about to freeze, Yeshishi had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "Sometimes I'm bored at home, so I use these things to exercise." Long Ruobing turned around and looked at her, her cold expression suddenly changed, and she laughed as hard as she cried, "So that's it, auntie." Chapter 58 A Meal of Torture. Chen Feng didn't expect that eating a meal would be so difficult. The air conditioner was turned on in Yeshishi's villa, but it was still freezing. Even the air conditioner was smoking and burned out. "Well, Chen Feng, I'll pick up some food for you." Although Yeshishi saw Long Ruobing's face looking ugly, she still couldn't help but want to serve Chen Feng. After all, I only get to spend 1 or 2 days with Chen Feng a week. Even if you can't do exercise, it's okay to take care of your nephew-in-law, right? At this moment, she picked up a piece of meat and put it into Chen Feng's bowl. Okay, thanks. Chen Feng took it and ate it in one bite, which seemed very normal. At this time, the more you need to stay calm. But Yeshishi couldn't calm down. She felt very satisfied and happy when she saw Chen Feng devouring her food. She immediately got busy. She didn't even take a few bites of her own meal and was busy picking up food for Chen Feng. These are high-end oysters that I specially asked someone to fly in. They are steamed and cooked. You can try them. This is triangular mutton from outside the territory. Eat it to replenish your body. And this is my special vegetable dumpling nutritious soup. It is a combination of meat and vegetables, so you won't be tired from work. And this silver juice soup. Yeshishi worked tirelessly to hold the dish for Chen Feng, and even blew it with a spoon herself, then brought it to Chen Feng's mouth and said gently, "This is a bit hot, please be careful." When Chen Feng saw this, he couldn't dampen her enthusiasm, so he had to drink it, and even felt Yeshishi's breath as she leaned closer. It's just that he felt the temperature around him getting lower. When Yeshishi watched Chen Feng drink the soup affectionately, there was a sudden bang next to her. Yeshishi was so frightened that her body trembled. Looking up, it turned out that Long Ruobing had slapped his chopsticks directly on the table with an angry look on his face. Fortunately, before she said anything, Chen Feng spoke again, "What's wrong, Ruobing, aren't you used to this dish? I think Aunt Yi's cooking is quite delicious." After hearing Chen Feng's words, Long Ruobing didn't know how to answer. She just really couldn't stand Yeshishi's attentiveness to Chen Feng. Her sweet look made her very dissatisfied and she lost her appetite for food. But when it came to directly telling them that their behavior was inappropriate, the aunt didn't do anything excessive except being intimate with Chen Feng. "Yes, Ruobing, last time Yuanling came to eat it, she said it was delicious." In fact, Yeshishi also reacted now. Although her relationship with Chen Feng was a bit over the line, what right did she, Long Ruobing, have to look down on her? If Yuanling were here, she would still have the right to call herself shameless. But didn't you, Long Ruobing, also rush to your house just to meet Chen Feng? What kind of good person are you, Long Ruobing? On the surface, she is a cold goddess, but she is actually worse than herself. I finally ate the meat. Thinking of this, she said to Long Ruobing in a green tea tone, "Ruobing, if you are not used to the food, I will make it again. But let's wait for Chen Feng to finish eating first. Yuanling has a busy day, but let me take care of his appetite. Come on, Chen Feng, this fried pork is also very delicious." Seeing that her aunt had moved Yuanling out, Long Ruobing was helpless. What qualifications did she have to take care of Yeshishi? Although she and Yuanling are cousins, their relationship is average and far less close than that between Yeshishi and Yuanling. Even if he went to Yuanling to tell him about this, he still wouldn't be sure which one he would believe. She was angry and anxious immediately, and when she saw Chen Feng eating the stir-fried pork that Yeshishi sent him, she felt bad. Shameless. So shameless. Look at what she cooked today. You really think she is a minor and doesn't understand anything, right? When she was still debating whether to shamelessly come to see Chen Feng today, Yeshishi had already tried her best to please Chen Feng, and she wasn't even shy in front of her. This made her suddenly feel a strong sense of crisis. I was still worried that Chen Feng was Yuanling's husband, and I was afraid that it wouldn't be good if he got too close to her. My aunts have all taken action. She thought that if Yeshishi took Chen Feng to bed and hooked up with her all day long, her pain would only be doubled in the future. Immediately, Long Ruobing calmed down, picked up the chopsticks again, picked up a piece of braised pork ribs, and put it directly in Chen Feng's bowl while he was still eating Yeshishi vegetables. Then, under Chen Feng's somewhat surprised gaze, Long Ruobing's face turned slightly red, but she still bit her lips and said coquettishly in a tone that even she didn't believe, "Chen Feng, you should also try this dish. The braised pork ribs are quite delicious. Let my aunt rest." She hasn't even eaten a few bites of food. Let me pick up some food for you. It was the first time Chen Feng saw her look like this and couldn't help but take a second look. When she said this, Chen Feng clearly felt her eyes dodge, and the other party obviously knew what she meant. Hearing this, Yeshishi's face twitched slightly, and when she saw Chen Feng's appearance, she suddenly became anxious. What's the meaning? This girl Long Ruobing actually took her job? And he said such shameless words in front of her. How does this work? This is her precious time with Chen Feng. She immediately picked up another chopstick and brought it to Chen Feng's mouth, and said with a smile, it's okay, I'm not hungry now. Just let me pick up food for him. Ruobing, your body hasn't recovered yet, please eat more. Come on, Chen Feng, this is fresh fruit. The cherries that Auntie specially prepared for you are delicious. Seeing this scene, Long Ruobing gritted his teeth and was not to be outdone, it's okay. My body has almost recovered and I'm not hungry. Speaking of which, I have to thank Chen Feng for all this. Chen Feng has saved me several times. Chen Feng, thank you, I'd like to toast you. She immediately poured 2 glasses of red wine, handed one to Chen Feng, and looked at Chen Feng sincerely. Chen Feng finally finished the food in the bowl, and when he saw another drink being handed to him, his scalp went numb. It's okay, this is what I should do. Chen Feng immediately waved his hand. Long Ruobing saw him resisting, but insisted on passing the wine, just drink. So many times, I really appreciate you. If you don't drink, I'll be angry. Long Ruobing even moved her body, looking coquettish, and when she handed the wine, her fingers inadvertently touched Chen Feng's big hand. The cold touch of ice made Chen Feng a little unable to resist. Damn, it's hard to bear. Chen Feng thought to himself and had no choice but to agree, okay. Long Ruobing clinked a glass with him, and Chen Feng drank it all in one gulp. As a result, another cup appeared in front of me. Speaking of which, Chen Feng is still my boss. My career has made great progress with Chen Feng's support. I also want to thank Chen Feng. Come on, Master Feng, let's have a drink. Yeshishi held the wine glass again and again, leaning forward coquettishly and saying seductively. Chapter 59 I really can't eat anymore. It's hard to bear, it's too hard to bear. What can we do next? Chen Feng's scalp felt numb when he saw the 2 women constantly rushing to pick up and feed him vegetables. They also wanted to help him blow on the lukewarm soup. It took Chen Feng 2 hours to eat the whole meal. Only when Chen Feng finally couldn't bear it any longer, did he ask the 2 women to stop picking up the food and let them eat by themselves. However, Yeshishi prepared so many dishes, which were not simple. She pressed the table button next to her. Another table of vegetables appeared in the middle of the dining table, and they were still fresh vegetables that had been kept warm. At this moment, both women drank a lot of special red wine, and they didn't try to get rid of the drunkenness. They were a little drunk. After all, this was the red wine that Yeshishi poured into Chen Feng specifically for people with superpowers to drink. Yeshishi's face was red, she was breathing hot air, pointing to one of the dishes, and said softly to Chen Feng, Young Master Feng, you are full, you should pick up some food for me. I want to eat that dish. Long Ruobing looked and saw that there were still vegetables. When did my aunt become so shameless? But at this moment, she is also in charge, so how can she be willing to be the loser? As soon as Chen Feng handed the dish to Yeshishi, he saw Long Ruobing pointing to a dish of Kung Pao chicken in front of Chen Feng and said softly, Chen Feng, I'm hungry too, help me pick that dish. Chen Feng. Chen Feng was so busy that he even used both hands to pick up the food, so that nothing happened. The 2 women ate for another 2 hours, and finally stopped when they couldn't eat any more. I'm so full, I can't eat any more. Me too. But at this moment, not only Chen Feng was numb. The 2 women kept drinking wine and were almost drunk at this moment. Chen Feng, I have tidied up the house for you. You can live in that room. I will take you to see it. After finishing the meal, it was too late. And when she remembered something, she suddenly looked at Long Ruobing and said with a smile, Ruobing, you have to go to the research institute tomorrow. Besides, the Long family won't worry about you living here. Auntie, I won't keep you here. Go home quickly. When Long Ruobing saw Yeshishi, she was about to drag Chen Feng upstairs. How could she not know the other party's dirty plan? She immediately shook her head. It's okay, Auntie, I haven't lived with you for a long time. I'll stay here tonight. I'll share a room with you. As she spoke, she called Long Jing. What? You're not going home tonight? Are you at Yeshishi's house? Okay, it's okay. I will arrange for people to protect you. Long Jing hung up the phone and gave further instructions. The soldiers will have to work harder tomorrow and go to work early tonight. Yes. And Yeshishi didn't expect that Long Ruobing could really do such a thing and stay here without leaving. At this moment, Long Ruobing also walked up, grabbed Chen Feng's other arm, shook it, and said with a sweet smile, Chen Feng, I had a great time drinking tonight. I want to talk to you about the last time the angel tribe came. Yeshishi was a little angry when she saw that she would not leave but wanted to chat with Chen Feng. By the way, Mr. Feng, the company has a lot of business to report to you recently. You are here to handle business. There are many things that require your nodding. As she spoke, she looked at Long Ruobing with provocative eyes. Young Master Feng is here to handle work. We don't know until what point we're going to be dealing with it. How about Ruobing, just go home and sleep with me again tomorrow. When Long Ruobing saw that she had more reasons, he changed his reason, it's okay. I'm also quite interested in business operations. How about I just listen to your report? You. When Yeshishi saw this, she didn't know what to do for a moment. As for Chen Feng, one of them held one arm and the other pulled him to the side. He had a headache. The blessings of being together are not so easy to enjoy. He made his decision immediately. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. I'm leaving first. I'm going back to the institute. As he spoke, he gently let go of their arms and walked out the door. If he stayed any longer, he would really be unable to restrain himself. Yeshishi was fine, after all, she was familiar with things. But Long Ruobing seemed to be a different person today, extremely enthusiastic. Now his face was red after drinking wine, and his cold face was charming and alluring. He immediately remembered the special physique of Long Ruobing when he treated him for the first time. It is really rare and impeccably clean, which is in line with her flawless attributes. When she heard that Chen Feng was leaving, Yeshishi said again, Master Feng, I will drive you off. Ruobing, just wait at home. She thought it was still a long way from home to the institute. But Long Ruobing was destined not to let her succeed today. I've eaten a little too much and want to go out for a walk. How about we go together? I said no, Ruobing. Hearing this, Yeshishi's eyes flashed with anger and she looked straight at Long Ruobing. No matter how good-tempered she was, facing the fact that her last hope was about to be shattered, she could no longer endure her anger. Facing his shameless aunt, Long Ruobing did not give in, staring at her with a cold face. I think it's necessary. Her tone was equally unkind. It felt as if the sights in their eyes collided with fire. Chen Feng could only say loudly, stop arguing. You all drank too much, take a good rest. I'll just go back by myself. No one is allowed to follow me. He immediately left Yeshishi's villa as if fleeing, took out his domineering chariot, stepped on the accelerator and left quickly. He is very angry, but his wife Yuanling is the best. Two women were left looking embarrassed and innocent. Then Yeshishi looked at Long Ruobing with anger and grievance in her eyes. Ruobing, I am your aunt after all, why are you targeting me like this today? Tell me, is this really fun? And Long Ruobing saw that her aunt's eyes were red and her voice was filled with sadness. It was because of Chen Feng's departure that her whole spirit became bad. Immediately, her view of Ye Shishi changed somewhat. It seems that her aunt's feelings for Chen Feng are not as simple and superficial as she thought. But she became a little angry again, and immediately made it clear, but Chen Feng is Yaning's husband and your niece-in-law. Is it appropriate for you to act like this? Unexpectedly, after Ye Shishi heard her words, she stared at Long Ruobing closely, with contempt, anger, and disdain in her eyes, as if she were looking at a fool. It wasn't until Long Ruobing felt that she couldn't bear it that she directly asked, "Then what is Chen Feng to you?" "It's your cousin-in-law." "Long Ruobing, why do you have the nerve to talk about me?" Seeing what she said, Long Ruobing wanted to quibble, "I'm just grateful to him, I have no other meaning. And what I can't stand is that you are so sneaky, and you seduced Chen Feng, you." Hearing this, Ye Shishi raised the corners of her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter got louder and louder, but she couldn't help but shed tears from her eyes. Yes, I like Chen Feng, but I am shameless. Even I feel sorry for Yaning. But this is between me and Yaning. I am willing to admit it. I am willing to confess to Yaning after a while. It is better if she agrees. If she doesn't agree, I can leave or even die. Although this is embarrassing, it is allowed by the law. What about you? SS level ice type proud daughter of heaven, you want face, you are noble, you are disdainful, you are amazing. Just don't get involved, okay? Chapter 60. This locator is not simple. Husband, why are you back again? Yaning also didn't expect that her husband would actually return to the research institute overnight. When she saw him, she immediately jumped up and hugged him. Chen Feng naturally wouldn't say that he felt uncomfortable holding it in. I suddenly missed you. Let's go, it's getting late, it's time to rest. Zhang Li also wanted to laugh when she saw her son coming back. This newlywed beauty was just eager. Go back quickly, Xiaoning, there is nothing busy today. Thank you, Mom. After hearing what his mother said, Chen Feng hugged Yaning and left the research institute to go home. Well, Chen Feng started feeding Yaning the super potion directly. There was nothing he could do as there was still a baby in his belly. After the baby is born, the system will also give you a big reward. The quality of the child is critical. Yaning must be given potion every day, and it will do her a lot of good anyway. Extraterritorial battlefield. In a small, safe room. Yet Yen closed the door tightly, and then took out the holy medicine that he had snatched from the Zerg. The vine-like green medicine was not big, but it released a strange fragrance, just like honey, which made the body and mind happy when smelling it. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the holy medicine in front of him, filled with desire and excitement. This stuff is amazing. As expected, I rushed to the medicine garden in time and killed 5 Zerg war kings and hundreds of Zerg war generals. Speaking of which, even Hong Emperor and Thunder God would not be able to achieve such results during the period of being a warrior. Even if he is also a space god, he is far inferior to me. But I still want to find an opportunity to become his disciple and get his resources and guidance. Thinking of this, Ye Tian's eyes were full of confidence. Since humans activated their powers, he is the first one to have SSS-level spatial powers, as well as S-level hypnotic powers. He is top-notch in terms of spirit and lethality, and can be said to be his destiny. And his opportunity was even more terrifying than ever before. Just a few months after leaving the battlefield outside the territory, he controlled a Zerg war king with royal blood, met Su Xiao Xiao of the Su family, became friends with the Su family, and now obtained the Zerg holy medicine. With this thing, I can cure my cousin's condition. It's been a month since I got it. My cousin's condition should be almost uncontrollable. It's only when I show up that I can maximize my profits and get the support of the Long family and the key to the secret realm of the Void Sea. Thinking of this, Ye Tian was also preparing to take leave and set off back to Blue Star. By the way, I haven't called my family for a long time. Thinking of this, Ye Tian used a dedicated communication phone to dial Ye Shishi's phone number. My sister-in-law knows that I am going back, so she should be very happy. Resources have been somewhat scarce recently. I don't know if she has made any money. She didn't win the mine last time. I have some doubts about her ability. As a male protagonist who relies entirely on grabbing resources and getting money, he is not distracted by making money at all. But he knew that he had a bright future, so he didn't have any psychological burden when asking for it. If you give it to me now, I will repay you 100 times in the future. Ye Tian thought of this and immediately called Ye Shishi. At this moment, Ye Shishi is in the villa. Long Ruobing stood on the balcony, looking at the moonlight in the distance. She had already woken up from the wine, and after she woke up, her mood began to become sad. Ye Shishi's words directly tore off her fig leaf, making her face her own thoughts and feel embarrassed. Just as Ye Shishi said, she wants face, so Ye Shishi can ignore her dignity and make a baby for her niece. She can't do it. What's more, she felt that such behavior was stealing her cousin's man, and she couldn't get over it. She purely loves the party. Ye Shishi was lying on the sofa with dried tears. She had long known that Chen Feng was going to capture Long Ruobing, but she still wanted more love from Chen Feng. Long Ruobing ruined her romantic night today, causing her to collapse. At this moment, she finally calmed down, but she heard her cell phone ringing, and at first glance, it was her nephew Ye Tian. You always call me late at night. Is there a time difference between the outer battlefield and Blue Star? This Ye Tian is too ignorant. Ye Shishi was in a bad mood at the moment. She was a little irritated when she thought that her nephew kept asking for things and never considered her own mood. Look at Chen Feng, who researched various treasures in the Scientific Research Institute, and was on the front line when facing the coming of the Angel clan. He made huge contributions to the human race, but he was never arrogant. He also took great care of Xiaoning, was considerate and sweet, and Yanning's smile became countless times brighter after meeting him. He also comes to care for her from time to time and gives her potions to improve her health. It is also a company that supports her commercially. The most important thing is that Chen Feng has a confident, majestic, domineering but gentle temperament. By Chen Feng's side, she always felt safe, happy, and satisfied. When she needs him, he can be a thug in a suit, a domineering president, or a gentle boy. Chen Feng is her safe haven and her spiritual destination. And what about Ye Tian? As his aunt, I just hope that he will grow up well, become a useful person to the human race, and become a happy person. As a result, he relied on his space power to be selfish and arrogant. Even if you don't care about yourself, you will always ask for it and be greedy. He even initiated the hostile acquisition of Chen's mine at a low price. She immediately refused to answer the call, it's so annoying. Hearing the commotion inside, Long Ruobing was a little curious as to who was calling her aunt at night, but judging from her reaction, it couldn't be Chen Feng. The number you dialed is currently on a call, please wait. When Ye Tian heard his sister-in-law rejecting his call, his eyes turned cold and there was some irritation in the corner of his mouth. My sister-in-law actually refused the phone call? What is she busy with? Don't you know it's urgent that you're calling? He immediately made another call. Ring twice. Sorry, he subscriber you dialed is power off. Hearing this, Ye Tian immediately became irritated. He hated it most when others didn't answer the phone. Not even her own aunt. But being irritated is irritating. Now everyone's phones are turned off. What can I do? Thinking of this, he could only call Yanning and want to know what the recent research results of Yanning were. Beep 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 beep, the bell rang 7 or 8 times. Ye Tian looked ugly, thinking that his obedient sister would not answer the phone, right? Fortunately, the call finally came through. Well, brother, why are you calling me so late? Yet Yen frowned when he heard Yuanling gasping for breath. Chapter 61 The human race is in danger. Sister, what are you doing? It's okay, brother. Yet Yen is still more concerned about his own things. I will return to Blue Star in a while, and I want to ask you how your research on space system materials is going. I made an S-level dagger last time. In the past few months, I think an S-level armor has been made, right? After hearing his brother's words, Yuanling also said quickly. Ah, my signal is not good, so I'll hang up with my brother first. With that said, she quickly hung up the phone. Did my uncle call? Chen Feng asked with a wicked smile. Yuanling nodded slightly. Well. Hello? Hello. Yet Yen was a little annoyed when he heard that his sister had hung up the phone. I'll talk about her later when we get to Blue Star. At this moment, Yet Yen originally wanted to call his cousin Long Ruobing, but after eating twice, he was a little annoyed. Forget it, I remember Su Xiaoxiao asked me to go to her place tonight, I'll go there right away. Thinking of Su Xiaoxiao's not petite body at all, Yet Yen also became interested. He is busy improving his strength every day and has not really eaten meat yet. But when he came to Su Xiaoxiao's small room, he heard Tang Ying's voice inside. Xiao Xiao, I will come and sleep with you tonight. Okay, Sister Tang Ying, then you can't move around, Sister Tang Ying. Will not. Tang Ying said with a smile, but there was a strange light in her eyes. Since Yet Yen abandoned the two of them last time, she managed to escape from the siege with Su Xiaoxiao, and the relationship between the two has also been greatly improved. At the same time, when she ran away with Su Xiaoxiao that day, she discovered that her smell was real. Smells good. Su Xiaoxiao is soft and easy to hold. Although Su Xiaoxiao was very wilted sometimes, she always felt defeated in front of Tang Ying's wit, and now she was about to be pinched by Tang Ying. So recently she likes to be with Su Xiaoxiao. When Yet Yen heard this scene, he became a little excited. He thought that if the two of them had such a good relationship, wouldn't it be better if he joined in and slept together? He walked to the door, knocked on the door, and shouted, Xiao Xiao, I'm here, open the door quickly. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoxiao hadn't agreed yet, so Tang Ying took the lead in replying, Yet Yen, Xiao Xiao and I have a rest. Let's talk tomorrow if we need anything. But I remember that Su Xiaoxiao had something to do with me. Yet Yen said shamelessly. Yet. Xiao Xiao, is this happening? Tang Ying asked, and Su Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly became a little uncomfortable, it's nothing important. You go back first, Yet Yen. Yet Yen. Recently, Tang Ying was really not as enthusiastic about him as before. But he was so hungry and thirsty that he had no choice but to do it himself, and he had enough food and clothing. Yet Yen's luck value 999. When Chen Feng heard the reminder, he felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood again. In the next month, apart from receiving treatment, Long Ruobing never went to Yeshishi's house again. Yuanling's belly gradually grew bigger. Yeshishi changes her cosplay style every week and enjoys a happy time. Chen Feng spends his days doing research with his wife, and is responsible for guiding the development of human science and technology. His wife can do whatever he wants, and nothing else. Since the installation of the stellar defense system, 2 advent events have occurred on Blue Star. It's a pity that they don't even know what race it is. The space-based weapons in the sky rumbled directly towards the portal. Not only did it explode before it was formed, it even hit the other side of the portal. The entire Blue Star can be said to be as stable as an old dog. On the battlefield outside the territory, the situation of the human race has become increasingly dangerous. The battle between the 4 major races of the Angel race, the Wing race, the Zerg race, and the 9 Phoenix race and the human race has become increasingly fierce. The Demon race, the Rock race, the Giant race, the Rat race, the Necromancer race, and even the peace-loving Elf race have all appeared around the human race. In addition to these powerful races, there are also other ordinary races such as the wolf race, the cattle race, and the earth dragon race. All the major races are ready to move, but the targets are all humans. The pressure on the human race was instantly full. In the extraterritorial battlefield, in the center of the human base, there is a majestic metal building on the top floor. In the Supreme Room, it is the Ares Mountain meeting of the extraterritorial battlefield. The humans who can enter here are at least the War Emperor level. The Federal Council on Blue Star is just an administrative agency. And here is the highest institution that can truly decide the life and death of the human race. But at this moment, there is only one human figure here. This person is wearing a simple plain blue robe, lying in the middle position. His hair is shoulder length and flowing, but his face is unusually handsome. He is the third of the top 10 strongest men in the human race, King Di. As he sat down, the clock behind him pointed to 8 o'clock in the morning. On the walls around the room, the screens suddenly lit up, and images from various places in the human race appeared. I've met the Qing Emperor. Dozens of figures appeared on the screen, and one of them appeared dozens of seconds later. A man with explosively strong muscles was seen moving through a strange colorful light. The physical rules there seem to be distorted. The air is filled with various lights, red liquid flows from bottom to top, strange flowers fly in the sky, and there are towering trees whose full view cannot be seen through the camera. Seeing this scene, King Di was the first to speak. First of all, congratulations to everyone, you are still alive to attend this meeting. Today is an impromptu meeting on Ares Mountain. Everyone knows the theme of the meeting. That's about the fact that all races are preparing to destroy our human race. As for what happened recently, let Emperor Hong talk about it first. His tone was neither happy nor sad, even a little mocking, as if the recent events were not stressful to him. As he spoke, he zoomed in on the image of the strong man in front of him. The man's eyes were still staring straight ahead, his body flickering constantly in that wonderful area. At this moment, he finally spoke, his voice was extremely rough. It has been 3 months since I left the human area. I also learned the specific situation from you. Now I am in the 9 Fantasy region. There is a great opportunity here, which may allow me to go one step further. It will take several months to get back. Before that, I'm afraid I have to trouble you all. As he spoke, a small dandelion in front of him suddenly grew in size, turning into a huge mouth and swallowing him. It was filled with pus-like green liquid and countless sharp teeth. However, Hong Di didn't resist at all, and the figure passed directly through, and the giant mouth behind him was suddenly annihilated without any sound. Seeing this scene, Emperor Qing's eyes flashed with envy. You don't need to do anything to kill the War Emperor now. It seems that you have benefited a lot from these few months. Hearing King Di's sour tone, Hong Di laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. When I develop this area, you can all come and experience it in the future. Chapter 62 High-Level Decisions. Chen Feng never thought that he would be noticed by the senior leaders of the human race so soon. Yet Yen's SSS-level superpower was causing crazy troubles on the battlefield outside the territory, but no one paid attention to it. This fucking protagonist is just different. He can act like a pig and eat the tiger like crazy. After shocking one, he can slap the other in the face. He is so high profile, yet he is always misunderstood as a loser. Chen Feng secretly complained about the bullshit setting of the original work. At this moment, Chen Zhan was called home by his father, and Chen Zhan directly handed him the black briefing he had just received. As the first War Emperor of the human race, although he did not participate in the Ares Mountain meeting, he was qualified to know the top secret information of the human race. This is a recent decision made by the top management of the human race. The situation is critical and it is also related to you. At the same time, Dad and I are going to the battlefield outside the territory. I want to say goodbye to you. Your mother's research is at a critical moment, so I won't go find her. Chen Feng could feel that his father's tone was a little low, and he was no longer as casual and indifferent as before. Now his expression was very solemn, and he was smoking cigars one after another on the sofa. Obviously something big happened to the human race. Chen Feng sat down, took the briefing and read it. Combined with the memories of the original plot, he soon knew what was going on now. In recent years, the growth rate of the human race has become more and more terrifying. Not to mention the previous figures such as Hong Emperor, Thunder God, Hidden Killer, Sky God, Qing Emperor, etc., the mere mention of Long Ruobing's SS-level superpowers makes the alien race uneasy. You must know that when Long Ruobing was attacked, he had just reached the warrior level, but his lethality was already comparable to that of a veteran warrior-level master. After such a character reaches the level of War Emperor, he will definitely be among the top 5 on the human race's list of strongest men and become one of the nightmares of all races. The last time the genius of the Zhu Feng clan took action, another Zerg war king attacked and poisoned her. He paid a huge price just to grow up in Long Ruobing and destroy her. In addition, secretly SSS-level Yetian and some SS and S-level geniuses emerged, and the human race entered its most prosperous period. This made all races realize that the talent and development of the human race were too rapid and terrifying. Countless alien races have joined forces to completely kill the human race. All races are besieging the human race. This is the beginning of a bloody battle. The real fighting is about to begin, and the human race is ushering in the darkest moment before dawn. In such a time of great strife, it is when geniuses emerge in large numbers, and it is also when Yetianzhen begins to grow rapidly. Chen Feng looked at the briefing. The human race had been trying their best to preserve their strength and keep a low profile for some time, but now that the 10,000 races are attacking, many masters and geniuses have been forced to appear secretly. In addition, there is actually a large piece of content related to him. Article 3 of the briefing is about science and technology. According to Kong Shen's report, Blue Star's technology has reached a blowout stage of development in the past 3 months. Under the leadership of Zhang Li, Jianghai City Research Institute has sprung up various advanced technologies. The human race can now survive in small batches. S-level armor, mechas, and medicines, among which the key figure is Chen Feng. Personal introduction of Chen Feng, male, 19 years old, son of Chen Zhan, the first battle emperor, and Zhang Li, the first expert in scientific research. His performance as a student was mediocre. After graduation, he suddenly burst out with strong combat potential and scientific research ability. God personally observed that he has not been controlled by alien spirits, has not acted adversely to the human race, and has made positive contributions to the human race. It is currently speculated that he is an SS-level or SSS-level scientific research superpower. There are cases of creating things out of thin air, doubtful. It may be the existence of scientific research space creations. Ability. Blue Star protection situation. Regarding the arrival of Long Ruobing twice, there were huge loopholes in the management. Afterwards, Chen Feng deployed a super defense system, which was tested to be able to withstand War Emperor level attacks and pose no threat to the human race, greatly reducing the pressure on Blue Star's defense. Summary: Chen Feng has a clean background, normal mind, strong scientific research ability, and has made great contributions to the human race. He needs to be cultivated and protected. Chen Feng almost went numb after seeing this briefing. Especially after there is a note. Small suggestion: Chen Feng has excellent genes and is currently married to Yuanling, an S-level scientific research genius. Since he has a good relationship with Long Ruobing of the Long family, you can consider a match to provide better talents for the human race. After reading the briefing, Chen Feng felt that his underwear was almost stripped off, and he even felt like he was being watched. He immediately asked Chen Zhan, "Dad, this investigation is too detailed. Wouldn't the higher UPS of the human race have been monitoring me for a long time? And the Sky God isn't a peeping Tom, is he? Why, he knows everything." In fact, this feeling of being completely seen through by others really made Chen Feng unhappy. Especially when he thought that he might be spied on while exercising, he felt uncomfortable all over. Chen Zhan seemed to know his concerns. He put out the cigar in his hand, patted his son on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brat. Most of the situations are arrived at through investigations, interviews, and speculation. The Sky God only came to see you once, and left after confirming that you were not mentally controlled and that you were not hostile to humans. A lot of it was provided to him by me. Kong God wants to protect the Great Emperor Tower, how can he have Kong Tian to keep an eye on you?" Hearing this, Chen Feng felt a little relieved. At the same time, he had already had a friendly communication with the system in his mind. "System, will my communication with you, or your existence, be detected?" Reply to the host, "No, no strong person except you can sense my existence or the communication between us." When the host is doing something shameful, this system also turns on the privacy mode for you, so no one can peep. Chen Feng finally felt relieved when he heard that the system was so considerate. As long as it's not seen. Speaking of which, you've been blocked by others. You can't see it yourself, right? The suspicious Chen Feng thought of something and asked again. "Cut. I am not interested in human affairs. Every time it is detected that the host will engage in certain communication behaviors, this system will block itself. This system is very professional and ethical, please rest assured." Privacy was guaranteed, but Chen Feng had other concerns. "Dad, if you say I'm so awesome, the top brass of the human race won't do anything against me, right? Do they have any ability to steal other people's abilities, or mentally control others? Or will they arrest me for research?" In fact, he planned to keep pretending to be a pig and eat the tiger, but he did have some concerns when his strength was exposed so early. Chen Zhan said nonchalantly. "Many geniuses of the human race grow up quietly. If anything is good in the forest, it will be destroyed by the wind. This is an ancient saying. Although mankind is very united now, it is still the right choice for geniuses not to be in the limelight. Since it was made by Kong Shen himself and passed by the Aries Mountain meeting, it has legal effect. What's more, the behavior of abusing, controlling, and mutilating the geniuses of our own race is not good for the human race, and we are strictly ordered to stop." Having said this, he paused again. "Besides, you are my son. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you." Chapter 63 shocked Lao Chen. In fact, what Chen Zhan said is true. Although he is not the War Emperor, as the number one War Emperor, he still has a wide network of contacts. Even many of the top leaders of the human race have friendships with him, such as Thor, who fought with him in desperate situations and formed a lifelong comradeship with him. Naturally no one can touch his son. Chen Feng now knew that he was taken seriously by the top leaders of the human race, but since they didn't know the system existed, it wasn't a big problem. He simply took out the SSS-level weapon box that he had prepared for his father. According to the system introduction, this thing is the most suitable weapon for anyone who opens it, so he kept one for his father. "But I don't know how to speak. Now that the top leaders of the human race know that I am a genius, then I'll stop pretending and show off my cards. I am indeed a genius. Dad, this is my latest weapon box. Open it. There is a surprise inside." At this moment, Chen Feng also looked arrogant. Now that everyone knew that he had terrifying scientific research abilities, what else was he hiding? Seeing his son take out a black weapon box, Chen Zhan's eyes were full of expectation. Last time, his son gave him an SSS-level tank, which shocked him for a long time. After all, the SSS-level tank is also very important to him. Not only does it have combat and defense functions, it can also greatly reduce the cost of dealing with soldiers and rushing on the road, saving his special abilities for use at critical moments. That tank was so domineering that he named it the Super Killing Tank, but he couldn't put it down and often took it out to study quietly at home. As for my wife, she also has one. She treats it as a treasure and drives it to and from get off work every day. However, the appearance is disguised as the simplest chariot, so it doesn't attract attention. Now that my son has something new, he is naturally very happy. What on earth is this? Is it so mysterious? Chen Zhan was very curious when he saw his son handing him the box directly without introducing him. Little did he know that Chen Feng didn't know what he could come up with. Just open it, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the contents anyway. Chen Feng clasped his hands behind his back with an inscrutable look, and said to Chen Zhan, but his eyes were also fixed on the weapon box in front of him, and he gave one to his father. He hadn't opened his own yet. Upon seeing this, Chen Zhan opened the box directly, and at that moment, Chen Feng also heard the system prompt. It was detected that the host gave a gift box to Chen Zhan. The corresponding weapon box opens to the weapon most suitable for Chen Zhan, Metal Heart. Metal Heart. Hearing this title, Chen Feng became a little curious. It didn't sound like the name of a weapon. Metal Heart is an energy weapon, which can provide sufficient energy for metal superpowers, allowing them to have more powerful and durable combat capabilities. Hearing this, Chen Feng understood. It turned out that this was to provide energy for his father. He remembered that during the last war, his father returned injured from the battlefield outside the territory, and then fought against Archangel Carrie. After that, he had some problems for a period of time. Can't slow down. Although his father's power was close to immortality and extremely terrifying, it was also extremely draining on his physical strength. The incarnation controls countless metals to fight, which is the most energy-consuming method. In an ultra-high-intensity battle, once his powers are exhausted, Chen Zhan can only wait for death. Now that I have the Metal Heart, my father's strength will definitely be greatly improved. At this moment, Chen Zhan looked at the palm-sized jet black metal ball in front of him, his eyes sparkled with light, and he felt the extremely pure metal energy inside, and his breathing became a little faster. This is... He felt that the thing in front of him was extremely critical and important to him, but he didn't know what it was, so he immediately turned his attention to Chen Feng. This is a metal heart. It can make you durable, Dad, and make Mom happy. Anyway, you just absorb it. It gives you a powerful source of energy. Chen Feng still wanted to talk nonsense, but he quickly controlled his impulse and explained seriously. Good. When Chen Zhan heard this, he became a little hungry and thirsty when he looked at the metal heart in front of him. His whole body began to turn into a jet black metal shape, and the metal heart in his hand gradually entered the position of his heart. Then Chen Feng felt the father's aura in front of him suddenly change, and the metal around him became more solid visibly to the naked eye. Even far better than when he fought with Carrie before. Even though he didn't release any breath, Chen Feng felt the near-infinite terrifying energy. Chen Feng even felt that all the metal parts around him began to tremble, cheering for the new emperor. Chen Zhan raised one hand and clenched his fist. He felt a sense of power that was far greater than before. He opened his mouth, but was too excited to speak. Damn it! If you didn't give me something like this earlier, I feel like I'm invincible now. Chen Zhan felt it for a moment, then transformed back into his human form, with uncontrollable excitement on his face. He patted Chen Feng's shoulders so hard that Chen Feng sat down on the sofa, feeling a pain in his shoulder. Tap, tap, tap. Isn't it just a metal heart? Is it necessary to be so excited? Hearing his son's joking voice, Chen Zhan also smiled and hugged Chen Feng's shoulders, just like the two brothers. I'm talking about Fenger, your thing has directly allowed me to gain energy that is many times more than before. With this metal heart, now my strength has improved and I can compete with ordinary war emperors. Ordinary war emperors, even if they come here 8 or 9 times, they can't even hope to keep me. My biggest weakness is gone. Chen Zhan's tone was very exciting, and even Chen Feng could hear the gratitude hidden behind his back. After all, this thing can be said to be even more powerful for Chen Zhan's improvement. After hearing what his father said, Chen Feng felt that the War Emperor was actually as good as the War Emperor. But how could he show it? He immediately followed suit and patted his father's shoulder. Unfortunately, when he patted hard, it was his own hand that hurt. Dad's normal body is as hard as gold and iron. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Old Chen, what a big deal this is. I'll show you another good thing, but you must not take it out, otherwise our family will be gone." As he said that, he threw something in a system capsule to Chen Zhan. When Chen Zhan got the capsule and sensed the contents inside, his whole face became extremely exciting. Is this a space cruiser?" Seeing his shocked look, Chen Feng smiled and nodded. He just likes to see his father, as the first battle emperor of the human race, always shocked in front of him. This is not just an ordinary space cruiser, let's put it this way, it is also equipped with 50 billion-ton hydrogen bombs. Chen Feng stretched out his fingers and said pretentiously. According to his understanding, the current nuclear weapons with the highest yield in mankind are only at the gigaton level. His own is not only a tens of billions of tons, but also a hypersonic tracking missile. With 50 volleys, we can now defeat all three major races in Julie City. Since Dad is going to the battlefield outside the territory, it is natural to fill him up. Chapter 64 Yetian takes credit. Ruobing, you should also read the briefing. What's your opinion? Long Jing looked at the silent Long Ruobing. Although she was completely shocked by Chen Feng's ability, she was still ready to listen to her thoughts. However, she saw that Long Ruobing had remained silent after reading the briefing. After a long time, Long Ruobing smoothed his bangs with a bright smile on his face. At this moment, she was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, elegant and clean, without any pollution. Chen Feng has scientific research abilities of SS or above. I am happy for him. With his help, my strength has greatly increased now, and it's time to return to the battlefield outside the territory. There was a calmness in her tone, without even the slightest emotion. Ruobing, you know that's not what I'm talking about. It's about you and Chen Feng. Long Jing knew that Ruobing didn't want to face it, but she had to say that with Chen Feng's ability being so powerful and her close relationship with Long Ruobing, her Long family had to consider a political marriage. The Long family needs such strong support. The stellar defense system alone has established Chen Feng's core position as the younger generation of the human race, not to mention the wonderful potion that she has recently taken, which has brought huge benefits. Recently, not only has she become full of energy, her skin is smooth, her menstruation has become normal, and her strength has improved. She feels as if she is 18 years old again. It's like spring is here, and even she wants to fall in love. Speaking of which, the Long family was able to obtain a lot of potions thanks to Long Ruobing. Sister-in-law, the human race is in such a critical situation now, how can I only consider my personal feelings? It's better not to mention this matter again. Long Ruobing's tone was still so calm. But Long Jing naturally knew that her heart was not at peace. All right. I respect your opinion. By the way, Yetian contacted you just now. You were reading the briefing, so I hung up. I don't know why I'm looking for you. After hearing what his sister-in-law said, Long Ruobing nodded slightly. Then she dialed Yetian's phone number. Seeing the call message, Yetian resisted the anger of being hung up on, sat in the lounge, and adjusted his tone. He believed that the news he had held back until the end would definitely give the Long family the biggest surprise. Give him the best value. Hey, Sister Ruobing. Well, it's me, I have a big surprise for you. What surprise? Guess. You don't want to guess? This matter is very relevant to you. Hearing that Yetian seemed very excited and was still playing riddles with him, Long Ruobing was not interested at all. My cousin is not young anymore, why is he still acting like a child? It's nothing, I'll hang up. Long Ruobing still had the contents of the briefing in her mind, not caring about Ye Tian's big news. What's more, what big news can he have as a new recruit? After hearing his cousin's words, Ye Tian's proud expression gradually became awkward, as if his cousin didn't care much about his news. This made him a little annoyed. You worked so hard to get the holy medicine, and you actually dismiss it. Immediately, he stopped pretending. He must shock his cousin hard. Sister Ruobing, I said this is related to your condition. When Ye Tian mentioned the word illness, he emphasized his tone and felt very proud. Obviously he knew how serious the Zerg toxin was to Long Ruobing. Now it's time for the other party to change their attitude and respect themselves a little bit, right? Unexpectedly, when Long Ruobing heard about the Zerg toxin, she thought about how every time she lay in the frozen throne, Chen Feng's equipment would undress her and finally receive treatment. Chen Feng. I will go to the battlefield outside the territory in a while. I don't know when I will see you again. And what's going on with my aunt and your relationship? Long Ruobing had a lot of thoughts in her heart, but she was obviously not as calm as she appeared on the surface. As Ye Shishi said, she couldn't face her feelings, she wanted to lose face, so he chose to escape. At this moment, Ye Tian heard Long Ruobing's silence and thought that the other party was shocked by his news. Cousin, are you interested now? Do. The other party has hung up the phone. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Ye Tian's proud expression gradually turned into shock, with disbelief written in his eyes. Finally, veins popped up on his forehead, and he even couldn't restrain the anger in his eyes. He felt like a clown at the moment. What's going on? Long Ruobing doesn't care about her condition. How can this be? Did I not explain it clearly, or did she not hear it clearly? Or maybe she is desperate. No, I have to get the corresponding reward for the holy medicine that I finally obtained. Although Ye Tian was very annoyed by his cousin's behavior, he was still prepared to lose face for his own benefit. The key to the Long family's secret realm of the Sea of Nothingness is too crucial to him. After all, I am an adult, and sometimes I have to bow to my own interests. Seeing the phone ringing again, Long Ruobing had a trace of impatience in his eyes. Why is his cousin acting like an idiot? Last time he called her late at night to harass Ye Shishi, but this time he called her again and didn't say anything serious. Hello? If you have anything to do, just tell Ye Tian, I'm very busy. Thinking that he was his cousin after all, Long Ruobing didn't go too far. He answered the phone and tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. Chapter 65 I am cured. And Ye Tian didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore and said straight to the point. Sister Ruobing, I won't go around in circles with you anymore. Didn't I learn that you were poisoned by the Zerg toxin before? I have always remembered this incident, and then I got the Zerg holy medicine by chance on the battlefield outside the territory. This Zerg holy medicine can help you cure your toxins. Ye Tian said as if he was taking credit. He believed Long Ruobing would be surprised this time and then thank him. By chance, did you obtain the holy medicine of the Zerg? Unexpectedly, when Long Ruobing heard this, she remembered the last time Ye Tian rushed to save her at the last moment. When Chen Feng appeared, it was like breaking the cage she was in. Since then, she has had an inexplicable feeling for Chen Feng. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Long Ruobing suddenly became suspicious. The timing of Ye Tian's appearance that day was very strange, even as if he appeared specifically at the most difficult time for him at the end. And what happened now could not help but make her suspicious. The Zerg medicine garden, I remember it was moved during the battle in Julie City. How did you get it? Even in Blue Star, there are many warriors of the Long family on the battlefield outside the territory. The Long family is very concerned about this matter, so Long Ruobing also knows about the Zerg medicine garden. After hearing Long Ruobing's question, Ye Tian didn't think much and directly boasted about his achievements. I have been thinking about your illness, cousin, so that day during the battle in Julie City, I took advantage of the emptiness of the Zerg medicine garden to intercept and kill their escort team, and fought to the death to obtain the holy medicine for you, cousin." After hearing what Yetian said, Long Ruobing looked out the window and suddenly interrupted him to ask a very crucial question, "So, you obtained the Zerg holy medicine a month ago? Is it right?" "Yep." As soon as Yetian replied, his expression suddenly changed and he turned a little pale. He also realized that the time was wrong. When Long Ruobing heard what he said, he also remembered that if it weren't for Chen Feng, he would have been in the most danger recently, and it was also the time when he was most tortured by the Zerg poison. Yet Yanming obviously obtained the Zerg holy medicine a month in advance, but it has been delayed until now. Did he calculate everything accurately? Are you stuck again to become a hero and get benefits and rewards? Thinking of this possibility, Long Ruobing's thinking couldn't help but spread. Yet Yen's S-level space power, how did he get the Zerg holy medicine? Could he be colluding with the Zerg? Immediately she did not save face for Yetian. "Then why did you just tell me today? If it was inconvenient for you to come back." Transportation services exist in extraterritorial battlefields and Blue Star, and they are not expensive. Or you can contact me directly. Our Long family will naturally have a way to deliver the holy medicine back. But you delayed it until now. Hearing Long Ruobing's question, Yetian's face was as bright as gold. He didn't expect that his cousin actually figured out what was on his mind, which made him very puzzled and embarrassed. But thinking about the holy medicine in his hand, which was Long Ruobing's life-saving hope, how could he have such a bad attitude towards him? Does she really want to become a useless person? Thinking of his bargaining chip, he gritted his teeth and said, "I was too busy before, so I never had time to send you this holy medicine. Besides, I wouldn't be worried if it passed through other people's hands. I'm going back to Blue Star in the next few days, so I will bring this holy medicine to you, cousin, as long as you give me the key to the Long family." After hearing the other party finally reveal his purpose, Long Ruobing's face turned cold. "No need, Yetian. I gave you the key as I said before, but I'm afraid it still needs family discussion." Hearing Long Ruobing's words, Yetian's whole body went numb. He even stood up in disbelief, his face full of confusion and anger. Not being able to get the key to the Long family is even worse than killing him. This is an absolute no-no. Immediately he couldn't control his emotions and roared. "Sister Ruobing! You obviously promised me. Not to mention that because of your illness, I fought tooth and nail to obtain the holy medicine for you. Don't you really want to get healthy anymore? You." Hearing that Yetian was still threatening him with his illness, Long Ruobing had a thorough understanding of this cousin. Any cousins or blood relationships are all fake. "Only you treat me sincerely, Chen Feng." Long Ruobing remembered that Chen Feng not only rescued her, but also helped her greatly improve her abilities without asking for anything in return. At this moment, compared with her cousin Yetian, there was a huge difference. "I forgot to tell you that I have recovered," Long Ruobing said to Yetian with a cold tone. Chapter 66 Must talk to Chen Feng. "What did you say? You said you're back to health. How is this possible?" "That is the Zerg poison. The genius of the Nine Phoenix clan personally poisoned you. You actually recovered." It has to be said that Yetian completely lost his mind after hearing Long Ruobing's words. None of this went according to his plot, which made him feel dazed, and he didn't care about Long Ruobing's feelings when he spoke. At this moment, Long Ruobing heard his cousin's words and recovered his health, which was indeed not a good thing for Yetian. At the same time, she was more suspicious of Yetian. This cousin is not normal in any way. He looks more like a careerist and conspirator, like a rat hiding in the dark like the Phantom clan. Now she even feels that the assassination by the Zhifeng clan, the attack by the Wing clan, and even the coming event of the Angel clan may have something to do with her cousin. It seems that the higher UPS of the human race need to investigate him. If such a character really colludes with the Zerg and rebels, the damage to the human race will be even greater. Yet Yen might even be taken away by a foreign race. Long Ruobing now feels that Yet Yen is more like an enemy than her cousin. Immediately, in order to stabilize the other party, Long Ruobing tried his best to restore a calm tone and said, "I have indeed returned to normal. But I still want to thank you for getting the Zerg holy medicine for me. As for the key to my house, we can wait until you come back." "When will you come back?" Hearing that things seemed to be turning around, Yet Yen quickly replied, "I will be back in 3 days." "Sister Ruobing, how did you recover from your condition? Don't use strange methods. It will not be good if your potential is damaged. Using the Zerg holy medicine is the best way to restore your health." Hearing that Yet Yen was still promoting his Zerg holy medicine, Long Ruobing increasingly felt that there must be something wrong with that medicine. If you really believed what he said and took the holy medicine, you would probably be finished. "Okay, I'll pick you up when the time comes and I'll see how the holy medicine is doing." Long Ruobing tried his best to reply in a calm tone. "By the way, have you told Yening and my aunt about your coming back?" Yet Yen nodded when he heard the words, "As I said, they will come to pick me up when the time comes." "Oh, did they say anything to you?" Hearing this, Yet Yen was a little confused. "What did you say?" "You didn't say anything. Is there something wrong, Sister Ruobing?" Hearing that she didn't know about Yening's wedding, Long Ruobing naturally wouldn't say that it was Chen Feng's arrangement, and she didn't know the purpose. Anyway, Chen Feng must have his own plans. "It's nothing, I'll hang up first." "Okay, Sister Ruobing, see you in 3 days." Yet Yen also regained his energy a little at this moment. He deduced from Long Ruobing's tone that the other party might not have fully recovered, and his holy medicine was still very valuable. It would not be impossible to obtain the key by using it. Little did she know that after Long Ruobing hung up the phone, he looked at the sister-in-law beside him. "Sister-in-law, what do you think about this?" Long Jing had a chill in her eyes and shook her head. "Yet Yen has a problem. This is all too coincidental. I think we need to investigate and find out whether he has anything to do with your attack." When she said this, she also had a serious face, and even the aura of the King of War was released. "No matter who it is, anyone who does harm to her family Ruobing should die." "I think so too. Last time he asked me to help him hide his strength. The more I think about it, the more I feel there is something wrong." Long Ruobing's face was cold, and he immediately said to Long Jing, "By the way, Yet Yen's space powers are very powerful, and he even has the ability to escape through space. We must have a complete plan when the time comes. Although it is not certain that he is the initiator of everything, it must be investigated clearly." Long Jing also nodded and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will report directly to the Supreme Committee, and it should be taken seriously." Hearing this, Long Ruobing also nodded. At the same time, a strange light began to appear in his eyes, and there was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. "This matter is very important. It concerns Yening. Even Chen Feng had a problem with Yet Yen before. I think it's still necessary to tell Chen Feng, right?" Hearing her niece's rhetorical question, Long Jing's face flashed with helplessness. Ruobing has this kind of character, so she has no choice but to cooperate with the performance. "I think it's necessary. You'd better tell him." Chapter 67 Yet Yen is my uncle. Yeshishi's cosplay today is an innocent female classmate. I have to say that Yeshishi is indeed a genius in cosplay. She is seen wearing a sailor suit, a white shirt that is stretched so hard that the buttons cannot be pressed, paired with a short skirt and small leather shoes under white stockings, and her face is bare-faced. But her skin is smooth and fair, but she has a pure taste. She is in her 30s, but she still looks like an innocent female student in her teens. "Master Feng, do I look good today?" Yeshishi blinked her big eyes and looked at Chen Feng. "It's very beautiful, I like it very much." Chen Feng touched her head and was very satisfied. Then he heard the phone ringing, and the caller turned out to be Long Ruobing. The other party has almost never called me since he got his number. Recently, the treatment has ended and he has disappeared. I didn't expect to call him at this time. But Chen Feng likes to answer the phone the most while driving. He immediately stepped on the accelerator. The chariot buzzed and exploded at full speed. Hey, Sister Ruobing, what's the matter? In fact, Long Ruobing is a few years older than Chen Feng, so it is not wrong to call him this name after Yuanling at this moment. Hearing Chen Feng's magnetic and masculine voice, Long Ruobing couldn't help but blush slightly. She immediately summoned up the courage to ask, "What are you busy with?" Chen Feng. Forward. When Long Ruobing asked, Chen Feng didn't react. He was driving, and at the same time he felt that the accelerator was too tight and was about to break, so he relaxed the accelerator a little. Nothing. Then have you eaten? Long Ruobing asked again. Forward. Have eaten. Chen Feng didn't expect that the iceberg goddess would ask him if he had eaten. This brought his memory back almost 20 years ago. Oh fine. Long Ruobing didn't expect that she would forget the matter as soon as she called. She didn't know what to talk about at this moment, so she asked again, "What did you eat?" Forward. Is there something wrong, Sister Ruobing? Long Ruobing's performance made Chen Feng very confused, so he had to go straight to the topic and ask. Well, it's actually nothing. It was Yetian who called me. Long Ruobing also felt that such an awkward conversation was nothing, so he immediately took the Zerg holy medicine from Yetian, and then told his own speculations. When Chen Feng heard this, his face was filled with surprise and he became energetic. You mean, you think Yetian is a spy of the Zerg? It has to be said that Chen Feng felt a sense of absurdity due to this speculation. Yetian was the destined son of this world. You actually think he is a Zerg spy? This kind of shocked him. He could even detect that Yeshishi was frightened. Yeah, yes, don't you think it's strange? How could he, a new recruit, win the Zerg's holy medicine? The timing is such a coincidence. Besides, he didn't tell him earlier when he got the holy medicine. He had to wait until this time. Without you, now is the time when I would trust him the most. After hearing Long Ruobing's speculation, Chen Feng also felt that it seemed to make sense. If he hadn't known that Yetian was a jerk, he almost believed it. But you are his cousin. After all, he is still my eldest brother-in-law. It's not good to doubt him so much. Although he hated Yetian's behavior that day when he was the boss and the second and third child, Chen Feng was still prepared to say something fair. His sister-in-law is right next to him, still working for him, working hard to take care of his finances, and he can't add insult to injury. But the more this happens, the more suspicious his behavior becomes. I think everything seems to be his plan. It's better to investigate. As the old saying goes, be careful when sailing the ship of 10,000 years. Long Ruobing still insisted on his opinion. But when Chen Feng saw Yeshishi's pleading eyes, he was still ready to help Yetian. Is this necessary? Wouldn't it be bad for Yuanling and Aunt Yet? After hearing Chen Feng's words, Long Ruobing had a deeper affection for Chen Feng. Doesn't Yetian have a grudge against you? Last time you saved me, he also said a lot of bad things about you. I didn't expect you to be willing to believe him. This man is really nice and tolerant. Or is he doing it for Yuanling? He is really a good man who considers his wife's feelings. Chen Feng's words also deepened her view. What happened in the past is in the past. From now on, Yetian and I will be a family. How can I care so much about it? But the more Chen Feng said this, the worse Long Ruobing's impression of Yetian became. Because we are a family, we must investigate clearly. If he really colludes with the alien race, then he will be a huge threat to you, Yuanling and my aunt. Hearing that Long Ruobing had made up his mind, Chen Feng did not refute again. It would be good to let Yetian feel frustrated. Yetian was coming back, and he was still thinking about how to deal with Ye Tian's anger by marrying his sister, but Long Ruobing thought of it for him. Well, that can only be an investigation, but we can't hurt him. After all, he is also my uncle. There was a smile on Chen Feng's lips. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Ye Shishi's grateful gaze. And Long Ruobing also nodded. Well, it won't hurt him then. After saying that, she wanted to say something to Chen Feng, but she couldn't find the topic, so she had to hang up the phone with regret. Outside the house, Long Jing also walked into the house. Ruobing, the senior management attaches great importance to the situation I reported. Don't worry, this matter will definitely get to the bottom of the matter. Ah, that's good. We'll wait until he arrives at Blue Star. Long Ruobing nodded casually and fell into silence again. He didn't know what he was thinking in his mind, but the corners of his mouth were sometimes sour and sometimes smiling. Thank you, Master Feng. Ye Shishi is also very grateful to Chen Feng. Chapter 68 Under Investigation. 3 days later, Blue Star. The passage back from the battlefield outside the territory is exactly where the Kangaroo Kingdom used to exist. Of course, the Kangaroo Kingdom had already been destroyed when the Wing clan first came. Now this area belongs to the human race's territory connecting to battlefields outside the territory. It is independent from other continents, which is good. At this moment, at the huge metal door above Kangaroo Kingdom, a huge blue aircraft gradually landed. Countless blue flames gradually extinguished, and then the door slowly opened. How is it? Brother Ye Tian, is the VIP cabin not bad? This is the place my uncle booked for us. It's very nice, quiet and comfortable, and no one disturbs us. Indeed, Xiao Xiao should book the round-trip tickets next time. 3 figures walked out first, talking and laughing. It was Ye Tian, Tang Ying, and Su Xiao Xiao. At this moment, the 3 of them have changed into ordinary casual clothes. Tang Ying is wearing a simple sportswear, youthful and energetic, while Su Xiao Xiao is wearing a pink skirt and twin ponytails, but her overly plump body is more eye-catching. Ye Tian still had slanted bangs, jeans, and a plaid shirt. Even with his unattractive appearance, he looked down upon everyone with disdain and contempt. It seems that he is the best in the world. Let's go. If Sister Bing said she would come to pick us up today, people from the Long family must have come with her. Ye Tian remembered the importance of his holy medicine. When the time comes, all the senior officials of the Long family will come to greet him. This was the perfect moment for him to show off in front of the 2 women. In order to prevent the 2 of them from thinking that he is a freeloader. Thinking of this, he immediately moved forward impatiently. Sister Ruobing is Brother Ye Tian's sister. She is an SS level ice talent. She is really powerful. Brother Ye Tian, your family's genes are really powerful. Su Xiao Xiao said with admiration that although her Su family is also a big family, it is still weaker than the Long family. At this moment, she was also very curious about the genius of the Long family. Sister Ruo Bing is the most powerful talent our Jianghai city has ever produced. I only met her once from a distance. Later, Ye Tian, you have to introduce her to her. Tang Ying recalled that she had seen Long Ruobing's unparalleled appearance, and she also felt a little yearned for it. The strongest genius. Ye Tian just smiled when he heard this title. Although he didn't say the words after that, the meaning was already obvious. He, Ye Tian K, is the strongest genius in history. And Long Ruobing still needs his holy medicine to save his life. When Tang Ying next to her saw his appearance, although she couldn't say she disliked him, she somehow didn't like him as much as before. It's better to be small. She immediately grabbed Su Zioxio's soft little hand, and the 2 held hands like good sisters. Arriving at the checkpoint, Ye Tian and others put everything they brought into the instrument. This is a security check that must be done when returning from overseas battlefields. Then the 3 of them passed through the huge security gate, and their human characteristics were identified before they were allowed to pass. However, at the security supervision office, a middle-aged man in the room saw the name recognized by the face in front of him, Yetian. He immediately picked up the communication device and said quickly, "The target has arrived at the inspection hall." "Receive." The other end of the communicator also simply replied. After Yetian passed the inspection hall, he saw that there were very few people around him. Even many people behind him who had to go through the security check were stopped and left through other exits. What's happening here? Yetian suddenly felt that there were fewer people around him, and he had a bad premonition. "Yetian, you are back." At this moment, Long Ruobing slowly walked out of the lounge on the left. She was still so aloof and arrogant today, but her slender body was now wearing a set of ice armor. Behind him, Long Jing also appeared. Long Xiao and others were all elites of the Long family. In addition, several figures also walked out of the lounge on the right. They were dressed in federal combat uniforms. The purple light in the eyes of one of the purple-haired women kept reflecting Yetian's figure and scanning Yetian's information. The surrounding staff had dispersed all other passengers. There were only a dozen or so people left in the huge inspection hall. Seeing so many people, at least the strength of the War King, and 3 War Kings, and such a large battle coming to greet him, Yetian's original mood to show off disappeared instantly, and he also frowned at this moment, slightly wrinkled. He is arrogant, but he is not a fool. Especially the eyes of the purple-haired woman seemed to be able to see through all his secrets. This was an extremely rare detection ability. He felt very uncomfortable being stared at like this. "Sister Ruobing, what is this? You won't need so many people to welcome me, right?" At this moment, the space around him was surging with supernatural powers, and he was already a little wary. But he couldn't understand why Sister Ruobing would be his enemy. He obviously came to save her. But Long Ruobing was speechless. A blurry image of the tentacle insect king suddenly appeared in the purple-haired woman's eyes. Her face turned pale and she coughed twice. "How?" On the federal side, the leader is a tall middle-aged man with a popular face. He wears glasses and is constantly looking at Yetian across from him through the lenses. He is the mayor of Jianghai City, Xiao Jiansong. The purple-haired woman gave her own judgment. The other party is still a human race, but he has the smell of the insect king's blood and seems to have close contact with him. At this point, she coughed twice again, causing everyone around her to look over, and then she said slowly with a pale face, "It seems to be a spiritual connection." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. As soon as these words came out, the already quiet inspection hall became even colder. "What do you mean? Are you doubting me?" When Yetian heard this, anger appeared in his eyes, while Tang Ying and Su Xiao Xiao around him were also a little frightened by the battle. Remembering that Yetian suddenly left them behind and came back with the Zerg holy medicine, they also had a trace of doubt in their eyes. After all, the Zerg's mind control is terrifying. Immediately, they stood a few steps away from Yetian unconsciously, seeming a little scared. Seeing this scene, Yetian's eyes became even more angry. Seeing Yetian, he was about to run away. Xiao Jiansong touched the frame of his mirror, carefully observed Yetian's every move, and tried to persuade him, "Yetian, we were ordered by the Supreme Council of the human race to investigate you. The matter involves the attack on Long Ruobing, the Zerg Holy Medicine incident, and the Angel Tribe's arrival incident. But don't worry, nothing about you has been finalized yet. If you are innocent, we will never wrongly accuse you, so please do not resist. Of course, if you resist, we can only execute the order." Hearing that he was inexplicably involved in 3 important cases, Yetian's scalp was numb at the moment. He was staying well on the battlefield outside the territory, how could he be related to these 3 things? At most, it was the Zerg Holy Medicine incident, and I used some methods. But at this moment, he couldn't argue, so he had to look at his cousin, Long Ruobing again. I hope the other party can put in a few kind words for me. With the power of the Long family, it is not difficult to do this. But Long Ruobing shook his head. Accept the investigation, Yetian. Don't worry, no one can slander you with me here. Seeing this scene, spatial powers around Yetian surged wildly, and the space in the entire inspection hall began to become a little distorted. When had he ever been so wronged? But when the terrifying War King's aura appeared again outside the inspection hall, Yetian's face turned pale and he finally slowly put away his powers. Accompanied by the rumbling and terrifying sonic boom, the feeling of oppression felt by the visitor was more terrifying than the elites in the entire inspection room combined. A terrifying and domineering figure covered in spikes slowly appeared in front of everyone through the metal wall. More than 5 meters tall, a jet-black metal human who resembles a humanoid killing machine. The person coming is none other than Chen Zhan. Feeling the opponent's aura that was close to the level of a war emperor, as well as the weird and terrifying power, Yetian finally broke out in a cold sweat and gave up the idea of resistance. If he refuses to accept the investigation, even if he manages to escape, he will not be tolerated by the human race in the future. I am willing to accept investigation. Seeing this scene, everyone present was slightly relieved. Yetian did not resist desperately, indicating that he was more likely to be a human being. Immediately, Xiao Jiansong and Long Xiao appeared next to Yetian. The two of them placed a grey bracelet on Yetian's arm, which was a special product for confining supernatural powers. Speaking of which, this was researched by Chen Feng. Let's go, Yetian. After saying that, Long Ruobing looked at the two women beside Yetian. Are you Tang Ying and Su Xiao Xiao? Please accept the investigation together. Chapter 69 10 Years in the Start. Yetian may be one of the few male protagonists who has been imprisoned. If you confess, you will be treated with leniency. If you resist, you will be treated with severity. At this moment, Yetian was looking at the big characters in front of him. Under the light, his eyes were already bloodshot, and he was very haggard. At first he wanted to argue, but then he realized it was useless, so he cooperated honestly. For 7 days, he had been investigated by more than a dozen professionals. Unfortunately, his spatial power level is too high. Coupled with his powerful genes and S-level hypnotic power, none of the investigators in the Federation have as high a power level as him. Hypnosis and great memory recovery techniques were of no use to him, and no one believed what he said. So no results can be obtained from the investigation at all. But the less fruitful it was, the more frustrated the human race was. Although Yetian provided him with food and drink, he could not be given freedom. People came to chat with him every day. Sometimes he would be woken up just as he fell asleep, and his abilities would be suppressed. Even Yetian's physique could not withstand this kind of mental pressure. I want to see Long Ruobing, my sister, and my sister-in-law. Yetian made another request, but unfortunately the female researcher opposite just shook her head. Sorry, you are not allowed to see anyone while you are under investigation. Hearing this, anger flashed in Yetian's eyes, but he vaguely felt the aura of 2 war emperors staring at him closely, and he immediately gave up the idea of taking action. Let's continue talking. How did you find out about Long Ruobing's attack? Hearing this repeated question, Yetian said helplessly, I told you, I just had a premonition that something big was going to happen over there. Oh. The female investigator was visibly unconvinced. Then tell me what happened between you and the Zerg. Yetian immediately told everything about his chance encounter with the Zerg, and even revealed his mind control of the Zerg king. Unfortunately, the female investigator still didn't believe it. Are you saying that everything that happens to you is a coincidence and not intentional? Yetian also turned pale when he heard the female investigator's words. He also knew that there were too many coincidences, but everything he did was indeed a coincidence. You should take a rest. Someone else will come and talk to you later. The female investigator made a conclusion and left the investigation room. Yetian was left with an angry face, but his eyes were bloodshot, and he was obviously very tired. Yet Yen's luck value is still over 90,000, not to mention that the battlefield outside the territory is very critical now, so we can't just let him waste it on the blue star. In his villa, Chen Feng was lying on the sofa thinking about Yet Yen's affairs. Although the other party is currently under investigation, someone will surely help him soon. Apart from anything else, his space system abilities above the SS level have been exposed, and there will definitely be someone at the top of the human race trying to protect him. The Sky God on Blue Star is his master in the original work. Although the plot has now undergone huge changes due to his intervention, most of the other party will take action to protect Yet Yen, so it is better to be a favor. What's more, ever since Yuanling learned about her brother's investigation, Yuanling has been very anxious every day, worrying about her brother's safety. In any case, Yet Yen and she had been dependent on each other since childhood, and she couldn't bear that her brother was really locked up like this. "Husband, is there really no way to save my brother?" Yuanling's eyes were slightly red at this moment, and she hugged Chen Feng tightly, with pleading eyes. She knew that her husband's status in the human race had risen sharply, not to mention that her husband's family also had a great say in the human race. "Now that I am not qualified to visit my brother, I can only place my hope on my husband. My brother did a lot of things wrong at the beginning, but it's all over. Husband, don't mind it, okay?" After hearing Yuanling's words, Chen Feng also touched her little head, with a hint of helplessness on his face. "The main reason is that this matter involves the Long family and federal high-level officials, and it's not easy for me to interfere. Honey, don't lie to me, you must have a way." Yuanling didn't believe it, but seeing that Chen Feng was unwilling to agree to her, she approached Chen Feng's ear and said in a very weak voice, "Husband, just save my brother, and I will agree to your request." "That request? Any request?" Chen Feng suddenly became confused. He remembered that he didn't ask Yuanling for anything. "That's the request." Seeing Yuanling's blushing face, Chen Feng finally reacted. "So that was the request. I just mentioned it casually at first, but I didn't expect this girl to remember it. You said it, then you will be completely mine from now on." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yuanling nodded obediently and her face turned as red as an apple. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng also became excited. "Then I'll do my best." Having said that, Chen Feng actually had an idea in mind. He immediately contacted his father Chen Zhan. Because Chen Feng applied for a protection order from above, Chen Zhan could stay in Blue Star for a while longer. However, according to Chen Zhan's temperament, after getting the Metal Heart, he had long wanted to go on a killing spree in foreign battlefields. This investigation into Yet Yen's matter was led by him, and then the Jianghai City Supreme Committee, the Long family, and the investigation committee composed of people from above. The person coming from above was also Chen Zhan's old comrade in arms. Recently, when a few of them were guarding Yet Yen, they were reminiscing about old times and bragging. Chen Zhan not only showed off his increased strength, but also gave them some super potions, which moved these old comrades to the point of shouting. After all, the number of super potions handed over by Chen Feng was not large, and even less fell into their hands. Under such circumstances, how Yet Yen's investigation report will be released depends on what Chen Feng wants to do. "Dad, how's the investigation going today?" Chen Zhan also smiled after hearing his son's words. "It's still the same as before, no useful information. However, according to reports from the Overseas Battlefield Investigation Team, Yet Yen has a tendency to run away from battle and refuse to save himself. Not only does he often disobey discipline, he may even intentionally kill one of his squad leaders. Although these things are not specific evidence, but it is enough to prosecute him. Say less and you'll get 10 years in prison. Or how long do you want the sentence to be? This kid is not a good person at first glance. He looks at everyone with unkind eyes. His behavior of betraying his comrades is also very abominable." When Chen Zhan said this, his tone was also a bit unkind. As a war king who has been fighting in foreign battlefields for many years, what he hates most is betraying his teammates. After hearing his father's words, Chen Feng felt Yuanling hugging him tighter and looking at him with a pleading look. Seeing this, Chen Feng also smiled and said, "Dad, he is my wife's brother after all. There is no need to arrest him and sentence him. Well, I'll come and meet my uncle in person later." After thinking about it, he planned to call Long Ruobing together. Chapter 70 Tang Ying wants to see you. Jianghai City No. 1 Investigation Office. After coaxing Yuanling, Chen Feng came to the command center. The large screen on the wall showed that Ye Tian was undergoing a new round of investigation. At this moment, he had lost his previous vigor. In order to examine his mental problems, the superiors even transferred an S-level psychic from the battlefield outside the territory to perform hypnosis and great memory recovery on him. We also obtained some of his memory fragments and dictation, but the specific truth is still unclear. The severity of this part of the memory fragment can be large or small, and the final characterization must be made by the investigation committee. After all the tossing, Ye Tian was already a little nervous. His eyes were bloodshot at the moment, and he answered the new review mechanically without any emotion. Chen Feng was lying on the sofa at the moment, with Long Ruobing beside him. Chen Zhan winked, and everyone else left the room sensibly and closed the door. At this moment, Long Ruobing looked at the review records in her hand with a cold face. She did not expect that the more questions she reviewed, the more questions she would get. Although no evidence has been found that Ye Tian colluded with the Zerg, there are still a lot of problems involved in Ye Tian. This genius relied on his powerful abilities to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, but indirectly killed many compatriots. I know why you came here. But the authorities take this matter very seriously. Ye Tian's superpower has been detected, and it is an SSS-level spatial superpower. But the more this happens, the greater the harm he may cause to the human race. Listening to Long Ruobing's solemn tone, Chen Feng was also a little helpless. He didn't expect that the plot would change so quickly. Ye Tian came back to get the key to the Void Sea, but now he was detained and might even go to jail. But now that he wanted to release Ye Tian, the biggest resistance actually came from Long Ruobing. This matter involves the Long family, and even Chen Zhan can't talk about it. I think that although Ye Tian is suspected of many crimes, there is no conclusive evidence after all, so there is no need to make it too serious. Chen Feng felt that the plot was broken and he didn't know what big thing would happen, so he tried to persuade Long Ruobing. Unexpectedly, Long Ruobing, who had obeyed his words before, was unusually tough today. She shook her head firmly, bit her red lips and said, "No, we can't bend the law for personal gain. It must be investigated clearly. We will never unjustly accuse him, but we can't just let go of a potentially huge threat." Hearing that she was serious about playing, Chen Feng also had a big head and two heads. He was a little unclear as to how Ye Tian got into trouble with his cousin. Although Long Ruobing usually looks like an iceberg goddess, Chen Feng knew that she still valued her family very much. In the original work, Ye Tian is valued very much as his cousin, and Ye Tian is given a lot of resources to help him grow. As a result, now that Ye Tian came to deliver medicine, she wanted to send Ye Tian to jail. Ahem, actually I'm quite curious, how did Ye Tian offend you? Chen Feng touched his nose and asked awkwardly. Although it was rude to ask, this matter really puzzled him. Hearing this, Long Ruobing fell into silence. She looked at Ye Tian, who was being censored impatiently on the big screen, with a complicated look in her eyes. After a moment, she slowly spoke. "You really don't know?" she asked in a low voice, which made Chen Feng even more confused. How did he know that Long Ruobing had changed so much? "I have read Ye Tian's review record. After he obtained the Zerg Holy Medicine, he wanted to wait until the last critical moment to give it to you in exchange for the key to your home. But you are not such a stingy person." Chen Feng thought for a while, this might be the reason, but Long Ruobing didn't look like the kind of ruthless person who would take advantage of his family. As he said this, he looked at Long Ruobing, only to find that the other party's pretty face was still cold, but he shook his head with a wry smile on his lips. Although he had other motives, he still had a conscience when he thought about my condition. Of course I don't blame him. Hearing this, Chen Feng became even more confused. It seems that Long Ruobing still has affection for Ye Tiankan. What's the reason? At this moment, his cell phone rang. Chen Feng looked and saw that it was his father's call. "Fenger, Tang Ying, and you are in the same class. She said she wants to see you." Hearing that it was Tang Ying, Chen Feng was a little startled and a little confused. What could Tang Ying do to him at this time? Tang Ying and Su Xiaoxiao have both been reviewed. There was no misconduct and they have been released a long time ago. At the same time, both the Tang family and the Su family were helping Ye Tian move around. These two families were Ye Tian's early help. Unfortunately, this time Ye Tian's investigation committee was of a very high level, and they did not even reach the threshold to intervene. Thinking that the other party was also the heroine, Chen Feng probably guessed what the other party meant. This was because he wanted to plead with himself and let Ye Tian go. He immediately replied, "No, not available." "Okay." Chen Zhan immediately hung up the phone decisively. "My son said that he is very busy and has no time to see you." Chen Zhan looked at Tang Ying with a humble attitude on the side, and his tone was also very cold. He also knew that his son was shamelessly pursuing Tang Ying, but the other party ignored him and didn't look down on his Fenger at all. As a result, now I want to ask Fenger for mercy when something happens, and I really take myself seriously. Now my son and Yuanling are so happy together. Not only did he conceive a grandson for him, but he also helped his wife with scientific research and became a good daughter-in-law. On the other hand, Tang Ying was hanging out with Ye Tian on the battlefield outside the territory, and she also brought Su Xiaoxiao with her. The more he looked at her, the more he disliked her. Outside the investigation room, when Tang Ying heard the news, she stood there with a pale face. Her eyes recalled the days when Chen Feng pursued him, and she didn't know what she was thinking. After Chen Feng hung up the phone, he saw Long Ruobing turning around, his beautiful eyes looking at him carefully. This action made Chen Feng suddenly feel a little unnatural. It was as if the other party wanted to see through his mind. "Is there something on my face?" Chen Feng rubbed his handsome face and asked curiously. "Without." Long Ruobing shook her head. Although it was well hidden, Chen Feng still saw the slight smile on her lips. "I remember that you have been pursuing Tang Ying for many years, right? Now when she comes to see you for something, why don't you just say you can't see her?" Hearing that Long Ruobing was gossiping like this, Chen Feng couldn't laugh or cry. Tang Ying was good-looking, with a great figure and good looks, and she was her loyal licker. But that was Ye Tian's loyal and mentally retarded heroine, who was already a second-hand spiritual commodity in his opinion. He really wasn't that interested. "When I was young and ignorant, I just chased after others for fun. Now that I have a wife, how can I still mess around with women outside? Besides, he and Ye Tian are lovers. I definitely can't get involved. Ye Tian is still my uncle." Chen Feng found an excuse to excuse himself, but he found that Long Ruobing's face became pale again. Only then did Chen Feng realize that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Chapter 71 Long Ruobing's Worries. In the end, Chen Feng got her reason from Long Ruobing. "Ever since the day I returned to Blue Star, Ye Tian has said that he hates you. When he was on the battlefield outside the territory, he also asked for information about you, and even wanted me to deal with you. Even on the day you and Yuanling got married, he said he was uneasy and asked me if something happened to Blue Star. I hid all this from you." Long Ruobing turned around and no longer looked at Chen Feng, with a hint of sadness in his tone. "You may not know that my cousin is the most vindictive person. He has held grudges since he was a child. Anyone who offends him will not end well. And for this review, I met him once alone, and I said you saved me. In the end, he responded to me with endless murderous intent. His murderous intent towards you cannot even be hidden in front of me. I didn't mention your marriage to Yuanling. Listening to Long Ruobing's revelations about Ye Tian word by word, Chen Feng also looked serious. Even he didn't know many things. Long Ruobing interrogated Ye Tian privately, and even his father didn't know. Chen Feng speculated that this was the original owner's chance and luck. Obviously, Ye Tian, as the original owner, is by no means a brainless person. He even has premonitions and judgments that are beyond ordinary people, and he is not someone who can be easily suppressed. Once he finds out that you and Yuanling are married, he will be extremely angry. Just because you marry Yuanling, it won't make him resolve his grudges with you. It will only make him hold a grudge against you. Do you know that? Chen Feng. When Long Ruobing said this, his tone was full of worry. With SSS-level space powers, when he grows up, he really wants to kill you. No one can protect you at any time, not even Uncle Chen. But if I just kill my cousin, I can't do it. I don't even know what to do now. Hearing Long Ruobing's deep worries and seeing her beautiful back, Chen Feng wanted to step forward and hug her from behind, giving her a big hug. He didn't expect that Ye Tian had been paying attention to her secretly, and Long Ruobing finally chose to help him. Actually, I also have selfish motives. I don't want Ye Tian to conflict with you and then be killed by Uncle Chen. Long Ruobing calmed down and spoke frankly again. She knew that Chen Zhan was very protective of his son. If Ye Tianzhen acted randomly, there was no chance that her cousin would really die. She didn't want anything to happen to Chen Feng or her cousin. Therefore, the expedient solution is to continue to imprison Ye Tian. At least he couldn't be given the chance to hurt Chen Feng. So you just want to keep him locked up? Chen Feng knew everything, and was a little moved, but also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the male protagonist was in jail because of himself. She just wanted to kill Ye Tian's vigor, but Long Ruobing wanted him to sit in jail. In fact, after getting the system reward, it was really not easy for Ye Tian to kill him. Of course, Long Ruobing didn't know this. And he was also a little emotional about Long Ruobing thinking about this matter for himself. It's a pity that this is not the opportunity yet. There's nothing I can do. Long Ruobing's tone was also filled with helplessness. Because of Ye Tian's SSS-level space power, she felt very uneasy, and sometimes she even dreamed that Ye Tian killed Chen Feng with his own hands, which woke her up from her dream. Chen Feng understood everything and had his own plan. In that case, just take Ye Tian back to the battlefield outside the territory. Don't talk to him about my marriage to Yuanling for the time being. Just use the reason of meritorious service. By the way, find some experts to supervise him. Let him go to overseas battlefields and stay for 10 or 8 years. The child will be old by then. Chen Feng thought for a while, although he was 99% sure that Ye Tian could not move him, but just as Long Ruobing was worried, if Ye Tian used any unexpected means and really hurt himself, then it would be a big loss. I still have to continue to grow and develop. First, take Ye Tian back to the battlefield outside the territory and let him fight against the aliens and make contributions to the human race. It also allows the aliens to taste the hero's iron fist. Send him back to the battlefield outside the territory. When Long Ruobing heard Chen Feng's proposal, she started to think about it. After thinking about it, her eyes gradually regained their brightness, as if this was a good idea. It's better than Ye Tian being in jail all the time. Speaking of Chen Feng, I have told you Ye Tian's thoughts. Are you really willing to let him go like this? Long Ruobing looked at Chen Feng's face again and couldn't help but feel curious. In fact, Long Ruobing had been hiding this matter because he was afraid that Chen Feng would kill Ye Tian directly. Such words were not only difficult for Yuanling to explain, but also for him. In short, she has been feeling very complicated lately. I will not retaliate against him. After all, he is also my uncle. Chen Feng had no intention of killing Ye Tian. Since his luck was so high, he couldn't kill him. It would only make the plot even more uncontrollable. He was 100% sure that once Ye Tian was in a life-or-death crisis, a great master would definitely appear to save him. Instead, Ye Tian will be a blessing in disguise and get a greater opportunity. That's why he wouldn't do this, forcefully push the plot and screw himself up. Besides, he is also your cousin. It was obviously a very simple sentence, but when it fell in Long Ruobing's ears, it made her earlobes turn red. The words sounded like a confession to her. It shows that Chen Feng has her in his heart. Then let's decide this. You talk to Uncle Chen, and we will make a report and report it to the superiors. Long Ruobing quickly calmed down and said. Ye Tian's matter was decided like this. After returning home, upon hearing Chen Feng's answer, Yuanling nodded repeatedly, as long as my brother is fine, just go to the battlefield outside the territory. He is strong enough anyway. Speaking of which, my brother is really too stingy. He still holds grudges for what happened in the past, and he actually wants to kill you, my husband. I won't allow it. After hearing what Yuanling's wife said and seeing her clenching her fists, Chen Feng nodded, and then shook his head, with helplessness in his tone. My uncle is determined to kill me. You'd better not reveal your pregnancy tomorrow, otherwise you won't know what will happen. I'm really angry, but it's a pity that I can't give him a good beating. Having said this, he pulled Yuanling directly in front of him with his big hands, with a wicked smile on his face. The home clothes Yuanling wore today, a simple cream yellow knitted dress, tightly wrapped her protruding figure like a ripe peach, which was very attractive. If we can't deal with him, we can only deal with his sister. It's reasonable for me to pay my debts to my brother, right? He thought of Yuanling's promise to him, and it was really difficult to restrain his own powers. Although he is a bit perverted, Yuanling has SSS-level genes, so if he is cleansed, it won't be a big problem. Yuanling immediately covered his face with his hands. Really, do you really want to do that? Chen Feng had already picked up the princess and walked towards the bathroom. You can't go back on what you promised me. Chapter 72, Belly is Full. Chen Feng had a sweet dream, in which he came to an illusory place. There is a misty forest in front of us, and there are two roads to the river. One is Yangguan Road and the other is a single plank bridge. You take your Yangguan Road, and I take my single plank bridge. It was also the first time for Chen Feng to walk on a single plank bridge, which was a unique experience. Although the single plank bridge is narrower, the scenery is more unique. There is no road in this world. The more you walk, the more you will find a road. In a dream, when crossing a bridge, Chen Feng, a man with a strong body, picked up the petite Yuanling high and looked at each other. Yuanling blushed with embarrassment, her eyes evaded, and she looked at him angrily from time to time. You mean you gained weight? Ye Tian looked at Yuanling's slightly swollen belly in front of him with doubts in his eyes. An hour ago, the investigation committee's handling of Ye Tian was approved as expected. Killing an SSS-level space genius directly would be an unbearable pain for the entire human race. In the end, the top management decided to arrange for him to fight under Emperor Yan, at the forefront of the battle against all races. It not only gave him the opportunity to redeem himself and reform his past, but also allowed Emperor Yan to supervise and reform his selfish thoughts. Ye Tian could only agree to this method of handling it. This situation was not bad for him, at least his life was saved. Before Ye Tian was about to leave Blue Star, at the door of the investigation room, Ye Tian got the opportunity to be alone with his family. He finally met his family. The three women have different styles, attracting the attention of many surrounding warriors. I saw Long Ruobing, who looked like an iceberg goddess, dressed in a blue military uniform, with a beautiful and flawless figure, a face as cold as frost, and a cold and arrogant beauty. Yuanling was wearing a thick black coat with the buttons closed. She looked like a little bear, trying her best to cover her slightly protruding belly. However, with her pure face and body nourished by love, she looked like a little wife. Smell. Yes, she is dressed in simple casual clothes, but her short hair and makeup make her look like a strong woman. Sister-in-law. Sister Ruobing. And my sister. Yet Yen was finally released and learned that Long Ruobing helped him apply. His hatred for Long Ruobing's trap was relieved a lot. Yet Yen, please don't harm your compatriots in the future, otherwise Emperor Yan will not let you go. Long Ruobing's tone was cold, reminding Yet Yen. I understand, Sister Ruobing. Yet Yen nodded. Although he agreed, a different light flashed in his eyes. Apparently he doesn't change easily. Xiao Tian, I hope you can grow up after this incident. You are an adult and you must control your emotions. Don't make us worry about you all the time. Yes, she stepped forward and straightened her nephew's clothes, with helplessness and distress in her eyes. She also knew about Ye Tian and Chen Feng. She had no ability to change all this, so she could only hope that Ye Tian would leave quickly and stop causing trouble. I understand, you don't need to worry about me. Sister-in-law, just do your own thing. Ye Tian's tone was impatient. Facing his useless sister-in-law, Ye Tian's attitude became a little worse. He was still a little bit worried about his sister-in-law's failure to win the mine. This left him with a lot less financial support. Brother, be careful when you go to foreign battlefields. Yuanling looked at her brother with concern, but saw that Ye Tian also had a cold face towards her. Especially when he glanced at Yuanling's belly, he felt that his sister seemed to have gained some weight. He even felt that Yuanling was not like the innocent little sister before, and had become more mature. Why have you changed recently? Feeling her brother's eyes on her belly, Yuanling was secretly glad that she wore more clothes today. She said nonchalantly, I've eaten too much recently, so I've gained weight. Ate too much? Have you eaten everything until your stomach fills up? Ye Tian didn't know why, but he felt something was wrong, and there was doubt in his eyes. Fortunately, Ye Shishi on the side came to the rescue and said, Xiaoning always stays up late and works overtime, so he eats too much late-night snacks and doesn't exercise, so he gains weight. Hearing this, Ye Tian's suspicion disappeared, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He looked down upon these researchers, who did not have to work hard at the front, but could enjoy the blessings at the back. He did not expect that his sister had given up on self-discipline and was even unwilling to stay in shape just a few months after graduating. Then he remembered something and said with a cold face and even a threatening tone. I heard Sister Ruobing say that now Chen Feng is an expert in the Scientific Research Institute, so you should stop getting involved with him. He's not a good guy. Hearing this, Yuanling's face turned pale. She did not expect that her brother would mention her husband's name at this time. Obviously, Ye Tian's hatred for Chen Feng was still very deep. I don't think Chen Feng is that bad. What happened in the past is in the past. Chen Feng and you don't have any big grudges. Brother, why should you? Yuanling wanted to explain something, but saw Ye Tian's face became even more ugly. He whispered angrily, I don't want to say it a second time, you are not allowed to have any contact with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a sister like you. At this moment, Ye Tian's sudden burst of emotion made Yuanling's eyes turn red and her lips trembled. She didn't know why her brother was doing this to her. Isn't she qualified to pursue her true love? Seeing this, Long Ruobing also had a flash of irritation in his eyes. This Ye Tian is really ignorant. Ye Tian, what Xiaoning wants to do is her freedom and has nothing to do with you. Besides, Chen Feng is a very kind person, and he helped me cure my condition. Hearing Long Ruobing's rebuke, Ye Tian also looked embarrassed, but facing his cousin, who surpassed him in strength and power, he did not dare to get angry easily. Because Long Ruobing was angry, and he really had the ability to send him to jail. Immediately he could only nod silently. Then he remembered something. Sister Ruobing, the key to the Sea of Nothingness. Long Ruobing didn't want to waste any more words with Ye Tian at this time. I will give it to you when you come back later after you have done your best. Okay, thank you, Sister Ruobing. Ye Tian was not qualified to bargain at this moment, so he could only accept it. Soon the meeting between several people ended, and Ye Tian once again boarded the aircraft heading for the battlefield outside the territory. With the blue flames of the aircraft, it flew into the sky and gradually left everyone's sight. Seeing him leaving, Chen Feng drove his domineering chariot and appeared in front of the three women with a smile on his lips. My uncle finally went back. I hope he can make great achievements, reform his dirty thoughts, change his ways, and truly serve the human race. Hearing Chen Feng's joking words, Yuanling snuggled closer to him. Husband, I hope you don't mind what my brother thinks. He will definitely change in the future. Chen Feng just shook his head. It's okay, Xiaoning. At this moment, Long Ruobing looked at the two loving people and cast his eyes into the distance. It's time for her to leave Blue Star. Chapter 73 Tang Ying is better. Extraterritorial battlefield. Human race, Hulao City. This is the city closest to Zhuli City, and it is also the new front line of the human race. Previously, the armies of the three tribes wanted to pursue the victory and capture this place, but they were directly beheaded by Yinkil, who came to support. Yinkil was the #1 assassin of the human race and was also one of the nightmares of all races. If Hong Emperor and Thunder God are both in the highest realm, they can defeat all laws with one force. Then hidden murder is like a needle lurking in the dark night, which will pierce your heart at some unknown time and place. The leader of the Zerg clan was killed, and the winged peacock royal family died directly. But no one saw the true face of Hidden Kill. Even the information about his superpowers is the top secret of the human race. According to rumors, he is a terrifying existence with disguised powers, able to transform into any race or even an object. And this assassination operation was also lightning fast. Under the protection of countless Zerg races, the Insect King's body was suddenly opened with countless cuts, and then his limbs were completely exploded, and he died in an instant. The Peacock royal family sensed something was wrong and wanted to escape. They turned into a ray of light and tried to escape. However, the light suddenly went out high in the sky, and even their bodies disappeared. There was only one holy angel Gabriel left. I don't know what method was used. In the end, his wings were broken, golden blood spilled across the sky, and he escaped with serious injuries. The three leaders died, and Emperor Yan took action, directly incinerating countless aliens who were chasing them. The fire that filled the sky turned hundreds of thousands of aliens into ashes. However, with the support of the Tauren, Elf, Zhifeng and other races, Zhuli City is also temporarily unable to break through. Nowadays, many alien races gather around the human territory. There are many small-scale raids and battles, but for the time being, no masters above the level of War Emperor have appeared in a life-and-death battle. They all seem to be waiting for something. In Hulao City, Ye Tian looked at the bald man in front of him. The blazing fire power on his body made him feel very uncomfortable. Furthermore, Emperor Yan did not hide the pressure of his War Emperor level at all, making Ye Tian look very small in front of the other party. Emperor Yan turned his back to Ye Tian and did not look at him. Instead, he stared at the warriors in the distant city who were preparing hard for the battle. Ye Tian, I have read all the reports about you. I don't have anything more to say. What the human race needs are geniuses who can kill their enemies, not trash who can deal with their own people. Now that the top management of the human race has made a decision, I will let bygones be bygones regardless of whether you did it or not. What you have to do now is to improve your strength, complete the mission, and kill the enemy. In the end, I will give my opinion to the senior management based on your performance. Emperor Yan's words were very concise and to the point. Ye Tian nodded when he heard the words. He naturally knew what he should do. Immediately he behaved respectfully and bowed. "Thank you, Emperor Yan." Coming out of the room, Ye Tian looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Tang Ying, who were playing around, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The two women had been trying to find ways to help him since Blue Star. Now that she was transferred to the front line, they still refused to leave. But the problem was that she found that the relationship between the two women was getting better and better. "Sometimes I even ignore him." "Brother Ye Tian, you are back. Did Emperor Yan say anything to you?" Su Xiaoxiao saw Ye Tian coming out and took the lead to grab his arm, but Tang Ying stood aside and said nothing. "Nothing, let's go." Ye Tian shook his head and thought to himself that Su Xiaoxiao was really ignorant. Emperor Yan was in the room and the other party could hear everything he said. At the same time, he accidentally heard a piece of news when he came to Holao City today. That is, there are internal conflicts among the alien races. The elves and the Tauren are at odds, and he vaguely feels that there is an opportunity for him in this. When he came to his room, Ye Tian used his space power to check it out. He was relieved when he found that no one was watching around. "By the way, Xiao Xiao, you said that before you met me, you saw a pure grey strange flower, and there was a terrifying smell of alien beasts nearby. Do you remember where it was specifically?" At this moment, Ye Tian was rapidly recalling various possible opportunities and asked Su Xiaoxiao. "The grey flower. It seems that something like this is happening. Let me think about it." "Where?" "I can't remember a little bit. Let me think about it again." When Su Xiaoxiao was suddenly asked about this matter, he was a little scratching his head. He had already forgotten this matter in his little head. At this moment, Ye Tian saw that she had been thinking for a long time with no result, and Ye Tian was also a little impatient. Forget it if you can't remember it. It's not that important." After being imprisoned this time, his mental state felt challenged and his patience for many things became even lower. Hearing his unfriendly tone, Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips slightly. She just felt that her brother Ye Tian was getting harder and harder to get along with. But Tang Ying, who had been silent beside her, had a flash of memory in her eyes at this moment, and said, "I remember this, Xiao 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 saw it in a place similar to a pool, and there was lava at that time. If the beast appears, then its approximate location is the area more than 300 kilometers east of Juli City. Because there are some exotic beasts and few resources there, it has not been developed." After hearing Tang Ying's words, Su Xiaoxiao's dusty memory suddenly opened up. Yes, that's right there. Sister Tang Ying is right. That's where the grey flowers I saw were. At that time, we got separated from the large army. I was chased by the Zerg, so I walked there in a panic." Su Xiaoxiao was still recalling what happened that day, but was interrupted by Ye Tian. "Is it there? That place should have been occupied by aliens by now. By the way, I asked you to get a specific war map today. Have you got it?" Su Xiaoxiao was interrupted, with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Ye Tian looked at Tang Ying, and Tang Ying quickly took out a folded map and handed it to Ye Tian. "This is the highest level map I can get." Ye Tian spread out the map and placed it on the ground. It was a map rather than a simple folding screen. The nearby topography and landforms were all cleaned up and appeared in front of the three of them, with red dots and grey dots. Marked with a blue dot, a sign that marks resource points, etc. Even danger zones are marked. The marks on this map will change as the war changes. Although it is not 100% timely, the general situation can still be noted. Of course, the actual war deployment is suspected of being a human secret, but it will not be marked in detail. Even so, Tang Ying spent a lot of means and money to get this map. Seeing this map, Ye Tian also became happy. Okay, not bad. Seeing that Tang Ying was so capable, Ye Tian rarely praised her. In the past, he valued more the resources of Su Xiaoxiao's family and Su Xiaoxiao's intimate behavior with him, but now he thinks Tang Ying is better. He is worthy of being the top student in his class. Not only is he powerful, but his ability is also top-notch. Xiaoying, please help me take a look. If I need to go to that area to get flowers, what is the safest and time-saving route? Ye Tian looked at the map and felt that his mind was in confusion. He still planned to ask Tang Ying for her opinion. Chapter 74 Emperor Hong is about to fall. Good. Tang Ying looked at the map in front of her. Although she didn't understand why Ye Tian always went out to look for opportunities, she also knew that Ye Tian had extraordinary abilities and immediately started making suggestions for him. You need to pass through 3 key areas here. 2 of them are fine. You can easily cross them by using space powers. However, there may be a war emperor in one area. By the way, you can pretend to be an ordinary human transport team, so there is a high probability that you will not attract the attention of the alien race. I remember that Uncle Lu Hao seems to be over there. Tang Ying said while looking at Su Xiao. When Su Xiao heard this, he nodded. Then please help me contact Uncle Lu, Xiao. When Ye Tian heard that Su Xiao was useful, his expression became better and he said to Su Xiao. At this moment, although Su Xiao was a little unhappy with Ye Tian's previous behavior, she quickly put it behind her and immediately called Lu Hao. Okay, brother Ye Tian, I'll ask my uncle right now. On the other side, a female soldier in military uniform was having a headache about how to cross that dangerous area. She has a beautiful figure and a very approachable temperament on her extremely beautiful cheeks, giving people a sense of closeness like the sister next door. Our cargo is at stake this time. It would be very dangerous if we were attacked by aliens. But we can't have too many masters, otherwise the aliens will become more suspicious of our goods. She was really anxious about her transportation mission. Blue Star. Chen Feng didn't know when Long Ruobing left. He left quietly without saying goodbye to anyone. Chen Feng was also a little helpless about this. Defeating Long Ruobing is really not that simple. The other person's temperament is too aloof and cold. Although he has left a deep imprint on his heart, if he acts too fast, it may lead to negative effects. Of course, if it succeeds, the SS end level power will probably be no less than Yuanling's reward, maybe even more. And his father Chen Zhan is also leaving Blue Star. Dad, you said in the past 2 days that you and Hong Di also have a relationship. Real or fake? When Chen Feng accidentally learned the news, he was also a little surprised. This incident was not mentioned in the original book, but recently he discovered that his father was really more powerful than he thought. Basically, the top 10 terrifying masters of the human race had some friendship with him. The most powerful among them is Thor. The 2 of them once broke into the secret realm together, and countless people of their own race died. However, Dad relied on his own powers to help Thor fend off many opponents, and Thor finally managed to escape with his life despite being seriously injured. Without the might of Thor, Dad would be dead. But without his father as his right-hand man, Thor probably wouldn't be able to escape. And when Dad was bragging in the past 2 days, it seemed that he had a good relationship with Hong Di, which made Chen Feng have other ideas. You must know that Emperor Hong is the undisputed strongest man in the human race. He holds up half of the sky of the human race alone. His title of Hong Emperor was established more than 100 years ago when he single-handedly killed countless alien war emperors. At that time, he had not yet reached the realm of the war emperor. And now more than 100 years have passed. According to the description in the original book, this man's strength is probably 2 realms above that of the war emperor. When he goes out to look for opportunities, he has to break through to another realm. He can be said to be a man who stands at the pinnacle of all races. That must be true. How can I still lie to you? When Chen Zhan saw his son doubting him, he immediately puffed up his chest with pride. Obviously his relationship with Hong Di made him very proud. Hong Di is an unattainable existence for you, but I got drunk with him back then and we were brothers. Speaking of it, Mr. Hongde gave me a lot of advice and I was lucky enough to serve under him. That period of time is really nostalgic. When I first saw Emperor Hong taking action, I swore to myself that I would become a man as upright as him. But it's a pity. I'm not even qualified to follow him now. Seeing his father suddenly looking a little lonely, Chen Feng also sighed. There are many geniuses in the human race, but as expected, they are all stuck at the level of superpowers. Not everyone is a protagonist like Ye Tian, who has SSS-level spatial powers and S-level mental powers as assistants. By the way, Ye Tian still has a chance to improve his S-level mental abilities and become invincible. And most human beings will find it difficult to achieve the achievements of Ye Tian even in their lifetime. Putting these things behind, Chen Feng was also ready to talk to his father about a very crucial incident. Emperor Hong is about to fall. In other words, in the original work, Emperor Hong died. Chen Feng didn't know if he could change this, but he planned to try now. In fact, when he saw this plot, he was quite shocked. When the 10,000 races attacked the human race, everyone was waiting for Hong Emperor to return and change everything. As a result, Emperor Hong fell directly. Half of the sky of the human race collapsed. Even caused the biggest disaster. This sudden incident directly led to the emotional collapse of the top management of the human race. The human race kept its mourning secret, but the 10,000 races still got the news and immediately began to besiege the human race unscrupulously. Humanity has ushered in its darkest moment. In the area where Emperor Hong fell, there will be a big boss in the later stage. Although Chen Feng doesn't know what it is, but according to the foreshadowing laid by the author, it is related to Ye Tian's shocking opportunity. Even the death of Emperor Hong was an opportunity for Ye Tian's strength to skyrocket. Although Chen Feng traveled through time before the author could even write about it, he could guess that Ye Tian had definitely received the heaven-defying inheritance from Emperor Hong. It has become a terrifying existence that is physically invincible, has invincible powers, and is mentally invincible. But now, Chen Feng doesn't plan to let him grow up so happily. Since Hongde has a good relationship with his father, let him help him. Dad, I recently developed a map, you can take a look. Using the principles of quantum science, I can roughly describe the energy fluctuations of the entire outer battlefield. Chen Feng said as he took out the map of all races given by the system. He also had to admit that the things given by the system were really good. For example, this map of 10,000 races detailed important information on the entire extraterritorial battlefield. The facts of each major race are clearly marked on the map, even the general movements of the strong ones. Rather than saying it is a map of all races, it is better to say it is real-time monitoring. The reason why Chen Feng dared to let Ye Tian go back was because he marked Ye Tian. He knew Ye Tian's real-time location and the other party was currently enacting a plot in Hulao City. As he zoomed in on the map, he could see an area marked black on the map. Black represented death. Anything that enters will die. And on the periphery of this black area, there is a blue dot slowly moving towards the center of the black area. The energy of this blue dot is so great that even one dot can exceed the sum of all the light dots in a huge human city. This represents the total amount of energy. However, in the middle of the black area, even Chen Feng's map of the 10,000 clans could not be enlarged. He could only vaguely notice that there were huge black light spots shaking slightly from time to time. He did not know the specific number. But many of the dark spots are bigger than Hongde's bright spots. Dad, if I guess correctly, such a powerful energy fluctuation must be Emperor Hong, right? Chen Feng enlarged the light spots on the map and asked his father. As for that area, the map marked the forbidden land of dead beasts. Chapter 75, Undecided, Quantum Mechanics. Chen Zhan's face twitched when he saw the detailed map of the entire extraterritorial battlefield that his son had brought out. The area of the extraterritorial battlefield is so large that until now, the entire human race has not been able to figure it out, but only got part of the nearby information. They didn't even know how many types of alien races there were. They didn't expect Chen Feng to use quantum science to directly obtain the entire map of the extraterrestrial battlefield, as well as real-time information. This is simply outrageous. Fenger, is this map of yours real? Chen Zhan looked at the map in front of him and asked Chen Feng with a slightly trembling voice. He could realize how much this map could change the fate of the human race. Even space cruisers, metal hearts, SSS-level tanks, stellar defenses, etc. are far less valuable than this map. Even though he knew that 99% of his sons would not lie to him, Chen Zhan still wanted to hear Chen Feng personally admit that all this was true. Chen Feng saw his father's shocked look, and after asking about the system principle in his mind, he immediately began to explain. That's naturally true, and the principle is very simple, using quantum mechanics. A pair of quanta in the microscopic world can make corresponding changes at the same time across the distance of space and be used to transmit information. So although the battlefield outside the territory is very huge, information can be transmitted through quantum mechanics. And I have used quantum emission technology, through the principles of space portals and space wormholes, to spread countless quantum existences into the external battlefield, and by observing the changes in the corresponding quantum, I can obtain real-time information on each face of the external battlefield. Chen Feng embellished the words of the system and said, anyway, quantum mechanics is indecisive. Because of the development of supernatural powers in this world, although the technology is stronger than the original world, it is mainly used in aerospace, mechas, materials, biology, etc., and other research is relatively slow. At least Chen Feng knew that they didn't understand quantum mechanics very well, and now he was using it as an excuse. Stop, 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 I get it. I don't understand these either. Chen Zhan was shocked when he heard this, so he had to stop Chen Feng's discussion quickly. He was allowed to fight and engage in science, so it was better to kill him. But he understood that what his son said should be true. He immediately believed his son's words and then focused on Emperor Hong. You just mentioned Hong Di, what do you mean? You must know that he left the human territory and went out, which is the highest secret of the human race. You actually found out through the map. Only the War God Mountain Conference and a few senior human race officials knew about Emperor Hong's departure. He did not expect that his son could actually analyze it through the map. When Chen Feng saw that he was focusing on business, he immediately pointed to several other points on the map. Look, Dad, this point in Hulao City is naturally the Emperor Yan. And there is someone who is not weaker than Emperor Yan. He is also in Hulao City. I don't know which war emperor he is. Here, at the human base, the light spot much larger than Yan Emperor is Qing Emperor, right? The larger light spot in the north near the Lai's area, if my guess is correct, it should be the god of thunder. Chen Feng kept flipping his map, and then placed it again at the forbidden area of the dead beasts, and said seriously, and this light spot is the farthest from the human race area, and it is currently the largest light spot in the human race, so after analysis, I feel that this is Emperor Hong. After hearing his son's analysis, Chen Zhan was filled with admiration. He even turned his gaze to Chen Feng's Tianling cap with curiosity in his eyes. Son, how did you get such a brain? Not only did you get the maps of the extraterrestrial battlefields, you even analyzed all the information about our senior human race, and you also found the whereabouts of Emperor Hong. Fortunately, you are my son. If you were a foreigner. Seeing his father's curious look, Chen Feng just smiled and then revealed his plan. Dad, this map is very detailed and can only be controlled by me. And its value to the human race is also huge, so I can transmit all the data to the higher UPS of the human race in real time by synchronizing the data. What do you think? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. In fact, what he showed his father was only part of the map function, because this thing is still too awesome to be fully exposed. After hearing his son's words, Chen Zhan also nodded solemnly. You decide this matter. After the last resolution came out, Chen Feng had the power to arrange all related matters. Then Chen Zhan looked at the slowly moving light spot on the map again and knew that it was Hongdi. Currently, Hongdi was still training in the 9 Fantasy region. Going deeper, in front of him was the forbidden land of the dead beasts. If nothing unexpected happens, Hongdi will enter the forbidden land of dead beasts in about a month. Seeing the huge black spot appearing on the map in the forbidden land of dead beasts, Chen Zhan finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Fenger, what you mean by asking me to see this map is that Hongdi may be in danger if he advances further. When Chen Zhan asked this question, Chen Feng could feel his whole body tense up. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the blue light spot in front of him, and he looked at the black area where the blue dot flew from time to time. Especially after seeing the huge black light spots that appeared from time to time inside, he even had some cold sweat on his head. Unlike him, a systematic time traveler, Chen Zhan, as a native who heard about Hong Emperor's achievements, naturally knew what Hong Emperor meant to the existence of the human race. Over the past 200 years of the new era, no matter how many scientific researchers or geniuses the human race has produced, they may have been glorious for a while, or they may have become the top leaders of the human race, they may be amazingly talented, they may be arrogant, but in the end, after the test of time, it was Emperor Hong who finally shouldered half of the sky of the human race. As long as Emperor Hong is here, the human race will not be destroyed. With Emperor Hong here, the human race has a backbone. Emperor Hong is the heaven of the human race. Of course, what Chen Zhan didn't know was that Emperor Hong was the protagonist of the previous era, and this era belonged to Ye Tian. Of course, that was before Chen Feng traveled through time. Chen Feng also looked at the blue light spot, and his expression rarely became serious. Exactly. Although I don't know what is inside the forbidden land of the dead beasts, their energy fluctuations are too terrifying. Even my map can only give a glimpse of it. Even the most microscopic quantum is being destroyed at any time. I personally think that if Hongdi continues to move forward, there will be huge risks. Even the risk of falling. Hearing this, Chen Zhan also stood up. Fenger, please transmit this map as soon as possible. The matter is urgent. There may be another Ares Mountain meeting soon. His tone was extremely solemn, nothing could happen to Emperor Hong. Chapter 76 You are looking for death. Extraterritorial battlefield. More than 500 kilometers east of Zhuli City. A group of human warriors rode 5 chariots on the ground and headed into the distance. The tall wheels of the chariots could drive stably on various difficult terrains. They tried to find a place with cover to avoid being detected. After leaving Hulao City, even if they entered a war zone, they would even hear the sound of alien fighting in the distance from time to time. When everyone was tense, a young man with bangs was talking on the phone indifferently. I heard a voice chatting with a woman, laughing and joking, which was very inconsistent with the quiet atmosphere. The tall and thin man next to him saw this with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was none other than the deputy captain of this trip, Zhao Kui. It just said that there was one more team member on this mission, and nothing else was said. So in his eyes, Ye Tian is an inexplicable newcomer. Ye Tian, the goods we are responsible for transporting on this trip are A-grade materials. It is very important, so we must be alert. Just call someone and have a casual chat. Lest the aliens might detect our communication signals. Zhao Kui originally thought that he would hang up after a short call. Unexpectedly, the other party started talking on the phone and immediately reminded him. This batch of A-grade materials is very important. They didn't dare to fly in an aircraft when transporting it. That would be too big a target. Unexpectedly, the new person arranged by the superiors would be so ignorant that he would fall in love while performing a mission. Oh! After hearing his words, Ye Tian immediately looked at him up and down with unkind eyes, and then looked away. If he hadn't been acquitted and meritorious, the vice-captain would have found a way to die. I use high-level encrypted communication. Yet Yen said simply and continued chatting with Su Xiao Xiao. You. Feeling the disdain in the other person's eyes and the slightest disrespect for him, Zhao Kui was also a little angry. After all, he is also the vice-captain of the team. Just when a conflict was about to break out between the two, a very soft female voice came from the chariot communication. Yet Yen, since you have joined our team, you must obey the command. Hang up the phone right now. You can fight again after the mission is completed. Although it was an order, his tone was very kind, and his voice was even pleasant. When Yet Yen heard this, his expression did not change, and he even responded with a smile on his lips. I know Sister Dao Tao, since I've said it all, I'll hang up right now. Listen to you. With that, he said to Su Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, I'll hang up now. Let's talk when we get back. Okay brother Yet Yen. Su Xiao Xiao obeyed and hung up the phone. Hearing Yet Yen's teasing, Lin Dao Tao's voice was a little helpless. It's good to know. Just call me captain from now on. However, Yet Yen was a little reluctant. Sister Dao Tao, it's not good to ask the captain to call you old. Whatever. Seeing that he hung up the phone and wanted to tease her, Lin Dao Tao had no choice but to turn off her microphone. This young man who is new to his team seems unreliable at first glance. But I have to say that the other party left a little impression on her, which was not that good. Seeing this scene, Zhao Kui beside him also turned pale. Yet Yen, who had just joined the team, actually said such intimate words to the captain, which really made him uncomfortable. And the other party's behavior obviously did not take him as the vice-captain seriously. Yet Yen was naturally aware of his emotions, but there was still a disdainful mockery on his lips. He never thought that if he just joined a transportation team, he would meet a stunning beauty like Lin Dao Tao, who was dignified and beautiful, and had the gentle temperament of a big sister. He liked it very much. Originally, he wanted to obtain the clover as soon as possible and complete the task, but now he even has some small expectations in his heart. It would be best if a blind alien came to attack the convoy and then let Zhao Kui die. If he takes action at a critical moment and saves Lin Dao Tao, won't this make his relationship with Lin Dao Tao a step closer? With such a fantasy, he immediately twisted the corner of his mouth and showed a proud smile. He feels more and more that he is the protagonist of this era, and wherever he goes, there are beautiful girls waiting for him to pick them. Yet Yen thought like this. A Wing tribe team suddenly appeared not far away. When the leader of the green-haired Wing tribe saw the human tank, a look of cruelty appeared on his goose-skinned face. He was a senior general of the Wing tribe and was responsible for patrolling this area. The moment he saw the human tank, it immediately made a chirping sound. It's a human chariot. Kill them. Following its command, dozens of Wing clans behind it immediately rushed towards the convoy. Suddenly, the silhouette of the Wing clan made a sound that broke through the air, and the attacking momentum was extremely frightening. Seeing this scene, Yet Yen's mouth showed a hint of amusement. I'm just thinking about it. It's really here. Although a Wing tribe team only has a few rubbish generals, it is not something that Zhao Kui and the others can easily deal with. I will show weakness first, and then I will take action after they are all gone. Yet Yen had written the script in his mind, but unfortunately, just as he was about to start showing off, he heard Lin Dao Tao suddenly command loudly, "Since we have been discovered, everyone speed up. Get out of here as quickly as possible. There shouldn't be any strong Wing clan here, they can't catch up." Zhao Kui also responded loudly, "Received. All tanks will leave with all their strength immediately. Change the route and follow Plan B. Avoid this area and spend more time." Hearing the command from the two captains, Yet Yen was stunned for a moment, and then he questioned, "The Wing clan is very fast, and it is impossible for our C-class tank to escape at such a speed, why not get out of the car and fight?" After hearing what he said, Zhao Kui stepped on the accelerator with all his strength and took the opportunity to taunt, "Get off the car yourself. I'm not an idiot." Hearing this, Yetian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he looked at the other party, but soon he felt that the speed of the chariot suddenly exploded, directly surpassing the speed of the Wing clan who were flying quickly, and the distance between the two was rapidly increasing. Keep distance. Feeling the surging speed and power, Yetian had confusion on his face. He immediately asked in surprise. Isn't this a C-class tank? So fast. Seeing that he was acting like a country boy, Zhao Kui immediately mocked him again. You stay at the base every day, haven't you ever gone out to explore? It's quite safe to stay at the base. Just fall in love for a day, and that's all you need to be a gangster. Being ridiculed again, Yetian's chest was already burning with anger and he stared at Zhao Kui. What did you say? But he saw that the other party ignored his murderous eyes, and mocked Yetian Dao with contempt on his lips. What did I say? What I mean is that young people should not act impulsively and use their brains more. Don't just want to kill foreigners when you see them. We are here for transportation tasks, not clearance tasks. Hearing the sounds in the tank here, it felt like they were going to quarrel again. Lin Dao Tao turned on the microphone again and explained. Yetian may not be sure yet, so I'll just explain it briefly. Meeting the Wing clan now is different from before. Technology is advancing rapidly on Blue Star. Although not every team can match an A-class tank, the engines have been modified. Although our tank has a C-level skin, its core is A-level. If you encounter a Wing clan below the King of War, just leave. They won't be able to keep up. After hearing Lin Dao Tao's explanation, Yetian finally understood that all this was because of Jianghai City Research Institute. But although this was a great thing for the human race, he felt unhappy, jealous, and even angry for no reason. Chen Feng, he was the one who saved my cousin before, causing my plan to fail. Is the current technological development because of him? But before it was too late to resent Chen Feng, Zhao Kui beside him also made a strong move along the way. Captain, why are you talking to him so much? The young man has good energy. It would be good to let him get out of the car and have a fight with the Wing clan. If it doesn't work out, I'll just save him. Yetian immediately felt a surge of superpowers in the space around him. You are looking for death. Chapter 77 If you can't beat me, drink medicine. Chen Feng's home. Husband, what are you looking at? As her belly gradually grew bigger, Yuanling spent less time in the institute every day. Now she took a shower, her hair was disheveled, and she smelled faintly of perfume. Seeing Chen Feng toying with the map of the battlefield outside the territory, I wonder what he is interested in again. I'm looking at your brother, Yetian. Chen Feng didn't hide anything, pointing to the blue dot on the map in front of him with a smile on his lips. What are you looking at my brother for? Yuanling came closer out of curiosity, but saw several blue light spots intersecting with red light spots, and her face suddenly became nervous. Here, is my brother fighting against aliens? How's the battle going? Hearing that she cared about Yetian, Chen Feng was not surprised and reached out to hold her in his arms. Smelling Yuanling's fragrance and squeezing her soft skin, Chen Feng also felt very happy. Are you still not confident about your brother's strength? The strongest of these red lights is just a low-level war king. The others are just generals and cannot be his opponents. Don't look at the inextricable fight now, it's just your brother pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Chen Feng looked at the situation on the map and mocked. He was very clear about Yetian's temperament. Ever since he observed Yetian leaving Hulao City, he had a rough idea of Yetian's situation. Mixing in a bunch of warriors and leaving the human area, isn't this a familiar and original pretentious plot? There's probably a heroine in it. I just don't know who it is. Throughout the original work, Yetian still has many heroines. Sure enough, my brother likes to hide everything and only says he's done at the critical moment. Yuanling thought of her brother's glorious past and agreed with her husband's opinion. But can this be done on the battlefield outside the territory? If he pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, his comrades will be in danger. So the previous investigation report did not accuse my brother unjustly at all. This is the kind of person he is. Yuanling said this with some worry, regret and complexity in his tone. Chen Feng felt very relieved to hear that his wife could correctly understand her brother's evil deeds. It seems that Emperor Yan is also very busy and has no time to teach your brother more. You, my sister, have never played any role in persuading my brother. As Chen Feng spoke, he looked at Yuanling's new purple pajamas today. Without any hesitation, a black and red light flashed in his eyes. Deconstruction. He couldn't control Yan's affairs, but he still had to continue to complete his mission and educate his wife and children. Especially the fetus in the belly. You can't become the selfish bastard that Yan is in the future. Well. Yuanling felt Chen Feng's eyes sweep over her, but the clothes on her body did not disappear. When she was still a little strange, she found that some parts of her clothes were broken and a little cold. Ah, this! Yuanling screamed, but before she could react, Chen Feng pinned her down on the sofa, her face flushed. And her field of vision happened to fall on the map. Are you okay, Sister Dao Tao? Yan saw the opportunity, and when Lin Dao Tao was about to be severely injured, he finally burst out with his own strength. He activated his space powers instantly and came to Lin Dao Tao in a few steps, blocking the scorching flames of the Angel clan for her. From the corner of his eye, Yan saw that Zhao Kui was finally seriously injured by the Angel clan War King, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He originally wanted to attack Zhao Kui on the chariot, but in the end he endured it. He was gradually able to control his emotions, knowing that if he made another mistake, the human race might not tolerate him. Fortunately, God seemed to favor him very much. As soon as a group of winged warrior generals left, another four-winged angel clan warrior king came. Under the same level, the combat effectiveness of the angel clan is undoubtedly the first echelon of all races. The opponent also directly destroyed the chariot, so the team had to fight. But this time, he didn't do it secretly, but chose to swim on the edge of the battlefield, leaving Zhao Kui and Lin Dao Tao at the front. Zhao Kui soon couldn't hold it anymore. Lin Dao Tao was also besieged here. Yan acted decisively as a hero to save the beauty. With one hand gently grasped forward, the flames of countless angels disappeared. And his back was so resolute, and his childish bangs were dancing in the wind at this moment. With such fast speed and handsome posture, he was obviously well prepared. Be careful, Yan. Seeing Yan suddenly appear in front of her and save her, any woman would feel a lot of good feelings in such a thrilling moment. Lin Dao Tao also changed her impression of this little boy who had always behaved poorly before. At least the opponent is reliable at critical moments. It's okay, Sister Dao Tao. Yan had an extremely serious face, holding a sword in one hand, and his aura continued to increase, forcing him to fill up. Die! He suddenly stepped forward, his figure shot out like a stream of light, and a knife with space powers suddenly slashed across the body of the two-winged angel, completely dismembering the opponent. Taking another step, he attacked another angel again. He is so strong. Lin Dao Tao felt incredible emotions in her heart when she saw Yan's ability to instantly kill the angel warrior. After seeing Yanzan kill several angel warriors with 2 sword strikes, she finally noticed Zhao Kui, who was almost killed over there. Zhao Kui's earth-type supernatural body was continuously bombarded by the angels. Now he has returned to his human form. Most of his muscles have disappeared, and one leg is missing. Yan, go and help Captain Zhao. Seeing this, Lin Dao Tao became emotional and shouted quickly. Although there is no love between a man and a woman, Zhao Kui has been her comrade for many years, so naturally he doesn't want the other person to die like this. Seeing this scene, Yan also pretended to react and flew towards the Angel Clan War King. I know, Sister Dao Tao. Yan's movements were very fast, but strangely they were always intercepted by other angels. Even the power was not as powerful as the crushing force when he killed the enemy just now. It seems that the intensity of his powers has been reduced a lot. When Zhao Kui saw this scene, his eyes were thoughtful and unwilling. He could tell that Ye Tian was deliberately retaliating against him. Thinking of Ye Tian's ugly face and the opponent's coveting of Lin Dao Tao, Zhao Kui once again burst out with a strong will to fight. He couldn't let such a villain win Lin Dao Tao's favor. He immediately took out a bottle of newly purchased healing potion, which he had seen in the base mall before departure. It was said to be a good product newly produced by Blue Star. It can stop bleeding and restore physical strength and abilities at critical moments. Although the price was very expensive, he still paid for it for this mission. Zhao Kui immediately drank the potion mixed with the blood in his mouth, and when the four-winged angel came to kill him, an earthy yellow light appeared in his eyes again. Rock Shield. A giant shield over 1 meter wide and half a meter thick appeared in front of him. Chapter 78 Anyone who insults me will die. What potion is that? Is he also from the Chen family? I didn't expect that today's technology has made such great progress, and even these wastes have different strengths. Seeing that Zhao Kui was able to withstand the four-winged angel with the body of a high-level warrior without being killed, Ye Tian's face darkened at this moment. He originally calculated that his rescue time would not be enough, but he did not expect that Zhao Kui would develop resistance after drinking a bottle of potion, which made his face even more ugly. At this moment, there is only the last enemy left in front of him, and it is difficult for him to act. Zhao Kui's shield could withstand that fatal blow. Immediately, a light flashed in his eyes, and he had always remembered Zhao Kui's previous taunts in his heart. Now Zhao Kui must die in order to relieve the hatred in his heart. Die! Ye Tian suddenly broke out and charged towards the angel warrior in front of him. He killed the opponent with a single blow and exploded to death. Then he went to kill the angel clan war king. His sudden outburst made Lin Dao Tao's eyes flash with admiration. It was obvious that the other person was not as small-minded as she thought. Ye Tian, doesn't he want to harm me? I was too malicious to speculate on him. We are all comrades in arms and part of the human race. From now on, I have to be drunk with him. When Zhao Kui was also extremely surprised, even when he changed his view on Ye Tian, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. His spirit seemed to have been hit hard. He even vaguely heard Ye Tian's deep voice. You are seeking death yourself, but you can't blame me. It turns out that Ye Tian activated his S-level spiritual power. Even if Zhao Kui cannot be hypnotized directly, he can still plunge Zhao Kui into pain and confusion at this moment. And in the battle of life and death, Zhao Kui's life or death was decided in just one moment. This. Zhao Kui's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot, full of disbelief. And his already strong earth-type abilities were suddenly interrupted, leaving him unable to continue. The rock shield formed in front of him was instantly broken by the Angel Clan War King, and the opponent's hot holy sword also penetrated his heart directly. The pain spread along with the nerves, and Zhao Kui's brain seemed to know that he was going to die. Countless memories flashed through Zhao Kui's eyes. At this moment, he inexplicably remembered the scene when he first stepped into the battlefield outside the territory and all the recruits swore to contribute to the human race. When I met Lin Dao Tao for the first time, she made mistakes and was criticized so gently. Also during vacation, my younger brother said that he envied himself and wanted to become a warrior when he grew up. And mother. Even the price of wine in the base mall. I have long been aware that I will die, and everyone will die, so I am naturally not surprised. But why do you want me to die like this? Zhao Kui's pupils finally lost their luster completely. Captain Zhao. Seeing the other party's death, Ye Tian's eyes flashed with pleasure. Those who humiliated him would die. But at the same time, he also let out a roar and suddenly rushed towards the Angel Clan War King. Drawing on his previous experience, he knew that the most important thing for the human race was the performance. Even if there is 100 millionth doubt about Zhao Kui's death, as long as he can perform meritorious service and kill foreigners, then there will be minimal doubts about him. Ye Tian immediately went to kill the Angel Clan War King. He tried hard to control the intensity of his powers so that he would not obviously exceed the opponent, but he could still kill the opponent. Even in the aftermath of the battle, he had to take time to protect other teammates. He roughly understands the human race's investigation and research. It's okay to offend one or two people, but you can't offend everyone. When a female warrior was in danger, Ye Tian ran towards her. Be careful. Husband, this, is someone dead? Yanning saw the sudden disappearance of the light spots on the map, and suddenly there was sadness in his voice. Chen Feng also stopped and looked at the screen. Yes. Even though he was living a good life on Blue Star, Chen Feng was infected by Yanning's emotions when he saw this scene. Is this really caused by my brother? There was a hint of vibrato in Yanning's voice. In fact, she was so smart that she could roughly guess what was going on at the scene just by looking at the movement of the light spots. But she was reluctant to admit it. His brother will kill his compatriots. Your brother's strength, if used at full strength, can deal with the war emperor. Any war king will be killed in front of him. Chen Feng just stated a fact. Then Yanning fell into silence. When Chen Feng saw this, he also closed the map. Although he sympathizes with the humans who were killed by Ye Tian, Chen Feng really has nothing to do with Ye Tian now. Even if the other party occasionally kills his compatriots, Ye Tian's luck will not be reduced. From 99,999, it was weakened to 91,204 now. Ye Tian's luck value has been weakened by less than 1/10. After the incident was over, Chen Feng hugged Yanning from behind and felt that Yanning was not in a stable mood. This girl Yanning is so kind-hearted. Honey, I can't sleep. I want to go to the institute now. Yanning whispered, with guilt in his tone. Chen Feng guessed what she was thinking and hugged her tighter. Your brother's matter has nothing to do with you. You are still pregnant with the baby, so I don't allow you to work overtime. Chen Feng's words left no doubt as he said to Yanning. But Yanning wanted to say something else, but Chen Feng kissed her. After a long time, Chen Feng looked into Yanning's eyes and said seriously, Wife, believe me. The most important thing for you now is to give birth to a healthy baby for me. With the genes between the two of us, the child we will give birth to will definitely be the best among men and can change the pattern of the human world. Bring the human race to glory. Hearing this, Yanning also nodded obediently. She is now not only a member of the human race, but also Chen Feng's daughter-in-law and the mother of his child. I listen to your husband. After Chen Feng put Yanning to sleep, he also came to the window and lit a cigarette. He understands his wife, but he has yet to resolve his own anger. He immediately sent a message to Ye Shishi. Have time. And Ye Shishi quickly replied, I'm free. Come to the first floor of my house. Good. Seeing Ye Shishi being so obedient, Chen Feng nodded. After the baby is born, if there is a reward, it would be best to improve Ye Shishi's abilities. For Yanning alone, it will take too long to give birth. Ye Tian seems to be growing rapidly at the moment, and I must also grow rapidly. But how do you get your wife to agree to such a thing? Chen Feng thought about it. During this period, after Yanning became pregnant, Ye Shishi took care of her most of the time. Naturally, there was no need to mention the relationship between the two. But to go further, you need to use your brain more. Chapter 79 The baby is about to be born. Captain Zhao. Lin Dao Tao saw Zhao Kui with no body left, with mist in his eyes, and Ye Tian in the distance finally chased the War King to death. When he came back, he had numerous scars on his body, his armor was broken, his breath was weak, and his face was like gold paper. Seeing this scene, Lin Dao Tao hurried forward to check on his injury, showing great concern. Are you okay? Ye Tian. I'm fine, Sister Dao Tao, cough cough. Yet Yen immediately landed from the sky, staggered while walking, and almost fell to the ground. At the same time, he spit out a mouthful of blood, lay straight on the ground, and closed his eyes. Be careful! Quick! Give him the healing potion! Seeing this scene, Lin Dao Tao had no time to feel sad for Zhao Kui, and any doubts in her heart were thrown away. Now, naturally, the most important thing is to treat Ye Tian. Half a month later, when Ye Tian got the clover and returned to Hulao City, Lin Dao Tao was with him. After the battle, Ye Tian also stood up at critical moments many times in the subsequent actions and tried his best to make a huge contribution to the team. Regarding his report on this operation, Lu Hao also told Ye Tian that night. Ye Tian, everyone thinks highly of you on this mission. Especially since Captain Lin gave you an A-level rating. About the fact that you killed a four-winged angel, Emperor Yan also praised you a few words. It seems that the accusations against you will be eliminated soon. Hearing Lu Hao's appreciation, Ye Tian just shook his head modestly. It's nothing, it's all what I should do. But when he went to see Lu Hao, Tang Ying also noticed Lin Dao Tao who came back with him. This eldest sister is very gentle at first glance, as approachable as water. Sister Dao Tao, you finally completed the mission. Let's go shopping together. I know there is a milk tea shop that is delicious. Tang Ying said to Lin Dao Tao with a smile. And Su Xiao grabbed Lin Dao Tao's arm directly and skillfully. The other person's jade hand leaned directly on her big bear. Lin Dao Tao felt a little embarrassed when she felt the soft touch. He even felt ashamed of himself. Sister Dao Tao, I know a very good restaurant. I'll treat you to it. That's it, don't wait for Ye Tian, he will probably still be able to do it. Tang Ying also grabbed Lin Dao Tao. Seeing how enthusiastic the two women were, Lin Dao Tao couldn't resist, so she nodded and agreed. Every time you come back from a mission, proper entertainment and rest are necessary. Otherwise, anyone will go crazy if they are in a state of mental stress for a long time. Lin Dao Tao immediately smiled warmly. Then thank you very much. Blue Star. After the meeting at the Supreme God of War Mountain, the top leaders of the human race decisively contacted Hong Di and suggested that he return to that area and go to that area in the future. Hong Di has also been restless recently. He has never backed down on the road of growth, and he has never failed. Overcoming obstacles and perseverance has always been his personal symbol and unyielding will. But this time, he really encountered a huge crisis. The human race's situation did not allow him to take risks. The terrifying area ahead could very well kill him. After hesitating for a few days, he decided to come back. Unfortunately, several black light spots actually left the forbidden land of dead beasts, and Emperor Hong also directly cut off contact with the human race. What the upper echelons of the human race finally saw was the darkness that suddenly covered the sky and the sun, and the angry roar of Emperor Hong before he fell into the darkness. Human race, please don't come to save me. Don't set foot in this place. His body erupted with terrifying powers, and his muscles erupted with terrifying energy that could shock the heavens and the earth, but his frightened face made all humans feel horrified. Even when faced with the siege of 12 winged angels, he never showed any fear. But now, it is clear that Emperor Hong has encountered a great terror between life and death. No one even saw the enemy's face, and the signal was completely cut off. The senior leaders of the human race can no longer see the follow-up. After receiving the news from his father, Chen Feng directly opened the map of all races and saw 3 black light spots intersecting with Hong Di. Within a moment, Hong Di started his escape. And those 3 points of light were chasing after him, moving away into the distance. This is... Chen Feng looked at the place where Hong Di had gone. The mark on the map was the Lost Realm. The topography and landforms there can't even be seen on the Wanzhou map. The map blurred for a while. Damn, what kind of rubbish map! Aren't the products produced by the system all high-quality products? Why can't I see clearly in the forbidden land of dead beasts, and also this lost realm? Chen Feng immediately cursed and questioned the system in his mind. Ding! This system is awesome, but you are too slow to give birth to children. If you give birth more, you will be rewarded. Chen Feng was speechless after hearing the system's words. It seems like it's really his problem, but will he admit it? It takes 10 months to have a baby. What can I do? Can this thing be accelerated? Reply to the host, it can be accelerated, but the quality will be affected. Then you are talking nonsense. Tell me quickly, where is this lost realm? Reply to the host, this place will make people feel lost. As if sensing that Chen Feng's mentality was about to explode, the system made additional supplements. Hongdi is no exception, but he probably won't die for the time being. Hearing this, Chen Feng also calmed down a little. Fortunately, he's not dead. It's much better than dying directly in the original work. But it's probably not easy to trap him in such a dangerous situation. No, if this continues, it won't be an opportunity for Yetian, right? Yetian's space power is best at entering forbidden areas like this. After hearing Chen Feng's question, the system also reminded him. Most likely, host, please hurry up. Hearing this, Chen Feng also nodded solemnly. Time, hurry up, I want to get the reward. A few months later. Husband, I feel like I'm going to give birth. Early in the morning, when Chen Feng heard his wife's reminder, his face suddenly lit up. Is she really going to give birth? Really? I feel like the baby is very active today. Yuanling felt the movement in her belly and was very excited. She was really going to be a mother. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng quickly hugged his wife and rushed towards the newly built obstetrics and gynecology hospital at the door. In order to make it easier for him to give birth, he invested in a hospital near his home. The best obstetrician and gynecologist was invited. Even various instruments were developed by him personally. In the past few months, in addition to developing some technology for the human race, he spent most of his time decorating his lair, and also made various toys and clothing for his children in advance. Now, the baby is finally born. Chapter 80 Fighting Crazy Son. Outside the maternity ward. Chen Feng and his mother Zhongli were waiting outside with great excitement. Chen Feng stood in the corridor, restless with excitement. He is finally going to have a baby. The eugenics system will finally give him the next stage of rewards. Both excited him. Son, have you thought of a name for the baby? Zhongli also put down her work and rushed directly to the hospital. When she heard that her grandson was about to be born, she was even more excited. I've thought about this a long time ago. But it still depends on whether it's a son or a daughter. Anyway, don't worry about my name. Seeing her son's confident look, Zhongli also smiled. You kid, I didn't expect time to fly by so fast, and my son is going to have a son too. By the way, I need to call your dad. He really wants to see his grandson. She immediately contacted Chen Zhan. Within a moment, Chen Zhan's video call was dialed. However, the scene really made Chen Feng feel stunned. I saw that Chen Zhan was in his metal form at this time. The person holding the phone was holding a long metal arm and was taking pictures of himself at a selfie angle. At this moment, Chen Zhan unfolded his super-killing form, and his figure kept flashing, and countless aliens around him were killed by him. There is no hesitation in the way he fights, just one word, reckless, and that's it. I saw him dashing left and right, and countless wing clans were pierced and chopped into pieces by him, and blood flew all over the sky. While he was killing, he was still smiling and making a familiar metallic sound, "Honey, what do you want from me?" Obviously, after getting the metal heart, he returned to the battlefield outside the territory and was satisfied with killing. When Zhongli saw this scene, black lines appeared on her head. I was about to say something great, but my husband ended up killing everyone on the battlefield. However, knowing the dangers of battlefields outside the territory, she was very considerate of Chen Zhan and did not blame him. What do you think I want from you? There's a reward for guessing. While his parents were talking on the phone, Chen Feng suddenly walked towards the door because he heard the child's cry. The cute crying sound of wow 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 wow. Chen Feng felt that at this moment, he was so excited that he couldn't contain his excitement. And soon the nurse opened the ward, handed the baby in her arms to Chen Feng, and congratulated with a smile, "Congratulations, Mr. Feng. It's a boy. You are healthy and powerful." Chen Feng stepped forward quickly and picked up the baby in his arms. He looked around and saw that his son, with fair skin, was squinting slightly, screaming and waving his limbs. When Chen Feng took it, he felt that his son was very strong and healthy. And the moment he took the child, his son's eyes were looking at him. Suddenly the child stopped crying and even smiled. Chuck, cluck. The child's behavior made Chen Feng's heart melt. And he suddenly discovered that the child in front of him looked very much like him. It's not a problem to look like him, the problem is that he looks like him in his previous life. The system seemed to understand his doubts and gave an explanation. Although the host is soul-piercing, the origin from the previous life has been brought here. This child has inherited your origin genes. Chen Feng was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that he had an origin in time travel. But since he has traveled through time, he doesn't care so much anymore, as long as it's his cub. By the way, where is my reward system? Rewards are being prepared, please wait. Hearing this, Chen Feng nodded and continued to look at his son. Hey, 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 my good son, do you know me, Daddy? Chen Feng carefully held his son in the hugging posture he had learned and walked towards the ward. The son in his arms was still giggling, and even wanted to reach out to scratch Chen Feng's stubble. You kid! Chen Feng also lowered his head and let the child touch his cheek. The little hand touched his cheek, and the child smiled even more happily, and his eyes became crescent-shaped. He obviously liked his father very much. Chen Feng walked up to Yuanling with tenderness and gratitude in his eyes. He saw that Yuanling had already covered herself with a quilt and the nurse was wiping her cold sweat. Chen Feng took the towel and wiped Yuanling himself. Honey, thank you for your hard work. Chen Feng hugged his son with one hand and held Yuanling's hand with the other. Yuanling also stood up and looked at his baby with a happy smile on his face. Chen Feng, we have our own child. Do you still remember the reason why you chased me? You said you wanted to have a child with me, and I did it. Thank you, wife. Hearing his wife recalling the past, Chen Feng felt extremely warm in his heart. He placed the child in front of his wife and said to the child, "Call Mom." The child seemed to understand what he said, and he opened his mouth and looked at the mother in front of him with his big eyes. Wow wow! Seeing this scene, Yuanling couldn't help but smile sweetly, and there were even tears of happiness in the corners of her eyes. It's Mom, baby. No wow wow. Wow. Apparently he can't speak yet. Hearing this, Chen Feng also found it extremely funny. He lay on the bed with his arms around his wife's shoulders and his son in front of him with both hands, thinking a lot. Let the child's name be Chen Hao, which means that he is just like his father, majestic and grand. Hearing this, Yuanling also nodded with satisfaction, the names you chose are all good names. The family of three just lay there, chatting, happy and warm. Zhang Li, who was outside the door, also walked in at this moment, with a look of helplessness on her face. I said, Chen Zhan, if you want to see your grandson, you have to wait. You are on a battlefield outside the territory now, so don't scare my precious grandson. At most, I'll show you the rear camera. She was about to hang up the phone as she said that she also wanted to come and hold her grandson. My wife, just let me take a look at my grandson, just one look. Let him see his grandpa's heroic appearance. I'll fly higher so I won't scare him. Chen Zhan became anxious when he heard that his grandson was missing. When Chen Feng heard this, he also knew that Lao Chen wanted to hold his grandson the most. If he couldn't see him now, he should at least let him have a look. Wife. Chen Feng looked at Yuanling, who also smiled and nodded. What are you afraid of? Our children will definitely not be so timid. Let the child also meet his grandpa. After hearing what the two of them said, Chen Zhan also hurriedly howled, Here no wife? Son, they don't have any objections, please let me see my precious grandson. Zhang Li was also very helpless when she saw this. Okay, let me show you. She immediately turned the phone screen to her grandson, and Chen Hao also looked towards the screen, and happened to see a huge metal man. However, the battle was very fierce, and it was obvious that another alien race, Super Chen, was coming to kill him. On the screen, the angel clan was punched through by Chen Zhan's fist, and blood was everywhere. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng also felt a little confused. Wouldn't this affect your child's mental health? But it sounds like he obviously underestimated his son. On the contrary, when my son saw it, he actually giggled again. I saw that he was not at all frightened by the horrific scene in front of him. He was dancing and trying to grab the screen, and even kept imitating his grandfather and waving his fists. Whoa, 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 whoa. It seems that he is not afraid and wants to do something himself. Forward. When Zhang Li saw this, black lines appeared on her head. My grandson seems to be a fighting maniac too. Ding! System rewards are ready and being distributed. Chapter 81 I Am Destiny. While his parents and wife were still having fun with their son, Chen Feng looked uneasy on the surface, but in fact there were some turbulences in his heart. The main reason is that the system doesn't offer many rewards, but everyone is awesome. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to the first offspring and activating the family head function. Function of the head of the family, the strength increases with the strength of the family members. It has the authority of the head of the family and cannot be disobeyed. Please increase the number of family members. Ding! It is detected that the host has given birth to a new generation of Destiny's son Chen Hao, and the host is rewarded with the title, Destiny. The effect of the title of Destiny, any son of Destiny is just my son. No longer will you be rejected by this world, you will have good fortune, good luck, good fortune, great blessings, and avoid disasters. I also wish the readers and their families happiness, all the best, good health, and prosperity. Ding! In order to encourage the host to have more children, 3 SSS level ability activation cards are awarded. Ding! The host becomes a father for the first time, and the host is rewarded with a gift package for becoming a father. The strength is upgraded to 3 levels in a row, the absolute defense is upgraded to SSS level power, and a special physique of immortal body is activated. Ding! The host will be rewarded with 100 bottles of Yang enhancing medicine without side effects, so please farm to your heart's content. The current host can view family member information. Seeing the rewards from the system, Chen Feng felt numb all over. I'm invincible. If his mother hadn't been there, he would have gone completely crazy again. As the system improved his strength, although Chen Feng's appearance remained unchanged, he could feel the power within his body skyrocketing. He was still at the War General level before, but now he has directly broken through the War King, War Emperor, and reached the War Emperor level. The War Emperor with SSS level destructive powers and SSS level absolute defense, if his family hadn't been around, he would have thought of the battlefield outside the territory and stood in front of Ye Tian and asked, who else? What made him even more happy was the title of Destiny. Although Ye Tian is the son of Destiny, he is now the Destiny of Destiny. In other words, Ye Tian is his son. But thinking about what this rebellious son did, he didn't like being his father that much. A son of Destiny from the previous generation is not worthy to be my son. Chen Feng's mouth was filled with disdain. And he immediately looked at his family panel. Owner, Chen Feng. Identity, a traveler from another world. Title, Destiny. Strength, War Emperor. Superpowers, SSS level destructive power, deconstruction, SSS level absolute defense, immortal body. Gene, SR level. Evaluation, how would you like to write your own panel? Wife, Yuanling. Identity, eldest wife, younger sister of the previous generation's destiny son. Title, Jianghai City's most talented scientific researcher. Strength, senior warrior. Powers, SSS level time power, S level scientific research power. Gene, SSS level. Comment, your dear wife, gentle, lovely, and pure looks like you. Son, Chen Hao. Identity, eldest son, the new generation's son of destiny. Title, Son of Destiny. Strength, baby. Power, SR level talent, not activated. Gene, SR level. Luck, 99,999. Comment, your and Yuanling's first son has the strongest inheritance. How strong do you think he will be in the future? Chen Feng was not surprised to see that there was an SR level above the SSS level. But my son actually has SR level superpowers and genes, and I have double SSS levels. The luck value is actually the same as Yetian's before. It seems that the children of destiny have full luck. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little sour when he saw his son was so awesome. You are the head of the family, and your ability level will also increase with the increase of family members. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Feng smiled again. In other words, the better my son is, the better I will be. It seems that this son must be raised well. Chen Feng actually values his descendants very much, but with this function as the head of the family, he can only say that he is looking forward to the growth of his descendants. Husband, what's wrong with you? Yuanling suddenly felt that Chen Feng was a little quiet next to him. He looked up and found that Chen Feng was looking at the ceiling and giggling. He couldn't help but pinch the back of his hand. Chen Feng came to his senses and found that he was still in the ward. I'm just a little happy. Chen Feng said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at his son in front of him. He was still playing video games with his father. His mother was also holding the baby in her arms and was reluctant to let him go. The son watched his grandfather killing the enemy, dancing and dancing very happily. Chen Feng also felt very warm at this moment. There are also plans for 3 SSS level ability activation cards. Although his parents are not members of his own family and there is no increase in the SSS level ability activation card, the other person in this life is no different from his biological parents. Naturally, he wanted to give one to each other. And give the remaining one to Yeshishi. When my wife was pregnant, she worked hard to take care of herself. The next second child will probably depend on her. After Chen Feng calculated, he also remembered a very important issue. By the way, the child is born. Have you hired his preschool teacher? Preschool education in this world is different from those interest classes in the previous life. Highly paid preschool teachers are not only professional, they can also play with children since childhood, inspire their thinking growth through play, and also exercise appropriately. Therefore, when a child grows up, in addition to giving him more super potions, he must not lag behind in education. Please, you may know this kindergarten teacher. This matter was arranged by Zhang Li, she said with a smile at this moment. Do I still know him? What kind of preschool teacher do I know? Chen Feng immediately became curious. Not only do you know people, you also call them teachers. While coaxing her grandson, Zhang Li continued, when the Angel clan was in turmoil, according to Archangel Karyui's explanation, it was because of her, Lu Qingjian, and Teacher Lu. After that incident, Teacher Lu was also protected by the Federation. But her father's incident had too great an impact and hurt her a lot, so she resigned. And this time I helped you find a preschool teacher. I picked her up in the resume I sent in, and I also did a background check. She had nothing to do with her father, and she was even a victim. And her S-level influence ability is very suitable for teaching. What do you think? Hearing his mother's words, Chen Feng remembered that last time his wife made a nest, but Yuanling was fine and Long Ruobing was seriously injured. As for his history teacher, Lu Qingjian, he didn't care. After all, she is the heroine. At that time, he thought that the other party would probably meet Ye Tian again, but he did not expect that this did not happen. Instead, he wants to be a preschool teacher for his own son. With teacher Liu's level of superpower, why would you be willing to be a preschool teacher? Mom, does she have any special requirements? Chen Feng thought for a while and asked curiously. At the same time, it's not that he doesn't have other ideas. He is no longer afraid of Ye Tian and can even crush him completely. There is also the title of Destiny, and those female protagonists probably have a chance to win it. Now that Lu Qingjian came to the door, he wanted to see if it would work. As the head of the family, the more family members the better. Chapter 82 The hatred disappears, Lu Qingjian's request. Chen Feng, can you really agree to my request? 3 days later, the Chen family villa. Chen Feng looked at Lu Qingjian, who was wrapped tightly in black and wearing long sleeves and trousers, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. When he was in school, teacher Lu was still very youthful and energetic. And now she is not only dressed extremely conservatively, but her eyes are also a little haggard. It is obvious that after several months, she still cannot get out of her own shadow. It seemed that Lu Deqiang's death had hurt her a lot. In the name of my Chen family, it costs more than 1 billion yuan to support needy families, invest in medical research, and expand free medical care. Although it is a lot of money, it is nothing to me. But by doing this, you have neither fame nor profit. What do you want? Chen Feng looked at Lu Qingjian and asked curiously. But the other party just lowered his head and remained silent. Tell me your reasons, and I can help you, and I can even invest hundreds of millions more. Chen Feng said seriously that he still had the etiquette of respecting his past teachers, not to mention that the other party would be his son's teacher in the future. Naturally, he had to have a good relationship with him so that the other party would take good care of his son. At the same time, he was also very curious about Lu Qingjian's purpose. This heroine doesn't go to Ye Tian, she seems to have grown a brain and has her own thoughts. All right. When Lu Qingjian heard that Chen Feng was so generous, she raised her head, smoothed her hair, and glanced at Chen Feng. She didn't expect that Chen Feng, who slept in class all day and played around after class, would turn into a mature CEO now. No, the other person is now the president, even one of the most outstanding figures in mankind. Immediately she opened her red lips and expressed her thoughts. After my father died, I couldn't sleep and suffered from insomnia every night. I have been thinking about what I can do to undo the harm he caused to Jianghai City and countless ordinary people. I'm still wondering what caused all this. At this point, a dim look flashed in her eyes, with a little embarrassment, and she looked at Chen Feng. I study history, you should know my philosophy all along. It might be offensive to say it. Hearing this, Chen Feng was a little confused. He knew nothing about the other party's philosophy, but he didn't remember it in his memory, and he went to sleep in class. But Chen Feng still nodded. It's okay, just tell me. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingjian thought about her words and said seriously. After the invasion of all races, a new era began. The human race faced the most serious crisis in history. In order to cope with this crisis, the most powerful social system in history was born. Concentrate all resources and use them in scientific research and combat. And what follows is also a huge tilt in resources. Everything is tilted towards fighting and towards the big family. While you big families and rich kids are enjoying huge social resources, ordinary people are living in a hive-like environment. Life is becoming more and more boring, and sometimes they even just satisfy ordinary people. Survive. Under such circumstances, many ordinary people who have no fighting ability or scientific research ability are lost and think that their lives are meaningless, which leads to a situation like my father's. Because there was not enough money for treatment, after his mother died of illness, he fell into self-doubt and doubted the entire human race. So I hope you can make some contribution to the most ordinary and poorest human beings. Just a little bit is enough. A little help from your family is very important to them. When Lu Qingjian said this, there was bitterness in her eyes, and she obviously thought of painful memories again, and she felt a little bad. Chen Feng also roughly knew what the other party was thinking. Although Teacher Lu has an S-level influence, she has not been discovered by humans before, so she is just an ordinary history teacher at Jianghai City No. 1 Middle School. History teachers are found in every school, but their salaries are not high and their remuneration is average. In this world, they are far inferior to those teachers who teach combat courses and experimental courses. Therefore, her family background was very average. There was a chance to treat her mother when she was seriously ill, but her family could not afford so much money, and this became what happened later. In that case, I promise you, as long as you take good care of my son, I can allocate 3 billion yuan a year to achieve your goal. Chen Feng was also born as an ordinary person in his previous life, so he naturally knows the hardships of ordinary people. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Lu Qingjian's eyes suddenly showed gratitude, and even felt a little incredible for this amount. Because what she proposed before was 1.5 billion yuan a year, and now Chen Feng directly doubled it for her. And Chen Feng also planned to take the other party to the Scientific Research Institute to see everything he had done. Teacher Lu, I actually deeply agree with your goal. And I'm working hard on that. I can take you to see our research institute, let's go. Chen Feng walked outside and took out his domineering chariot. Hearing this, Lu Qingjian's eyes were even more surprised, and she even felt at a loss. Me. Chen Feng turned on the co-pilot, let's go, Teacher Lu. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingjian also got into the car and was very reserved next to Chen Feng. Chen Feng could smell the faint fragrance of gardenia on the other person's body, and he had to say that the heroine smelled really good. Lu Qingjian's appearance and figure were also top-notch. Compared to Yeshishi's female CEO aura, she was more reserved and plump. However, Chen Feng did not feel the other party's hostile gaze or attitude, and was even a little curious about himself. It seems that his destiny title is indeed awesome, and the attitudes of these heroines towards him have also changed. After arriving at the institute, Chen Feng took her to various research laboratories and sample production workshops. Teacher Lu, this is our latest anti-cancer drug. It can detect all cancer types with one needle and make accurate targeted drugs without using them. This is our latest physical examination machine. As long as a person lies in it, all the data on the body can be output. And this one is the latest type of anesthetic, it has no side effects, and it can also be used by pregnant women and infants. There is also this hemostatic medicine that can quickly stop trauma. And this. Chen Feng led Lu Qingjian to introduce the results of himself and the research institute piece by piece. As he spoke, he observed Lu Qingjian's reaction. I saw that the other party was surprised at the beginning, but slowly calmed down in the end. His eyes were immersed in Chen Feng's introduction, but there was still light and hope in it. By the way, I'm trying to control the cost of these things. With the support of the latest scientific research technology, the research and development progress is 300% faster than before, and the cost has also dropped by more than 70%. Chen Feng pointed to the latest helmet under development and continued. By the way, in order to alleviate the spiritual emptiness of mankind, I also specially made a virtual space game console, which allows ordinary people to enjoy the joy of fighting alien races. It even has training and learning functions. Other games are currently in development. Concerning the health effects of gaming, supporting anti-addiction and nutrition cabins are also being developed. It is currently estimated that within 5 years it will be popular enough that all mankind can afford it. He came here not only to impress Lu Qingjian, but also to show off his contribution in a small way. This world used to be a bit too scientific. He wants the humans in this world to really feel the happiness brought by technology. Chapter 83 You give me grace, and I give you my soul in return. Master Feng, don't you have to accompany Xiaoning recently? Yes, Shishi put on housekeeping clothes and worked hard to clean the house. From time to time she looked at Chen Feng, who was lying on the sofa with a look of enjoyment on his face. The new sofa she bought is very comfortable to lie on. I saw Chen Feng closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, and then smiled. She doesn't want me to accompany her recently. Even let me play outside more and don't go home. There was pride in his tone, and he was obviously very accomplished. Oh. Why? Yes, Shishi cast a curious look. You guess. Well. Chen Feng pressed his legs and saw that Yes Shishi was busy working and was speechless. He continued, the ancients said it well, there are only exhausted cows and no damaged fields. But don't think about who I am. I am a hard-working person. I am at home all day long, plowing the fields when I have time, and plowing when I have no time. You plow in the morning, you plow at noon, you plow in the evening. If you plow too much, the land won't be able to bear it. Recently, Xiaoning is planning to let me marry a second wife. Chen Feng remembered that Yuanling had always looked at him with a resentful look on his face recently, and he wanted to laugh a little. She didn't have time to take care of her baby. Fortunately, she had a nanny and Lu Qingjian at home. But life has to go on, and you can't neglect your duties every day. She immediately made a plan to let Chen Feng find a second wife. Originally, Chen Feng was thinking about how to get the other party to agree to marry someone else, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Now that he has been promoted to War Emperor, his combat power has naturally increased explosively. The sea-level local enhancement is as good as gold and iron when he uses it to strengthen his body. Ah, this! Hearing this, Yes Shishi also rolled her eyes. She didn't expect Chen Feng to play like this. It was really painful for Yuanling. She was well aware of Chen Feng's terrifying strength, but she didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Master Feng, is this really okay for you? Okay, very good, what's wrong? Xiaoning said yes. After Chen Feng's strength skyrocketed, he was also preparing to accelerate his own eugenics and nurturing. Now he has no taboos. Who can hurt him except Hong Emperor's level? Looking for a wife should also be carried out openly. By the way, isn't your superpower level very low? I have a way to improve your powers. Let you also be promoted to SSS level. Chen Feng also thought of business and spoke seriously to Yes Shishi. Master Feng, please stop making fun of me. There are things that can improve your superpowers, but they can be improved to the SSS level. I don't dare to ask for too much, as long as I can serve you. Yes Shishi's face was indifferent, but she could still see a bit of inferiority. Although she trusted Chen Feng's strength, reaching the SSS level was too exaggerated. You must know that the S level is the genius of the human race. I envy the SS level Long Ruobing and the S level Yuanling the most. Only those at this level are worthy of Chen Feng. And she doesn't deserve it in this life. He can only serve as a tool for Chen Feng. Thinking of this, a trace of self-pity appeared in her eyes. This is her destiny. Seeing the other party's expression, Chen Feng could not imagine what she was thinking. Although Yes Shishi's love for him was very twisted and crazy, it didn't make him enjoy it extremely. If Yuanling's love for him was a perfect 10 points, then Yes Shishi would be 20 points. She gave all her 10 points to herself. Naturally, I have to give back to the other person. You don't believe me? It should be educated. Chen Feng immediately feigned anger, picked up Ye Shishi, who was wearing housekeeping clothes, put her on his shoulders, and walked towards the bedroom. Well! That night, Ye Shishi felt sore all over, as if she was about to melt. She suddenly understood Yuanling. Chen Feng's current strength was far greater than before. Even if the other party has some control, otherwise she will be in danger of her life. But soon a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. This is... She felt incredible in her eyes as she felt the sudden changes in her body. Even her whole world felt completely changed. After being extremely shocked, she looked at Chen Feng with the deepest eyes, although she didn't know how the other party did it. But if the other party could give her such an ability, she could naturally give it to anyone. There are many women in the world who are more beautiful and better than her. But Chen Feng gave it to her. This means that Chen Feng is not just using her as a tool. Chen Feng gave her grace, and she should repay it with her soul. Chen Feng also saw the system prompt. The host used the SSS ability activation card on Ye Shishi. Ye Shishi successfully activated the power of nature at the SSS level, becoming extremely close to all creatures in the world and possessing the abilities of assisting, summoning, and healing. Chen Feng was also a little surprised to see that Ye Shishi activated the auxiliary ability. It seems that Ye Shishi is really not good at fighting, but her natural power seems to be okay according to the introduction, but I don't know the specific healing ability. Thinking of this, he whispered a few words in Ye Shishi's ear. Shishi, what you activate is the power of nature, with the ability to assist, summon, and heal. You try. Hearing this, Ye Shishi's cheeks turned red with embarrassment and eyes filled with excitement. She nodded and hummed, yet. She will fully satisfy any request made by Chen Feng. While Chen Feng was busy, Ye Tian is also very busy. Recently, he just felt a little restless and always felt very uneasy. He didn't know where this feeling came from. He immediately made a decision that he must quickly improve his strength. It seems that I have to apply for a more advanced combat mission. Only in combat can I grow rapidly. Ye Tian immediately prepared to find Tang Ying and others, and they all went to practice together. He arrived at Tang Ying's residence in a few steps, but found that Tang Ying's door was closed. It was very quiet inside, but the laughter of several women could be heard from time to time. Su Xiao smiled evilly and said, "Sister Dao Tao, it's your turn to throw the dice." "Good." Lin Dao Tao responded, but her voice seemed a little drunk. 3 o'clock. It's bad, why are you being punished with 3 drinks again? Seeing this, Tang Ying poured her wine directly, and then she rolled the dice herself. "Liu Bu, let me see, I got a command authority." Tang Ying's voice was very excited, and then she said, "I punished Xiao just now, now it's your turn, Sister Dao Tao. I want you to kiss my face." Hearing this request, Lin Dao Tao was also drunk. She looked at the fair cheeks of the stunning Tang Ying beside her and moved closer. "Okay, just kiss me." Ye Tian was also a little emotional when he heard the movement inside. Recently, he saw the 3 girls together all the time, but he didn't expect their relationship to be so good. He immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Xiao Ying, Xiao, Sister Dao Tao, I have something to do with you." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 84 The Disadvantages of Excellence. "Ye Tian, we have a rest, how about you come back tomorrow?" Tang Ying was slightly startled when she heard Ye Tian's voice at the door, but immediately refused. She was having fun with Xiao and Sister Dao Tao. "Why did you, a stinky man, come to join in the fun?" Ever since Ye Tian abandoned her and Su Xiao last time and fought her way out of the siege, she was no longer as close to Ye Tian as before. Especially since Ye Tian has brought Sister Dao Tao back, she can probably guess what she is thinking. This made her feel very uncomfortable. "No, my matter is urgent and I must say it now." Ye Tian's voice was very solemn. Thinking of what happened to him last time, yet Yen didn't want to back down anymore. You can't just do craft work all the time. Then you say it at the door, we've all taken off our clothes. Tang Ying didn't sound like he was in a hurry, so she refused again. Forward. When Yet Yen heard this, he was a little excited at first, and then a little annoyed. Tang Ying was good at everything, but she always refused to let him join the party activities. How could this work? Su Xiaoxiao was saved by herself, and Sister Dao Tao was also saved by herself. What do you, Tang Ying, mean by always shutting yourself out? Xiao Ying, it's important, let me come in. Fortunately, Sister Dao Tao was kind-hearted. When she heard that he was in a hurry, she also spoke to help him. Since it is urgent, let him come in. Let's just get dressed. Seeing this, Tang Ying didn't want to go too far, so she had to agree, okay. Immediately, Yet Yen heard the rustling sound of clothes being put on inside, and he wanted to use his space powers to enter it immediately to see what was going on. Fortunately, he restrained his thoughts for the sake of long-term planning. He believes that with his own charm, if he saves the beauties as a hero next time and shows the power of his SSS level powers, sooner or later the three women will be his. Come in. Tang Ying opened the door, and then Yet Yen walked directly in. His eyes immediately focused on the three women, but he saw that they had already put on their coats, and they were all dressed up, without revealing anything at all. Yet Yen was immediately disappointed. On weekdays, he just likes to hold it, with a little lip service at most, acting like a gentleman. This resulted in the three women being very serious when getting along with him. The three women noticed his appraising gaze and felt somewhat uncomfortable. Brother Yet Yen, what's the matter so late? Seeing the awkward situation, Su Xiaoxiao covered her thighs and smoothed things over with a sweet smile. Forward. Yet Yen had no choice but to look away. Actually, I'm going to take on the latest mission to explore the territory of the Niu clan in exchange for military merit and rewards. The ordinary tasks before were too easy, and our growth rate was too slow. Once this mission is completed, our strength will soar. Yet Yen didn't hesitate and directly stated his plan. He has studied this task for a long time, and knows that it is an excellent task that has great rewards and can be a hero to save the beauty and show off. An exploration mission into the territory of the Niu clan. That is an A-level mission. It is very dangerous and requires at least a strong person at the level of a senior war king to lead the team. Hearing this, Lin Dao Tao frowned slightly. She had stayed on the battlefield outside the territory for the longest time, and she knew the difference between various tasks best. Although Yet Yen, you have the experience of killing the Angel Clan War King before, our strength is still that of a high-level war general. This mission is very risky. Lin Dao Tao made a rational analysis. Although she didn't say it outright, it was obvious that she didn't agree with it. In addition to the large-scale battles of large legions, various tribes are usually testing each other's strength and purpose, and competing for some small territories and resources. Going into the territory already occupied by the other party to carry out an exploration mission is undoubtedly a very dangerous situation. It is rumored that those awesome people have bad habits, especially for women of other races. I also think it's too dangerous. How about changing the mission? Thinking of what the Niu Ren tribe was rumored to have done, Tang Ying also felt physically uncomfortable and immediately raised objections. She didn't want to face those extremely disgusting races. At the same time, she was also a little curious as to why Yet Yen suddenly became anxious. Seeing the two women opposing him and Su Xiaoxiao remaining silent, Yet Yen felt inexplicably aggrieved. He immediately said coldly, "Any task is accompanied by risks. If you don't complete the task, how will you grow? Everyone is afraid of death. Who should the future of the human race fall on?" Tang Ying frowned even more when she heard his righteous words. Unlike following Yet Yen's orders in the past, now she could easily find the loopholes in the logic. Although this is true, the mission rating of the human race is to make everyone aware of the degree of danger. Everything needs to be done step by step. Doing dangerous tasks blindly will only bring unnecessary losses. Hearing that Tang Ying opposed him again, Ye Tian also looked at him coldly. His sister Xiao Ying has changed. If you don't want to go, just go. Where are Xiao Xiao and sister Dao Tao? Ye Tian stopped looking at Tang Ying and focused on Su Xiao Xiao and Lin Dao Tao. Seeing this scene, Tang Ying's face turned pale, and Lin Dao Tao remembered Ye Tian's life-saving grace and was about to agree, but Su Xiao Xiao suddenly said, "Since brother Ye Tian wants to go, let's go. If it doesn't work out, I'll call my uncle. He was recently promoted to senior war king. This way, safety is guaranteed." Sister Tang Ying, what do you think? After hearing Su Xiaoxiu's words, Tang Ying also thought for a moment. Although she was dissatisfied with Ye Tian's decision, she cared about Xiao Xiao and sister Dao Tao. Thinking of the last encounter, she felt uneasy when Su Xiao Xiao and sister Dao Tao followed Ye Tian. Thinking that the other party might fall into the hands of the Niu clan, she had no choice but to agree. "Okay, in that case, let's go together. But Ye Tian, you have to promise us that you will never leave us again under any circumstances." Seeing that the three women had finally reached unity, Ye Tian's face softened slightly, and he immediately patted his chest and assured, "This is natural. Last time was just an accident. I swear what happened last time will never happen again. If you are really worried about it being unsafe, the Tang family also has a war king who can be mobilized, right?" Hearing that Ye Tian was targeting his family again, Tang Ying's favorable impression of him dropped a bit. There are even some doubts about why he and Ye Tian had such a good relationship in the first place. The confident, perseverant, kind, calm, and gentle brother Ye Tian seemed to be leaving her. "I'll try my best to contact the family." Tang Ying nodded. In fact, she also had such a plan. She is now very doubtful about Ye Tian's reliability. On Blue Star's side, Ye Shishi also came to Chen Feng's house and chatted with Yuanling, inadvertently revealing her thoughts. "I saw her hugging Chen Hao, making amused sounds and sighing at the same time. Xiao Ning, it's so enviable for you to meet Chen Feng. Unlike me, I have never met a good man in my life. I get really lonely sometimes. It's really hard to find a man as good as Chen Feng." Hearing her sister-in-law's praise of her husband, Yuanling also remembered something and said with a helpless smile, "He is very good, but being good also has its disadvantages." Ye Shishi also became energetic after hearing what the other party said. "Xiao Ning, what do you mean? Why isn't it bad enough to be excellent?" Although Ye Shishi felt that what she did was very shameful, she still asked this question in order to be with Chen Feng. Chapter 85 Yuanling sees through everything. It's not necessarily a good thing if your husband is too capable. Yuanling didn't know how to describe her predicament, so she immediately spoke tactfully to Ye Shishi. Ye Shishi heard his pun and understood it deeply, but pretended not to know. "Are you afraid that he will find another woman?" Ye Shishi asked shamelessly. Yuanling thought for a while, with anxiety on his face, and nodded, "Yes, a little. I'm afraid he won't love me anymore after he has another woman. But I'm afraid that if I am too strict, it will also affect my relationship with him as husband and wife." Hearing Yuanling's worries, Ye Shishi nodded in agreement, and then said, "It is indeed possible. But successful men have many women, especially those above the war king level. The human race encourages them to have more children and contribute to the powerful genes of the human race. Even before the new era, there were many countries that allowed multiple partners. With Chen Feng's current value, I'm afraid the top brass of the human race will encourage him to get more wives and have children. You have to be mentally prepared." Yuanling naturally knew this, but she was still reluctant to share her love with Chen Feng. "I still have an inexplicable fear of such a life. But I'm so scared. There are a lot of news about younger wives bullying older wives. Chen Feng won't have a new love, so just forget about my old love." It has to be said that Yuanling was a little insecure and worried about gains and losses just after giving birth. Hearing her worries, Yeshishi continued to guide, so it's better to block things than to block them. Instead of letting Chen Feng hook up with bad women outside, why don't you find 2 people with good personalities and tempers for him? Should I take the initiative to help him find it? Hearing this, Yuanling felt a little strange. How can any wife take the initiative to help her husband find another woman? But Yeshishi's next words made her feel very reasonable. Xiaoning, think about it. For such an outstanding man as Chen Feng, you can't stay by his side every day. Then the flowers and plants outside will inevitably come to him and take the initiative to seduce him. Instead of letting him and those bad women stay with him and slander you behind your back, you should take the initiative to help him. In this way, you can make him feel that you are considerate and understanding of him, making him feel more sorry for you and love you more. Secondly, you can also control other wife candidates to ensure your status in the family. Thirdly, Chen Feng's parents will also think that you are a good daughter-in-law and will definitely support you. Yeshishi's words made Yuanling think carefully about this possibility. I had promised Chen Feng that I would not really give up on the other party's desire to continue marrying. If he doesn't fulfill his promise, I'm afraid there will really be a crack in the relationship between the two. In this case, my sister-in-law's suggestion is really worthy of serious consideration. Isn't it better to block it than to let it go? But I don't seem to know any particularly outstanding woman who has a good relationship with me. I don't have any good friends either. When talking about the candidate, Yeshishi was also a little nervous and continued to guide her hard. You don't have to be a best friend, for example, someone who has a very good relationship with you or is very close to you. Is there someone who has a particularly good relationship with me and is particularly close to me? Hearing this, Yuanling seemed to have thought of something, and then looked at Yeshishi with burning eyes. She seemed to understand something, and the corners of her mouth moved, but she didn't speak, just looking at her sister-in-law. She seemed to understand something. At this moment, Yeshishi was extremely nervous. She just said it very explicitly. Although she knew she would reach this point sooner or later, she still felt very embarrassed and ashamed when she really had to face her niece. She even felt that she was too shameless. Yuanling, will you agree? What should you do if the other party refuses or even becomes angry? Just when her heart was in turmoil, Yuanling finally spoke. I know, sister-in-law. You should be talking about Sister Ruobing, right? Hearing Yuanling's words, Yeshishi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like she was surviving a disaster. She nodded repeatedly, that girl Ruobing is really good. It's not uncommon for sisters to marry one husband together. Surprisingly, Yuanling was not surprised by her words. Sister Ruobing. Yuanling thought of Long Ruobing's stunning beauty and iceberg-like goddess temperament, and sighed, speaking of which, when Sister Ruobing was being treated, I thought my husband might like her. Then she also recalled what happened back then. Because she is so beautiful. As a woman, I think she is a perfect goddess. At that time, I also considered the relationship between the 3 people. I even feel that I don't have Sister Ruobing's charm and strength at all. But in the end my husband chose me, and he didn't even have much contact with Sister Ruobing. Looking back now, Sister Ruobing and her husband must have feelings for each other. After all, it was my husband who saved Sister Ruobing when the angels came. Sister Ruobing treats her husband completely differently than she treats other people. Hearing that Yuanling had long noticed the relationship between the two, Yeshishi was a little surprised at first, but then thought it was natural. She knew everything because Chen Feng told her. And Yuanling knew everything because of her brain. With Yuanling's extremely smart mind, it was easy to figure everything out. She might even have seen through the matter between herself and Chen Feng, depending on whether she was willing to dig deeper. And Yuanling's next words also proved that she was not just a fool. Actually, I have always known that things are not simple between my husband and Sister Ruobing, but I don't want to think too much about it. Even why my husband approaches me and bullies me, there is a reason behind it. But I know that he loves me. My husband has the power of prediction, unknown scientific research ability, and powerful fighting ability that no one else has. Even on my wedding night, I was given SSS level time powers like a miracle. But before the angel came, he wanted to take me away. I thought about everything that happened that day. Husband, in the end, he was thinking about me. So I am willing to marry him. Yuanling recalled how after buying the ice cream, Chen Feng suddenly changed his plan and wanted to take her away quickly. In the end, he allowed himself to leave safely on the chariot while he stayed to fight against the angels. At that moment, it was clear that a situation occurred that Chen Feng could not control. And Chen Feng puts her safety first. Although she couldn't know all the plans, she knew that the moment the two kissed passionately, she could see from Chen Feng's eyes that Chen Feng truly loved her. Chen Feng had made her a target from the moment he met her and conducted experiments. In the end, Chen Feng's abandonment of his plan was the reason why Yuanling was truly entrusted to him for life. Hearing Yuanling's almost completely accurate reasoning, Yeshishi was filled with admiration, and then she turned pale again. Since Yuanling is so smart, then what happened between him and Chen Feng? It seemed that he understood Yeshishi's inner thoughts. Yuanling suddenly took Yeshishi's hand, her eyes filled with kindness and purity, and she even gently leaned her head on Yeshishi's shoulder. Chen Feng is indeed very carefree and shameless. He is not even a good man. I learned about the original acquisition of the mine afterwards. I don't know exactly what happened, but I can probably guess. He's very domineering, he's very shameless. At this point, she calmed down. But it is undeniable that I have completely fallen in love with him. As for other things, I have to think about it carefully, okay sister-in-law. Chapter 86 Husband, do you miss Sister Ruobing? I've met Uncle Lu Hao. On the day the mission set off, Yetian and the three women were waiting when they suddenly felt a powerful aura coming towards them. He looked up and saw the tall and burly Lu Hao. He immediately stepped forward to say hello. When Lu Hao saw Yetian, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He found that after not seeing him for several months, he actually couldn't see through Yetian's strength. You can even sense the opponent's hidden terrifying combat abilities. This couldn't help but make him look at Yetian again. As expected of the SSS level genius of the human race, as long as nothing happens, Yetian is destined to become the backbone of the human race, and may even surpass Hongdi and others. Lu Hao, must have a good relationship with him before we can ride on the wind. Lu Hao is also thinking about his future. His ability to reach the advanced War King is already the limit that he can reach by spending a lot of resources. And if you want to make progress in the future, I'm afraid you will have to have other opportunities. And isn't the most powerful prodigy Yetian in front of him his opportunity? So the smile on his face became even bigger. Long time no see, Yetian. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. It's amazing, the future generations are terrible. It feels like it won't be long before you can surpass me. After hearing Lu Hao's praise, Yetian also had a good impression of him. This War King was aware of current affairs and polite, and even praised him in public, making him feel very proud. Uncle Lu Hao is overly praised. I just relied on my higher level of powers. It's also your ability to have high power levels. Lu Hao sounded a little envious. A lucky fluke. Yetian was very humble, but looking at his calm and even a little unruly look, it was obvious that he recognized Lu Hao's words. Originally, with his current strength, he could kill the War King in a life and death fight. He is the strongest being in this team. By the way, Xiaoying, is the Tang family's uncle coming soon? Yetian looked at Tang Ying beside him and asked curiously. It should be soon. Tang Ying was also a little surprised why Uncle 13 hadn't arrived yet, so she immediately contacted the other party. Fortunately, the call got through quickly, but the other party obviously had something urgent. After hanging up the phone, she said apologetically, "I'm afraid everyone has to wait for half a day, he encountered something on the road." Hearing this, the others didn't care, but Yetian felt a little uncomfortable. "Well, get him as soon as possible," Yetian said coldly. He has been restless recently and is very eager to improve his strength, so he is a little dissatisfied with this guy who is not punctual. A week later. Blue Star. I wonder if Sister Ruobing is okay on the battlefield outside the territory. Chen Feng did not expect that after the incident, Yuanling would suddenly mention Long Ruobing to him. Yes, she revealed her conversation with Yuanling to him. During this period, Chen Feng and Yuanling were tacitly understanding each other. In addition to doing scientific research, the couple also takes care of their children. Fortunately, Lu Qingjian can now use her powers very well and is a good hand in raising children. Chen Hao is also gifted. He can already call his parents, grandparents, and can walk independently. When her husband didn't speak, Yuanling scratched Chen Feng's chest with her fingers. "While she was gone, I still missed her." "Husband, do you miss her?" Feeling Yuanling's teasing intentionally or unintentionally, Chen Feng also felt a little numb. Isn't this a question about death? Ahem, Sister Ruobing's powers have reached the SS end level, she has the strength of a war king, and she is protected by Long Sanyi and other masters of the Long family, so she should be fine. Chen Feng did not answer the latter question. But Yuanling suddenly stood up and pressed Chen Feng under him, looking at Chen Feng with eyes like daggers. "But I feel like when I mentioned Sister Ruobing, you obviously excited your husband again." Under the moonlight, the other party's eyes were fixed on Chen Feng's. Feeling his wife's death gaze, Chen Feng's scalp was numb at the moment. "I didn't, it was your illusion." Yuanling put her head against Chen Feng's heart and listened carefully to the other person's heartbeat. After a minute, she pinched Chen Feng's waist and said angrily, "Your heartbeat just got faster. Also, what's going on with your superpower?" Yuanling shook Ying Ying's hand, and Chen Feng suddenly felt embarrassed. He suddenly mentioned Long Ruobing. Thinking of the other party's wonderful physique, wouldn't it be normal for Chen Feng to get excited? But he knew it would be useless to explain at this moment. You can only use actions to shut up your wife and let her know that you love her. The next day. Husband. If Sister Ruobing is willing, I won't stop you. As long as you still love me. Seeing Yuanling closing her eyes tiredly, opening and closing her pink lips, saying what he wanted to hear most, Chen Feng also kissed her cute cheek. "Thank you, wife." At this moment, he also opened the Wanzhou map and quickly found Long Ruobing's location. Although he claims to believe in the other party's safety, the current plot has obviously changed significantly compared to the original work. The fact that Emperor Hong is not dead is the greatest proof. Therefore, he is tracking the situation of key targets such as his father Chen Zhan, Long Ruobing, Yetian, and others in real time to ensure that no major problems will occur. Now seeing that the red dots around Yetian are getting stronger and stronger, and Long Ruobing is also rushing there, Chen Feng is also looking at the map to deduce. Because Zhang Kun got his survival manual for facing the protagonist, he is now living a good life in the foreign battlefield with a group of younger brothers. Chen Feng also provided them with a lot of resource support, and a dozen of his younger brothers have been promoted to warrior generals. Therefore, Chen Feng also constantly obtained Yetian's latest trends from them. The exploration mission of the Niu clan should have been completed long ago. But this team is still deepening. What does Yetian want to do? Chen Feng looked at Yetian on the map, who had penetrated thousands of kilometers into the territory of the Niu clan, and felt a little strange, but he immediately started observing the map carefully. He believed that Yetian must have his own purpose and opportunity for doing this. As expected, after a while he saw an area marked green in the territory of the Niu clan. This is called the Hongmang Secret Realm. It doesn't seem like this is in the original work. Chen Feng saw the sign on the map. The danger level here was high and the resources were rich. No one under the War Emperor was allowed to get involved, but it was still far from the forbidden land of dead beasts. Chen Feng could also see that there were many strong men from the Oxen tribe inside, including 3 Oxen tribe war emperors, and countless Niaren tribe troops who were also exploring and collecting activities here. And this is not the most important thing. This secret realm seems small, but it contains a huge space with countless dense red dots scattered all over it. Of these strange beasts, the lowest is a warrior, and there are countless war kings. Chen Feng was a little impressed when he saw that Ye Tian's team was still rushing towards that direction. Ye Tian was not so crazy in the original work. He actually dared to take 2 war kings and 3 heroines into such a high-risk secret realm. I'm really not afraid of overturning. Chen Feng complained silently, and then looked at Long Ruobing, who was also rushing in that direction, seemingly chasing an angel clan war king. Chen Feng estimated the time and made a plan. Now that his wife agreed, it was time for him to take action. He immediately said to Yuanling, "Honey, if Sister Bing may be in danger, I will go to the battlefield outside the territory." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yuanling opened her eyes with worry, and her burning body hugged him tightly. But she didn't stop Chen Feng. She exhaled like a blue breath and whispered into Chen Feng's ear, "If it's not urgent, please stay with me for a while longer." Chapter 87 I Want to Find Grandpa. Daddy, Daddy. Before leaving, Chen Feng felt warm in his heart when he saw Yuanling hugging Chen Hao to see him off. Good son. Chen Feng took his bloodline and saw the other person's bright big eyes constantly looking at him. After hugging him for a while, Chen Feng wanted to put him down, but this kid grabbed his arm and refused to let go. Hugs, Daddy. Chen Hao is only 1 month old, but compared to when he was born, he is obviously a little bigger, and his whole body looks more polished and cute. The more Chen Feng looked at him, the more he felt like him, and also like Yuanling. He had inherited the excellent genes of the 2 since he was a child, and he was very good looking. Be good, Daddy is going to the battlefield outside the territory. Just stay at home with your mother, my dear son. Chen Feng said, asking Yuanling to take him away. Whoa, no, no, no. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao acted as if he was determined today. Even if he hugged Chen Feng's arm tightly and kept shaking his head, he was unwilling to let go. Seeing his persistence, Chen Feng couldn't hold him away. Yuanling couldn't laugh or cry when he saw this. He didn't expect that his son would insist on clinging to his father today. Son, Daddy is going to pick up your aunt from the battlefield outside the territory, can you stay at home? When Dad comes back, I'll bring you something delicious and fun. Yuanling also tried to persuade him, but Chen Hao still disagreed. Lu Qingjian also used her influence power beside him. Good baby, your father is going to a foreign battlefield. It's very dangerous. Can you stay at home? Teacher, let's play your favorite volleyball with you. When using the influence power, Chen Feng found that Lu Qingjian's whole person would become more energetic and beautiful, and her tone of voice would be extremely gentle and charming. But unlike the hypnotic power, this is guiding and will not cause harm to others' spirits, and may even provide a pleasant feeling. Recently, the 3 billion promised by Chen Feng have been received one after another, and even with the advancement of technology, it has played a role far beyond Lu Qingjian's imagination. Seeing that ordinary people became happier and had medical protection with the help of the Chen family, Lu Qingjian's guilt was greatly reduced. Not only has she become more energetic recently, her appearance has also changed. It is even different from when she was in school. Now Lu Qingjian has her hair draped over her shoulders and wears mature black long-sleeved clothes, showing off her beautiful figure incisively and vividly. Unlike Yuanling, who is innocent and cute, Lu Qingjian is the type of royal sister with particularly exquisite facial features. Unexpectedly, Chen Hao looked at his beautiful teacher, and then looked at Chen Feng. Dad, I want Grandpa, I want Grandpa. Hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned. It turned out that his son knew that his grandfather was on a battlefield outside the territory and wanted to see him. "Son, do you want to go with me to find your grandfather?" Chen Feng held Chen Hao in front of him, looked into his eyes and asked. Chen Hao, with clear eyes, nodded repeatedly, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Seeing that he liked his father so much, Chen Feng was helpless. It's really a close relationship from another generation. Isn't it because your grandpa is too handsome to watch him fight? Do you want to watch it? Chen Feng recalled that when his son was on the phone with his father recently, he would dance while his father was fighting, and asked curiously. When Chen Hao heard that his father understood what he meant, he immediately started dancing again. "Whoa whoa whoa! He 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 he!" Seeing him waving his hands constantly, Chen Feng also laughed out loud. It seemed that his son was really talented in fighting. "Okay, okay, I'll take you to find Grandpa right now." In addition to rescuing Long Ruobing, he also wanted to activate SSS-level powers for Chen Zhan and take his son to meet his grandfather along the way. Seeing that he agreed, Chen Hao had a smile on his face. "Good daddy! Good daddy!" Chen Feng couldn't laugh or cry when he heard his son's words, and he didn't know who this little guy learned from. Yuanling, who was standing aside, saw that her husband had promised to take his son to the battlefield outside the territory. He also stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Husband, you won't really take Hao to the battlefield outside the territory, will you? The battlefield outside the territory is really too dangerous." Seeing the worried look on his wife's face, Chen Feng nodded. "Don't worry, it's okay. With my current strength, as long as 10 or 8 war emperors don't come, they can't hurt my father and son. Besides, I have an SSS-class space cruiser, no problem." What he didn't say was that his son's luck value was 99,999. This heaven-defying luck value basically meant that he would not die. "Now that I have the title of destiny, I can turn disaster into good fortune, so there is no problem." Although Yuanling was still a little worried after hearing what her husband said, she was also a little helpless when she saw her son's excitement. "How about I go with you? My powers are also useful at critical moments." She has recently fully mastered her time powers, and she can still deal with a few ordinary war kings. Hearing this, Chen Feng shook his head. "It's okay, wife. It will be more convenient for me to take Hao with me. Your recent research is also important." Seeing this, Yuanling thought about it and stopped insisting. "Then please be safe. Never go to a place that is too dangerous." Lu Qingjian on the side was a little embarrassed when she saw that Chen Hao was about to go to the battlefield with Chen Feng outside the territory. She was a kindergarten teacher with children. Now that Hao was away, wouldn't she have nothing to do? In addition, during this period of time, she really liked Chen Hao, a smart and healthy little kid. "Since Hao is going, how about I go with him? I can also help take care of Hao." Lu Qingjian suddenly spoke, making several people stunned. However, Chen Feng glanced at the opponent's long legs and saw that Yuanling's face was slightly embarrassed. He quickly refused, "No need, Teacher Lu. You don't have combat powers. You are in danger with us." Hearing Chen Feng's quick refusal, Yuanling also answered, "It's okay, Teacher Lu. During Hao's absence, you will be on paid leave. Just ask Chen Feng to bring daily necessities." When Lu Qingjian saw the reaction of Chen Feng and his wife, she immediately reacted. "What are you thinking about? Although it is a good thing to have children, it is not so good to go to foreign battlefields with someone else's husband." She was too eager before and ignored this problem. "Oh, okay, okay." Lu Qingjian noticed Chen Feng's awkward look and quickly responded, her cheeks were a little red. She was Chen Feng's former teacher, and now she is Chen Hao's preschool teacher. How could it be possible? How could he have an affair with Chen Feng? Chapter 88 Lu Hao wants to make progress too much. Chen Feng quickly took his son on the aircraft heading to the battlefield outside the territory. He briefly reported his whereabouts to the senior management, who thought he was looking for Chen Zhan and had no objection. As for Blue Star's house being stolen, don't worry. He can control the stellar defense system, and his mother has also activated the SSS-level Earth power, the power of the Earth. Normal elemental powers are at most SS level, but Mom's power can actually use the energy of the Great Emperor. Now she can perform Earth escape, directly manipulate the Earth element for attack and defense, and even cause earthquakes. There are SSS-level armors and mechas, and with her, Yening, and Yeshishi here, who can steal them. Son, I will take you to find your grandpa right now. Chen Feng lay on the sofa in the VIP room, put his son on the stroller beside him, and closed his eyes. After traveling through time for so long, he finally came to see the world on the battlefield outside the territory. He has long been extremely curious about this magical continent. I just don't know how many fights I can fight with my current War Emperor level strength. The secret realm of Hongmeng. Behind a hidden waterfall, Yetian saw the red crystal block in his hand and felt the violent energy inside, with a smile on his face. There is indeed a great opportunity in this secret realm. Ordinary people who absorb this mysterious crystal will be injured by the violent energy inside, but my body is completely able to withstand this energy, and it can even temper my body. At present, it seems that the crystal blocks on the periphery of the secret realm are still low grade. The further you go inside, the higher the quality of the crystal blocks. Looking at the movements of those awesome people before, it is obvious that there is a treasure ahead. Yet Yen calculated that he could at least be promoted to the War King during this trip, and then he would be able to surpass the rank and kill the War King. Among the geniuses of the human race, even Long Ruobing does not have such strength. Yet Yen immediately glanced at the other people with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Tang Ying, Su Xiao Xiao and Lin Dao Tao looked exhausted. It was obvious that the recent battle had consumed them a lot. Fortunately, with Yetian protecting them, at least their lives were not in danger. Lu Hao on the side was promoted to Senior War King. Although he suffered a slight injury, it didn't matter. He was currently studying the nearby topography and crystal blocks. It's just Tang Ao, Tang Ying's 13th uncle, who suffered a tragedy. Although Tang Ao and Tang Ying belong to the same family, their blood relationship is not particularly close. Tang Ao is not very old either. In his 40s, he has reached the level of an intermediate war king. In the previous era, he was more or less a little genius. As a result, compared with Yetian's combat performance, he has been very emotionally unstable recently. In several battles with the Oxman, he was also attacked by the Green Snake and was the most seriously injured. At this moment, the severed limb in his right hand was still being treated and reattached, and Su Zioxio's auxiliary powers were also helping him recover. Without caring about the other party's injuries, Yetian said to everyone, "If you continue to stay here, it will only become more and more dangerous. We'd better keep moving forward, find rare resources as soon as possible, and return as soon as possible. I have a hunch that there are definitely huge opportunities ahead." Yet Yen secretly felt a strong pressure. He must keep moving forward and constantly improve himself. After hearing Yet Yen's words, Tang Ao's face became very ugly. Ever since he joined the team, he had been dissatisfied with the arrogance and radicalism of this genius of the human race. Unexpectedly, the team had just gone through a big battle and had not yet rested, and the opponent proposed to move forward again. "Our exploration mission has been completed long ago. I am currently seriously injured and should not take action for the time being. When you get rare resources, you have to live to enjoy them." Hearing Tang Ao's opposition to him, Yet Yen looked at him coldly. The person who happened to see the other person also looked at him. Their eyes met, and Tang Ao didn't flinch at all. He, Tang Ao, was not as talented as others, he recognized it. But asking him to bow down to a junior, he can't do it. "Yet Yen, Uncle 13 is right. I observed it yesterday. Although this location does not have many resources, it is also the safest place. It's good for everyone to take a short break. When Tang Ying saw her clan uncle being targeted, she stood up and said to Ye Tian, "This is a member of her family, and she invited her here. Naturally, it is impossible for Ye Tianhu to come." "I think so. Why don't you rest for a few more days, Ye Tian?" Lin Dao Tao also said aloud that she was no more than a senior warrior, and after the recent intense battle journey, she was already a little unable to withstand it. And Ye Tian became a little impatient when he saw that they all opposed him. "Forget it, if you want to rest, just wait here. I'll go out on my own. See you soon." Ye Tian said and was about to walk outside. He felt more and more that these people were a burden. Seeing this somewhat familiar scene, Tang Ying and Su Xiaoxiao looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. "Before coming here, I vowed that I would not leave them behind, but now I am doing this again." When Lu Hao saw this scene, he was also very confused. Having just arrived at the senior war king level, his next step is to become the war king. To become a war emperor is to be the true mainstay of the human race, a being with an extremely high status. It's not easy to get here now. Do I have to give up? Thinking that Ye Tian had led them to obtain treasures along the way, as if he had his own treasure hunting function, he gritted his teeth at this moment. He had to make a decision at the critical moment. Instead of retreating, immediately he looked at Tang Ao and said in a deep voice, "Brother Tang Ao, since you are seriously injured, take a good rest here. These are the small nuclear bombs I prepared for use in critical moments and the airship for escape. I will leave them with you. If something goes wrong, take Xiao Xiao and the others to evacuate immediately. Ye Tian and I will try our best to come back as soon as possible." Although Lu Hao wanted to make progress, he still considered the safety of his niece and took out the things he had saved at critical moments to save his life. Tang Ao looked at what he sent and shook his head. "Need not." When Su Xiaoxiao saw that her uncle was about to leave with Ye Tian, she also shouted anxiously, "Uncle, the road ahead will only become more dangerous. Why don't you rest with us for a while? Ye Tian has space powers, so he'll be fine. If my uncle leaves again, their team will be really in danger." Hearing this, Lu Hao also had a very complicated light in his eyes. He naturally knew that it was best to rest now, but if he didn't keep up with Ye Tian, he might miss the biggest opportunity in his life. As for helping Ye Tian, go and come back quickly. If the other team members are fine, he can make further progress. "It's okay, Xiao Xiao, please pay attention. Ye Tian and I will go back quickly." In the end, he made the decision to follow Ye Tianbo. He immediately stopped looking at the people, left his things behind, and left the waterfall, only to see Ye Tian waiting for him outside. At this moment, Ye Tian looked into the distance, smoothed his bangs, looked calm, and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu Hao, only the truly strong can keep moving forward, and the opportunities ahead are waiting for us." Seeing his extremely confident look, Lu Hao nodded. "Yep. Let's set off now, go back quickly. Lest any aliens or beasts find Xiao Xiao and the others." Chapter 89 North Prison City, Here I Come. North Prison City. The city covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers and is built on the surrounding icebergs. Ever since humans occupied this place and established the city, the temperature here has never been higher than -30 degrees. This is a completely frosty world. It never rains in the sky, only ice cones fall. But the foreign races here have adapted to such an environment. The Frostwolf clan and Juyu clan are not easy to deal with. Therefore, the lowest level that can be entered here is the warrior general. With the arrival of Chen Feng's space cruiser, the ordinary warriors below looked up at the behemoth several kilometers long in the sky. The scorching airflow kept spraying blue flames from the exhaust, with full envy in their eyes. An aircraft of this level is at least owned by the Emperor of War. Why haven't I seen this aircraft before? Is the war king from another city here? A team was about to go out on a mission. They felt the strong pressure of the aerial vehicle and the hull made of unknown materials. They were very curious. I don't know, but judging from the posture, the identity of the person coming is very unusual. There are many high-end aircraft on the battlefield outside the territory, but most of them are only A-class. Chen Feng's current space cruiser is in an energy-saving state of 1/10,000th, which is already considered very low-key. When Chen Feng saw the curious eyes below through the holographic screen, he was also a little puzzled. I also gave my father one of his cruisers. Is it useless to him? Chen Hao beside him did not show any signs of fatigue. He looked at the scene around him with full curiosity and passion in his eyes. He climbed out of the stroller and jumped excitedly. Please identify the aircraft owner. Suddenly, the cruiser received a signal from the city, as well as countless infrared and fire control lock signals on the screen. Chen Feng smiled and revealed his identity according to the procedure. Jianghai City, Chen Feng. As he sent his federally registered identity information, the locking signals soon disappeared. Welcome, superhuman scientific researcher, Chen Feng. Chen Zhanhuang is waiting for you in the city, please follow the indicated route. The voice was changed to a sweet female voice, and a navigation map was even sent. No, my cruiser can be stowed away. As Chen Feng spoke, he picked up his son and left the cabin. His body was emitting scorching energy. Chen Hao and his special S-class baby suit were not as cold as Chen Hao. Then he used the space capsule that came with the system to put away the cruiser. In the command center, a long-haired girl received the signal and saw the cruiser signal disappear. She was slightly sluggish. She looked at her colleagues beside her and asked curiously, when did we have such powerful space capsule technology? Then a battleship needs at least tens of thousands of cubic meters of space, right? Other colleagues also shook their heads when they saw this. The middle-aged leader wearing glasses said, since it is Chen Feng's cruiser, then anything is possible. Don't forget how many high-tech instruments we have obtained in Biwen City since Emperor Chen Zhan came. Praise technology. Hearing this, everyone else also said in unison, praise technology. On the other side, Chen Feng felt Chen Zhan's aura and flew towards him. Soon he found Chen Zhan in a huge square. At this moment, Chen Zhan was wearing battle armor with a serious face, standing in front of thousands of human warriors. There were still a dozen war kings standing upright at the front, listening carefully to Chen Zhan's instructions. It turns out that Chen Zhan was recently transferred to Biu City and served as the second commander here. The first commander is the Ice Emperor, Ji Yunfan. The War Emperor usually didn't care about anything, so Chen Zhan became the daily commander in charge of combat deployment. Everyone, those who can be summoned by me today are all the elites of our human race who have performed outstandingly. Everyone knows that the 9 Nether clan, the Ice and Snow Giants, and the Frost Wolf clan are all ready to take action recently, and the battlefield situation is not optimistic. The situation in other cities is also not optimistic and they cannot provide us with support. More times than this, the more we need unity and ultimate cohesion. So I decided that my Chen family will support another 1,000 sets of improved A-level armors, 1,000 sets of A-level mechas, and 100,000 bottles of healing potions. However, the conditions for receiving it require that everyone must not return to Blue Star within the past 3 years, enter the military establishment and obey orders, reduce personal activities outside the home, obey orders at any time, and carry out large-scale combat activities. Chen Zhan put forward this condition, which immediately made many generals take a breath. This reward is really too rich. In the past, rare A-level armors could only be obtained by wealthy children, but now 1,000 sets of each are actually available at one time. Although the conditions restrict everyone's freedom for 3 years, they are nothing compared to the rewards. Soon everyone was rushing to join the army. Chen Feng watched this scene from the side and nodded. Human beings in this world have always had powerful management institutions and armies, but there are also many geniuses who are unwilling to be restrained and do their own thing freely. The top leaders of the human race do not impose any requirements. In the current extraterritorial battlefield, the army must perform tasks, while other soldiers can freely choose to accept tasks and participate in operations. The battlefield outside the territory is vast, there are many benefits for joining the army, and there are many opportunities for free people. With the combination of the two, the human race has developed rapidly and strong men have emerged in large numbers. Chen Zhan had long noticed the arrival of his son and grandson, and immediately picked up Chen Hao as soon as they were dismissed, his face full of happiness and excitement. "Hao, are you here to see Grandpa?" Chen Hao also grabbed Chen Zhan's beard and shouted, "Grandpa, awesome, Grandpa, awesome! Ha 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 ha!" When Chen Zhan heard his grandson's words, he laughed out loud, "Who in my old Chen family is not awesome? My grandson, you can come to the battlefield outside the territory when you are only 1 month old, and you will only be stronger than me in the future." As he spoke, he led his children and grandchildren towards his residence. The two of them were very close. Chen Zhan was bragging about how awesome he was, but Chen Hao seemed to understand and kept waving his hands. After arriving at his residence, Chen Zhan poured Chen Feng a cup of special black tea and said with a smile, "Fenger, I feel that your strength has increased again. Are you planning to fight alongside Dad on this trip to the battlefield outside the territory?" And Chen Feng didn't hide it. He patted his father on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Then I'm afraid you will become my subordinate." Hearing this, Chen Zhan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly realized, did Chen Feng mean that he was stronger than himself? How is that possible? "You kid, just brag." Unfortunately, before he could react, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Chen Feng in front of him and fell on him. The terrifying strength of the War Emperor, coupled with the bonus of Chen Feng's law of destruction, made Chen Zhan feel like he would be completely destroyed before he could even metalize in an instant. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and Chen Feng put away his power. Seeing his father's expression dull and looking at him in disbelief, Chen Feng sat down on the sofa and drank the hot black tea in front of him in one gulp. "Dad, do you believe it now?" Chapter 90 Ether Element. Dawn End Number 039, T. Call me Ruobing. Have you reached the level of Zhan Emperor?" Chen Zhan's body was trembling so much that the tea in his hand spilled to the ground. His eyes widened and his pupils tightened as he stared at Chen Feng. It's no wonder that Chen Zhan was so frightened. The main reason was that Chen Feng's progress was so shocking that it could even be said to be a fantasy, but the pressure that Chen Feng released in just a moment was absolutely unmistakable. Obviously before, Chen Zhan could feel that he was as powerful as a war king. "We haven't seen each other for a few months, and we're already fighting against each other?" He has worked hard and fought hard all his life, and he still has A-end level metallization powers. He has also been fighting with the big guys of the human race for a lifetime. With the help of the metal heart, he can barely compete with the War Emperor. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. As a result, looking at my son, he was lying at home and doing nothing, so he was fighting against the Emperor. Chen Zhan suddenly felt that he had been living like a dog his whole life. No, it's not just him, any genius of the human race is just a piece of shit in front of his own son. "Dad, keep a low profile and keep it a secret. I don't want to be regarded as a monster by the higher UPS of the human race." When Chen Feng saw his father, who looked like he had never seen the world, he pointed to the sofa next to him and asked him to sit down. "Fenger, you are indeed a monster." Chen Zhan sat down with his grandson in one hand and looked at Chen Feng with a dull look. The difference between a war king and a war emperor could be described as a difference between clouds and mud. War emperor, one person can reverse a large war. I'm not a monster. Every era has its own protagonist. In the previous era, it was Hong Emperor. In this era, I think it is me. Chen Feng gave an explanation. As for this explanation, Chen Zhan thought about it and found it to be the most reasonable. Every era has a rising star. You kid actually compared yourself to Emperor Hong. You are really confident. Thinking of Emperor Hong's unrivaled strength and momentum, Chen Zhan was filled with emotion. There are geniuses in every age of the human race, like the crucian carp crossing the river, but the one who can always stand firm and even keep the distance from all living beings is Emperor Hong. Just because Emperor Hong became famous as the War Emperor does not mean that he is still the War Emperor now. If it weren't for me, Emperor Hong might have fallen. Chen Feng was not polite and directly stated his contribution. Chen Zhan was stunned when he heard this and could not refute. Okay, I admit that Fenger, you are indeed the most dazzling existence in this era. Chen Zhan remembered that his son was a top-notch being in both scientific research and combat, and expressed his recognition. But the beauty of trees will be destroyed by the wind in the forest. You should keep a low profile when you should. Our human race is not in harmony. Chen Feng was a little dumbfounded when he heard that his father's arrogant and bellicose character also knew how to keep a low profile. So that's why you haven't used the space cruiser. Seeing that his son knew about it, Chen Zhan had a proud smile on his face. That's for sure. This space cruiser is a powerful weapon. It can catch the enemy off guard at critical moments. How can it be displayed on ordinary days? Seeing him being so cautious, Chen Feng also wanted to laugh. His father gave him the feeling that he was bold and careful, which was quite reliable. In that case, I still have something good for you, Dad. Just remember not to be too high profile. This thing will be your biggest trump card. And you can become the War Emperor soon. Chen Zhan was a little surprised to hear that his son had something good for him again. What have you studied recently? Does your tone sound better than the previous metal heart? But my powers are limited. There is no hope of becoming a War Emperor in this life. Seeing his father's surprised look, Chen Feng knew that his mother had done a good job of keeping the secret and not revealing the information in advance. The level of superpowers is limited, so increase your superpowers. Dad, are you stupid? Hearing this, Chen Zhan couldn't hold himself any longer and said angrily, do you think I'm a monster like you, and that your superpowers can be improved by improving them? Seeing his excitement, Chen Feng also spread his hands, I'm just asking you if you want this gift. Chen Zhan immediately changed his face, nodded repeatedly, and said with a smile, I want it, my son's gift, how could I not want it? Take it out quickly. Hey. Chen Feng was speechless when he heard his father giggle. Chen Feng immediately checked the surrounding environment and found that there was no surveillance. He patted his father on the shoulder and said with a smile, actually, this gift has been given to my mother, and now I will give you a copy. Feel the changes in your abilities carefully. Then he used an SSS level ability activation card on Chen Zhan. Ding! The host used the SSS ability activation card on Chen Zhan. Chen Zhan successfully activated the SSS level power of the ether element. He is the first ether element user in the world. Hearing this, Chen Feng was a little surprised. What element is ether? Reply to the host, ether is an elemental particle unique to this world. It can be used as a medium to connect all things and is an important component of dark matter. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Feng felt that he should understand. But if you don't understand, there's nothing you can do about it. After all, it's Chen Zhan's power. Chen Zhan on the side felt the changes in his body in an instant, and his whole body felt a little bad. Fenger, this is ability. I activated the second power. Seeing that his father was so excited that even Hao couldn't hug him, Chen Feng hugged his son, looked at his father and said calmly, yes, calm down, this is your second superpower. And your second ability is SSS level ether element, which is a type of dark matter. Hearing his son say the words SSS level, and then feeling that he suddenly had strong control over an element around him, Chen Zhan went numb. Son, Tell your father honestly, are you a human or a god? Chen Feng spread his hands. I recently developed a superpower for myself. This superpower is called the ability to activate superpowers for others. Of course, this power is not absolute. It can be used occasionally. Chen Zhan, you mean, you are a god? Chen Feng. An S-class aircraft was heading towards the red light secret realm at high speed. The surrounding strong men of the Oxman race felt the terrifying aura above, but few of them tried to intercept it. Even if there were any, they would be directly blasted to pieces by the laser cannon on the aircraft. At this moment, a handsome young man wearing a cyan armor looked at Long Ruobing, who was looking outside, and stepped forward to chat with him. Ruobing, why did your cousin go deep into the secret realm of the Niu clan? Are they also after that treasure? He asked curiously, while his eyes secretly glanced at Long Ruobing's excellent appearance, coveting it in his heart. Although he ignored the other party many times, he believed that his family background and abilities were also attractive to an iceberg goddess like Long Ruobing. Not to mention anything else, his status as a descendant of the Qing Emperor and an S-level wood-type supernatural warrior king is enough for him to win the favor of any woman. Unfortunately, Long Ruobing didn't look at him, and said with disgust in his tone, He Tianbei, I told you that if you call me Ruobing again, I won't be polite. Long Ruobing felt that her patience was almost gone when it came to this so-called genius who repeatedly disturbed her. He Tianbei was stunned when he heard this, and then said nonchalantly, If Ruobing, you want to do something, then do it. Of course, you are only the junior war king, I will not fight back. As he spoke, he waved his hands, as if he was at his mercy. When Long Ruobing saw his helpless look, a hint of frost flashed in his eyes. Without words, she raised her right hand, and an icicle instantly stabbed the opponent's chest. Are you serious? He Tianbei felt Long Ruobing's biting coldness, and his body was also illuminated by green light, and a light shield appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, he found that Long Ruobing's icicles were extremely powerful, far beyond his imagination. The cyan light shield was pierced in an instant, and the icicle pierced directly into He Tianbei's chest. Ah! With a cry of pain, He Tianbei felt that when the icicle pierced into his body, half of the blood and muscles in his body were frozen. The icicle instantly penetrated his body and smashed He Tianbei's body with it with a roar. To the inner shell of the aircraft behind him. Half a meter of icicles with blood were exposed outside the aircraft. He Tianbei also turned pale, looking at Long Ruobing with a cold face and blue eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect that with his strength as an intermediate war king, he would be injured by Long Ruobing with just one move? What happened? Sensing the movement here, the figure of a middle-aged man suddenly appeared with golden light in his hand. In an instant, Long Ruobing's icicles melted away and He Tianbei was rescued. At this moment, he saw the big hole in He Tianbei's chest, and looked at Long Ruobing with a somewhat unkind expression. Long Ruobing, how dare you take action against my Qingdi family? What on earth do you mean? Please give me a reasonable explanation from the Long family. As he spoke, the aura of the War King surged from his body. Beside Long Ruobing, Long Jing also came over. Seeing the scene in front of her, her face looked a little ugly. Ruobing, is He Tianbei harassing you again? The figure of Long Xiao behind him also reappeared, and the aura of the War Emperor was fully revealed. He Chongguang, what do you mean? Can the Qingdi family do whatever they want? Chapter 91 The Long family who protects the calf, the unlucky guy is here. My Qingdi family is amazing. When He Chongguang saw Long Xiao protecting his calf like this, he immediately refused. At least our Qingdi family will not attack our fellow clan members. And your Long family, Long Ruobing, has violated the extraterritorial criminal law. He Chongguang looked at He Tianbei beside him and said confidently, while Long Xiao felt a little unreasonable when he saw this. No matter what, it really shouldn't be the first thing to attack your colleagues. Immediately he looked at Long Ruobing and asked in a low voice, Ruobing, tell me what's going on. Long Ruobing hadn't spoken yet, but Long Jing was very protective. She pointed at He Tianbei lying on the ground and said sarcastically, I heard just now that He Tianbei asked Ruobing to move his hand and said he would not fight back. Besides, his wood power has a healing effect, so this minor injury won't be a big deal. He Tianbei, please stop pretending to be dead. If you can't, our Long family will pay for your medical expenses. Long Jing's special powers are enhanced senses, strengthened physique, and outstanding hearing, so she naturally knows what happened before. Hearing this, He Tianbei also slowly stood up. The blood hole in his chest was slowly disappearing visibly to the naked eye, but the grin on his face showed that he was obviously not feeling well. Long Ruobing, if you attack me, you won't be afraid of being punished by the tribunal. Long Ruobing looked at him with cold eyes. Next time, I won't hold back. The other party just interrupted her thoughts, which made her very annoyed. Feel the other person's biting chill. At this moment, He Tianbei truly realized that Long Ruobing was different from other women. She could really do it without making a fuss. This made his thoughts of pursuing the other party disappear. Seeing this scene, He Chengguang was unwilling to let the other party go just like that. He immediately pointed at Long Jing and said angrily, Long Ruobing. Long Jing. What do you mean? Tianbei was just joking, but you actually did it. Long Jing's lips became even more sarcastic. What? He made a fool of himself and asked my family Ruobing to take action, but in the end he was not strong enough and was beaten and then pretended to be dead. Don't show off if you don't have the strength, okay? With the strength of an intermediate war king, even if he is killed instantly with one move, he will not be embarrassed by the Qing emperor. He Chengguang's scalp went numb when he heard that Long Jing was so powerful. What a quarrel, he is no match for Long Jing. In addition, He Tianbei was really stupid in doing this. He immediately prepared to use his strength to overwhelm others. It seems that you want to humiliate my Qingdi family. Immediately, the War King's aura surged from his body, and everyone in the Long family suddenly felt a powerful pressure, which was very terrifying. Next to him, Long Xiao was also standing in front of a member of the Long family, and he also released the War Emperor's aura. My Long family cannot be insulted. The strongest combat forces on both sides looked at each other, and even the pressure on both sides was somewhat comparable. Several other war kings on the aircraft also burst out their auras, and a battle was about to break out. At this moment, He Chengguang suddenly said, we are all from the human race, and you, the Long family, should know the consequences of taking action. Long Xiao also said, can your Qingdi family escape punishment? He Chengguang said again, but you are doing this wrong. Long Xiao didn't give in at all, it happened for a reason. If you hadn't been entangled, why would Ruobing take action? He Chengguang once again stepped up the pressure, it seems you are going to fight. Long Xiao also had superpowers, fight and fight. But all the consequences will be borne by your Qingdi family. When He Chengguang saw that the declining Long family was still so harsh, he felt his blood pressure soar, but he didn't dare to take action if he was really asked. The two major families are fighting among themselves on the battlefield outside the territory. I'm afraid Qingdi will be the first to pull him to light the sky lanterns when he returns. At this moment, when he was riding a tiger with difficulty, several powerful auras suddenly appeared outside the aircraft. The observer from the He family also reminded him at the right time, no, there is a war king of the cattle race outside, and the target is our battleship. Hearing this, He Chengguang and Long Xiao looked at each other and relaxed slightly. In that case, let's settle this matter after returning to the base. Exactly. Seeing that the bosses on both sides had restrained themselves, the subordinates also breathed a sigh of relief. Both families cannot afford to lose face, but taking action will cause big trouble. Fortunately, an enemy is coming. In front of the aircraft, hundreds of upright oxmen are rushing towards this direction. The leading oxman is dressed in black leather and is about 5 meters long. The explosive muscles all over his body are covered with cow hair like steel needles. Its eyes were burning at the moment, looking at the high-speed warship in the distance. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that a human would dare to intrude into my territory. Totem protection. The yellow bull man on the side hummed and reminded, Commander. Let's be careful. The humans who dare to break into this place are probably not good people. Some teams have lost contact. Hearing the reminder from his men, Hainu's eyes instantly turned red, and with a sudden punch, he pierced the body of the yellow cattle next to him. The opponent immediately let out a low cry of pain, and then he waved his hand and threw the opponent far away. Ouch! Ouch! Human women are the best. Human race, I want human race. Immediately, its body grew larger again, the aura of the King of War exploded from its body, and the horns on its head became more than 10 meters long, heading straight towards the battleship. Roar! Inside the battleship, Long Jing on the side also quickly gave a report. The target squadron of the Niu tribe is led by 1 high-level war king, 3 mid-level war kings, 10 low-level war kings, and more than 130 general-level warriors. Long Xiao looked at He Chengguang at this moment and said provocatively, "It's useless to talk more. It's more important than which of our families has killed more enemies." He Chengguang also had superpowers surging in his body. He looked at the Niu clan in the distance and said angrily, "That's exactly what I meant." Immediately, the two figures disappeared from the battleship exit at the same time, flying towards the leading senior war king. Then Long Ruobing also rushed out quickly. I saw snowflakes suddenly falling in the originally clear sky. And an ice dragon more than 10 meters long appeared under Long Ruobing's feet. The ice dragon soared into the sky, its ice eyes were full of violence, and it brought Long Ruobing down from the sky, like a born ice and snow goddess. Ice prison 1000 ren. Countless icicles suddenly erupted, and the squadron of oxmen on the ground was instantly pierced by icicles. Blood was everywhere. Many oxen were pierced straight into the air, and they could no longer die. Long Ruobing killed dozens of generals with just one move. This terrifying killing ability made the two people in front of Long Xiao extremely surprised. Ruobing's strength has actually gone a step further. He Tianbei also felt numb, isn't she at the SS level? Why do I feel that her superpower strength is close to SSS level? While the human race was surprised by Long Ruobing's strength, a hint of fear and clarity also appeared in the red pupils of the leading Ox human race war king. These are two war emperors. And with its charged attack, it came directly in front of Long Xiao and He Chengguang. The two of them directly grabbed his horns and pulled them suddenly. The two most powerful horns of the bull tribe were torn off. The golden light in He Chengguang's eyes directly shot into the bull tribe's eyes, and the other party lost his vision instantly. And the scales appeared on Long Xiao's body, and a giant hand was like a dragon's claw, grabbing directly towards Tianling Gai, the war king of the cattle tribe. Chapter 92 Chen Hao's Full Moon Gift. Long Ruobing. We finally meet again. Chen Feng thought of everything he had experienced with the other party and felt a little missed at this moment. From being initially hostile to the other party later completely fell in love with her. Now, it's time to fulfill your original goal. Fill it, must fill it. As the saying goes, if you are a young man in bright clothes and an angry horse, who doesn't know the king of Zhanghai? Although Chen Feng doesn't like to show off, he won't be too low-key when it's time to show off his strength. After leaving the North Prison City, Chen Feng rushed directly towards the Red Light Secret Realm. The space cruiser burst out at terrifying speeds and continued to break through the air. After leaving the human territory, the laser cannons on his cruiser continued to shoot at the surrounding aliens. A warrior-level shot will kill a group of people. Even several low-level war kings from foreign races were turned into dregs by one cannon. As for those who were not dead, he didn't bother to chase them. It's more important to find a wife. His appearance directly caused the aliens outside the northern prison city to become numb and frantically reported this information to their superiors. The son Chen Hao beside him kept looking at the various scenery outside the window. Every time he saw the death of the foreign race, he was extremely happy. Ha ha ha, his eyes turned into crescents with smiles, and he was not afraid at all. This kid is really brave. This SR gene is also powerful. When I was as old as I was in my previous life, I didn't have the ability to remember. Chen Feng was very pleased to see his son's outstanding performance. His son has his original genes from his previous life and his bloodline inheritance. To be precise, he is the person closest to him. When he saw the other party dancing and excitedly by the window, Chen Feng suddenly remembered something. System, can I use my SSS level weapon box for my son? Chen Feng remembered the 2 SSS level weapon boxes he had received before. One of them opened the metal heart for Chen Zhan, and the other he had not used yet. Now that he has SSS level destructive powers and an immortal body, the War Emperor's strength can basically be called invincible. Even if he is defeated by the most powerful people in the world, it is impossible for them to kill him as long as he does not seek death. The system quickly replied, it can be used, and the weapon that is most suitable for him can be developed. What's the best weapon for him now? Chen Feng thought about it and decided to prescribe one for his son. He was quite curious about what he could prescribe. He immediately took out the weapon box and placed it in front of his son. His son is so warlike and he is still the son of destiny, so let's see what weapon is best for him. It can be considered a full moon gift. Hao, this is a gift from Dad. Open it quickly and see what's inside. Chen Hao was watching the laser cannons continuously killing the aliens outside. When he heard his father's words, he turned around and looked at the weapon box in front of him. Dad, wow wow! He called Dad and touched the metal box in front of him, with confusion and curiosity in his eyes. Good boy, just open this box. Chen Feng pointed to the buttons on the box and smiled at his son. Wow wow wow! Chen Hao probably understood when he saw his father's actions. Immediately, he obediently pulled the lid of the box in front of him with his small hands. Soon the box was opened, and Chen Feng was slightly stunned when he saw a light blue toy pistol appearing inside. This is... It was detected that the host gave the gift box to Chen Hao. The corresponding weapon box opens to the weapon most suitable for Chen Hao, SSS level children's toy gun, special version. Chen Feng's mouth twitched slightly when he heard the system prompt. What the hell SSS children's toy gun? Do I need your toy gun? I don't think the system is happy, host, you are a bumpkin, this is a good thing. Hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned. It seemed that what the system gave him could not be garbage. When Chen Hao saw the light blue toy gun in front of him, his eyes were already shining. The thing in front of him seemed to have a kind of magic power, which attracted him very much. Immediately he put his little hand in and took out the toy gun. The toy gun seemed to be able to change its size naturally. As soon as Chen Hao picked it up, it naturally fit into his little hand. When Chen Feng saw his son picking up the toy gun and pointing the gun at him, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was said to be a toy gun, but he had a bad premonition. He immediately looked embarrassed and said to his son, Son, this is a gun. You can't just point it at Dad, nor at other good people. Only against bad people. Hearing this, Chen Hao nodded obediently and pointed his gun at the alien outside the window. At this moment, all the alien races outside were frightened by the speeding space cruiser in the sky. They didn't know when the human race had such a perverted thing again. An angel clan war king was hiding behind the team with gloomy eyes. I didn't expect that the human race's technology is getting stronger and stronger. Since the last mission of that idiot Carrie failed, the connection between our angel race and the human race has been almost completely severed. The situation at Blue Star is increasingly opaque. Damn it! He grumbled and prepared to leave the area. But unfortunately, the next moment, a light blue light shot straight towards him in the sky. The four-winged angel sensed something was wrong, and the aura on his body suddenly surged and he quickly avoided it, but unfortunately, the light still pierced his wings. One shot penetrated his right arm. The severe pain caused fear and disbelief in its eyes. Even the laser cannon in the sky needs to be aimed and fired, and the sudden light can directly hurt him. Golden blood spilled to the ground. Although the diameter of this light was not large, if it penetrated his head, it would be an instant kill. Immediately he shouted angrily, "Retreat! Get out of here!" Upon seeing this, the surrounding ordinary angels also followed him and began to flee into the distance. A few seconds later, another ray of light came and pierced another two-winged angel next to him, and this time it hit the opponent's throat. The two-winged angel felt a sharp pain in his throat, but he still covered his throat with both hands and ran away desperately. Gurgling. It was speechless, but it was already terrified in its heart. Almost, just almost, I was going to die. Any race is extremely frightened when faced with the threat of death. Chen Feng in the cruiser saw the damage caused by his son, and his eyelids jumped wildly. You call this a toy gun? Why weren't my S-class laser guns so powerful back then? Is your reward reasonable? Chen Feng remembered that when he faced the King of War, he had to use dirty tricks and only killed a few with grenades. Now my son can beat up the opponent's team with just a few shots and send them running away. This person is comparing himself to others, not to make people angry. Ding! This system has the right to interpret all rewards. Chen Feng. Chen Hao on the side held a gun and started shooting again at the aliens below. He even stared at the fast-moving target below and moved the muzzle of his gun as if he was taking aim. Baiu! Another shot. When Chen Feng saw his son directly defeating a Zerg warrior this time, he looked at his son with admiration, and soon he felt a sense of pride again. As expected of my son, he can kill generals at the full moon. Chapter 93 The Wisdom of the Awesome People. Boom! Baiu bia baiu! Boom! Baiu bia baiu! Along the way, in addition to the laser cannons sweeping away, Chen Hao was also constantly shooting the aliens below with toy guns. Although it took a few seconds to recharge, he couldn't bear his interest. The cruiser is extremely fast, but Chen Hao's retina can quickly capture the scene outside and then shoot. Every time he hit the alien, his eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon. Chen Feng was lying next to him, talking on the phone, and looking at the strange and wonderful scenery on the battlefield outside the territory. He was still firing there. The father and son were enjoying peace and happiness in the space cruiser, but the aliens below were in dire straits. Wherever Chen Feng drove, the extraterritorial battlefields became Shura fields. Even though Chen Feng chose a route away from the main battlefield, there were too many alien races. Although they could only kill a small part of the people they encountered, the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads made the aliens feel a little numb. After all, the general will die with one shot. It was a bit uncomfortable for the King of War to take a shot. On the way, we met the War King of the Angel clan once, but the Seraph hid and observed the space cruiser from a distance, and after thinking about it, he still didn't take action. Chen Feng slightly adjusted his direction and moved in that direction. When the opponent saw this, he ran away at full speed. Chen Feng was helpless when he saw this, and wanted to test his fighting power, but the sixth man realized something was wrong and ran away. Chen Feng thought of the Canadian column and Archangel Carey, and he felt a little dumbfounded at this moment. The angels look tall and tall, but they are all old men. And he opened the map of the battlefield outside the territory and observed that Long Ruobing and his party had entered the Hongmang secret realm, and yet Yen's troops were actually divided into two groups. At this moment, they were rushing towards the depths of the secret realm with another war dynasty. Chen Feng immediately increased the speed of the space cruiser, reaching 100 times the speed of sound. The shape of the cruiser changed into an oval-shaped fluid, and it flew away quickly with a light shield. Chen Hao was also confused by the sudden acceleration and could no longer see clearly what was going on outside. Hao, stop playing now and take a rest. Dad will take you to your aunt right now. Chen Feng took his son back to his room and let him rest. And he also began to meditate. After Chen Feng was promoted to War Emperor, he had never had the opportunity to fight in actual combat, so he had to meditate in his mind. Fortunately, the upgrade given by the system was not only realm, but also combat experience and instincts far beyond the same level. Yet Yen, there are 7 war kings of the cattle race in front of us, as well as 2 war kings. How can we get the treasure? In the Hongmang secret realm, inside a cave, Lu Hao looked very anxious. The purpose of this trip became more and more sinister, and he already had some intention of giving up. As he and Yet Yen went deeper and deeper into the secret realm, not only did the surrounding environment become extremely hot, but the 3-headed dogs, flaming pythons, and Trichogama worms with the fire attribute around them all had no thinking ability, were extremely irritable, and acted rudely when they saw anyone. Attack! The 2 of them were not only tired of dealing with strange beasts, but also encountered strong men from the ox-human tribe many times. At this moment, Lu Hao was also a little overwhelmed. The environment here is too harsh, and a small injury can turn into a big problem. But Yet Yen was able to use space powers to avoid fatal attacks every time. He also possesses an S-class space dagger, as well as good things looted from the Tang family and the Sui family, so there is basically no problem. Seeing that Lu Hao couldn't bear it at this moment, Yet Yen didn't force him. Uncle Lu Hao is a young uncle, and he respects him very much. The strength of the senior war king is also very helpful to Yet Yen. Then let's take a rest, there's no rush. I'll check the situation first. Uncle Lu Hao, please be careful. When he heard that Yet Yen was going to check the situation, Lu Hao knew that he could not persuade him, so he told him, be careful, if we are discovered, I am afraid that both you and I will die without a burial. It's okay, trust me. No one in this world can leave me behind. Yet Yen smiled confidently, his tone was extremely arrogant, and then his figure slowly disappeared. Lu Hao was also envious when he saw this scene. It can only be said that the gap between his A-level violent power and SSS-level space power is really big. In addition to the terrifying lethality of Yet Yen's space power, he can escape through various spaces regardless of obstacles, which is also a magical skill for rushing and sneak attacks. The longer he knew Yet Yen, the more terrifying he became, and sometimes he even felt that his strength far exceeded his own. Putting aside his thoughts, Lu Hao also sat down quietly and began to recover from his injuries. Yet Yen's figure quickly blended into the surrounding environment. Every time it appears, it is in an extremely weird corner that is difficult to detect. His aura was also suppressed to an extremely low level. This was a unique method of hiding the aura of the human race, but those alien races were not very good at mastering it. After half an hour, he finally stopped moving forward and appeared behind a lava rock. He didn't move at all, even breathing at the lowest level. His body was pressed against the fiery red rock, but the scorching temperature could not come within a centimeter of his body. He just waited quietly, sensing all the movements around him. This group of strong men from the cattle race have been waiting here for several days, but they have made no move. I must be waiting for the treasure to be born. I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but it can actually make the already hot temperature around it boil even more. I will definitely not miss this opportunity when I go out. Yet Yen clenched his fists. The flowers he obtained on his last mission made his hiding ability even better. This time, the opportunity will only be greater. It has to be said that apart from Yet Yen's withdrawn temperament, his combat ability is absolutely top-notch. At this moment, he alone invaded within 10,000 meters of the War King, but the powerful men of the cattle race did not notice it at all. A group of strong men from the cattle race were sitting cross-legged, near a huge lava lake with a radius of about 3,000 meters. There were about 100 cattle warriors around, patrolling everywhere. When encountering a strange beast approaching, the War King will be dispatched directly to kill it. It's a pity that every time Yetian appears in their blind spot, always keeping a safe distance. A War King wearing armor felt the extremely quiet situation around him, and looked at the other axe-wielding War King, and suddenly said, "Those humans are hiding. What a cunning, treacherous, and disgusting race." The axe-wielding War King nodded, with anger in his eyes. "Damn human race, how do they know there is a treasure here? Just a few War Kings. I want to kill them before the treasure is born." But the armored War King shook his head, his huge bull eyes filled with the light of wisdom. "Not urgent. Don't forget, Lao Wu went back to ask for help. Without communication within the secret realm, human technology is useless. This place is far away from the human city. Our support must be faster than theirs. When the treasure is born, we will be the ones who succeed." The axe-wielding War King said disapprovingly, "Why should these human War Kings be so careful? According to me, Fifth Brother shouldn't have left. Let's work together to find those humans." The armored War King shook his head. "The human race is different from other races. Their genius and technology are too terrifying, so we must be cautious. Everything is at my disposal." Hearing this, the axe-wielding War King next to him had a look of reluctance, but he could only continue to sit down and agreed, "Everything is up to you, second brother." 3 days later, in a dark corner, an ox-human warrior general was patrolling, but suddenly he felt that the light around him went dark. The next moment he appeared in a pit. Before he could say anything, purple light appeared in the eyes of the young man in front of him. The great warrior general's eyes suddenly became dull and he looked at the man in front of him. "Tell me, where is your other war emperor? How long will your fastest support take?" Chapter 94 Whereabouts Exposed. "Uncle Lu Hao, save me!" In the pit, low voices of questioning could be heard vaguely, but soon one of them's voice became irritable. "I'm asking you, where is your other war emperor? Number Yuan asterisk number dot. Please communicate with me in the universal language of the universe. Yuan asterisk, number dot." Yet Yen never thought that he could control and hypnotize an awesome warrior general, but it turned out that he didn't seem to know the universal language of the universe. And when he tried to invade the other person's memory, he found that the other person's mind was full of fantasies and exchanges with the heterosexual tribe, and he couldn't stand the disgusting scenes. "One more look at it makes me sick. Can you really speak human language? %. After Yetian asked several times, he found that the Niu Ren warriors all looked at him blankly, and sometimes said a few words in the Niu Ren language that he did not understand, which made Yetian's face extremely ugly. How could there be such a stupid race? A general can be such a waste. Damn! Damn it! Yetian found a rare opportunity to attack the lone warrior, but he didn't get any useful breath. Now he was a little angry. As a result, the other party now seemed to think he was asking questions again and said something he didn't understand. Number Yuan %. Seeing the dull expression of the other party, and even when the other party looked at Yetian, there was an obvious change in a certain part. The communication between the two was obviously not on the same channel. Thinking of the outrageous things the Niu clan had done, Yetian couldn't bear it anymore when he saw this scene again. "Nimas! Die!" Immediately, Yetian was extremely angry, and he suddenly struck out and slapped the awesome warrior on the head. In an instant, the opponent's brains flew everywhere. Fortunately, he used his space powers to block it all. But the next moment, he noticed that there was a war king around him whose aura suddenly surged, and he obviously found his trace. Not good. Whereabouts exposed. I need to leave quickly. Yetian felt that something was wrong, and his tense figure disappeared again, but the great warrior king shouted loudly, "The human figure was found. Come quickly for our support." Hearing this, the two war emperors who were sitting cross-legged suddenly opened their eyes. The two bulls looked at each other and both headed towards Yetian's position. Their huge bodies flew like streams of light, and the countless flowers, plants, trees, and rocks around them completely exploded in front of them. The Niren clan is famous for their strong bodies. At this moment, the auras of the two war emperors were completely released, and they were heading towards the location where Yetian appeared. As they advanced, two cracks tens of meters wide appeared on the ground beneath their feet. Yetian's face turned pale when he noticed the two cows approaching rapidly. Once he loses his advantage in the dark, it will be almost impossible for him to block the two war emperors alone. What to do? It was also the first time that Yetian encountered the pursuit of two war kings, and the war king in front of him had already punched him. Die! Seeing the opponent's punch with terrifying pressure, Yetian's eyes were also full of grey space powers, and his hands condensed space to strangle and blast towards the opponent. The extremely hard giant fist of the great warrior king was directly strangled by the space and broke countless blood marks, while the space in front of Yetian condensed into a huge solid wall, which absorbed a large amount of the opponent's impact. Yetian took the opponent's remaining strength, drew out the space dagger in his hand, and a small space crack appeared, heading towards the great warrior king. The other party felt the energy of the space crack that could destroy everything, and retreated violently. Yetian, on the other hand, continued to run away into the distance. At this moment, he kept shuttling through the cracks in the rocks, but the speed of the two cow-human warrior kings was far faster than him. Even the surrounding environment does not cause much speed loss to them. The two of them locked onto Yetian's aura and chased after him. When the armored war king noticed Yetian's aura, his face was filled with surprise. How is it possible? The strength of this human being is at most a low-level war king. But he can explode into 10 times more strength. This is a human genius. Kill him. He must be killed. When the axe wielder heard what his second brother said, his eyes were red at the moment, and his already huge body expanded again, and correspondingly, his speed increased again. Human genius. Damn it! Killing him is more important than the treasure. Its sound was like a loud bell, and it really wanted to shatter Yetian's eardrums, and Yetian had no choice but to shield his surrounding ears. The terrifying energy from the opponent thousands of meters away made Yetian feel his heart beating wildly. Compared with the War King, the War Emperor is really not on the same level. The speed of the axe-wielding emperor was getting faster and faster, and he even threw the giant axe, which was more than 10 meters long, directly towards the place where Yetian's aura was. The giant axe was made of an unknown material. At this moment, it broke through countless obstacles and headed directly behind Yetian. Feeling the piercing killing intent behind him, Yetian was facing such a life and death crisis for the first time at this moment. He immediately gritted his teeth and the surrounding space was full of superpowers, but he did not resist the giant axe. Instead, the moment the giant axe landed behind him, his figure suddenly disappeared. After the giant axe disappeared, his figure appeared in the same place. Space flashes. Under the threat of life and death, Yetian finally understood this terrifying move. He can instantly hide himself in the surrounding space and avoid the opponent's fatal blow. But at this moment, his figure flickered again, leaving no trace. And his sudden disappearance and appearance made the two war kings stunned. Yetian's figure disappeared again, which actually caused the aura locked by the two to disappear. The eyes of the axe-wielding war king were red, but the armored war king next to him looked towards Yetian as he disappeared. A large number of strange totems appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he shouted angrily, "There!" It turned out that Yetian had already fled quickly towards the other side. The two war emperors killed again. Seeing that the other party actually had the secret technique of tracking, Yetian felt their hot pursuit. His face turned pale at this moment, and 2 consecutive space flashes consumed a lot of his powers. If this continues, he will definitely die. He immediately drank a sip of the healing potion and rushed towards where Lu Hao was. No matter what, it's always good to have an extra helping hand. In the cave where Lu Hao was, he suddenly felt a little uneasy, and there seemed to be faint fluctuations of fighting outside, but the distance was too far, so he couldn't be sure. He immediately flew out of the cave and looked into the distance. Did something happen to Ye Tian? What happened? He was a little worried about Ye Tian's safety, but his injuries had not fully recovered at this moment, and he did not dare to go there rashly. And not long after, he felt the terrifying auras of two war emperors approaching quickly, and Ye Tian's voice also came over. "Uncle Lu Hao, save me!" Lu Hao's face turned pale instantly. Chapter 95 I will avenge you. "Uncle Lu Hao, save me!" Hearing Ye Tian's roar, as well as the terrifying auras of two war kings and a bunch of war kings behind him, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Hao's mind. Scenes of important information in his life emerged. He was still young, he still had family and friends, a wife and children, and he didn't want to die like this. And the aura all over his body began to surge. Those who are timid will have no chance of survival. At this moment, the only option is to fight to the death. Violent! Lu Hao shouted angrily, and the aura of the senior war king doubled again. He took out the sword in his hand and took the lead in killing the axe-wielding war king. "Ye Tian, kill one first." Seeing Uncle Lu Hao's outburst, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in Ye Tian's eyes at this moment. Being chased like a dog by the two war emperors, he was already furious. When Lu Hao was killing the axe-wielding man, Ye Tian used space blink again, and his figure disappeared again. But in an instant, Lu Hao was in close combat with the war emperor. Although that awesome man is huge, how can Lu Hao be slaughtered by others? I saw his face was ferocious, his eyes were crazy, and he had obviously used all his strength. He was extremely fast, and his sword drew a terrifying blade, falling from the sky and slashing directly towards the opponent's bull head. Cut! Roar! Feeling the terrifying strength bursting out from the human beings in front of him, the axe-wielding war emperor did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He raised the giant axe high in his hand, metal and iron intersected in an instant, and the next moment his face changed drastically. A harsh cracking sound sounded, and the opponent's sword actually cut open his giant axe. Lu Hao's knife fell straight towards his head. Lu Hao felt lucky in his heart. He spent a lot of money to upgrade his weapons before setting off. Unexpectedly, it played a vital role at this moment. Seeing that his sword was about to completely cut open the opponent's Tianling Gai, Lu Hao saw several horns suddenly rising above the opponent's head. Although the new horns are not as strong as the original ones, the sword is already weak. The remaining power of the sword struck the opponent's new horns and completely chopped them apart. However, if it continued harder, it finally got stuck in the opponent's skull. The axe-wielding emperor held half a weapon in each hand and blasted towards Lu Hao. Not good. Lu Hao felt bad and retreated violently, only to find that he couldn't take out the sword in his hand and it was caught in the opponent's skull. I wanted to abandon my sword and leave, but it was too late. Half of the giant axe directly broke through his armor and cut his legs in half. Pain instantly swept through Lu Hao's brain. He crushed a pill in his mouth, and the nerves throughout his body were instantly numb. He retreated for hundreds of meters. But even so, his face was already pale, sweat was pouring from his head, and the broken parts of his legs were destroyed by the war emperor's energy. Ordinary drugs could not treat him at all, and blood kept spilling. Ouch! Seeing Lu Hao's legs falling off, the Niu Ren Zhanhuang opened his mouth and his legs fell directly into his mouth. He chewed them for a while and then swallowed them with satisfaction. Human blood is so delicious. I'm going to eat you all today. The great warrior king laughed loudly, and took off the sword from his head with one hand, pointing at Lu Hao. Seeing his stumps being swallowed by the opponent, this horrific scene made Lu Hao unable to contain the fear in his heart. He immediately ran away towards the distance. Ye Tian, what are you doing? As he ran away, he discovered that Ye Tian's figure had disappeared, and his face was filled with unbelievable pain and despair. At this moment, the armored war emperor had also arrived. The two war emperors couldn't find Ye Tian, so they started to kill Lu Hao. That genius is called Ye Tian, right? Ha 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 ha, he betrayed you. The voice of the great warrior emperor was like a loud bell, which shook Lu Hao's heart to pieces. At this moment, Lu Hao, who was seriously injured, had no ability to escape. The wound could not stop the bleeding, and the two terrifying auras behind him were getting closer and closer. Lu Hao's face was only filled with extreme panic. No, no. I don't want to die yet. At this moment, there was no one around, and he was the only human being left. In this dangerous situation, with no chance of survival, tears appeared in the corners of Lu Hao's eyes. He has been running the battlefields outside the territory for decades, and he will eventually die in the mouth of this awesome human race. Stop running! Human race! The axe-wielding king threw down the weapon in his hand and grabbed Lu Hao with his big hand. Lu Hao felt the giant hand behind him and unleashed his final potential, avoiding the opponent's grasp. Unfortunately, the next moment, the war emperor caught the opportunity and slapped him hard to the ground. Lu Hao felt severe pain all over his body, and his body had almost sunk into the hard ground. Blood left his head and dyed Lu Hao's eyes red. He could no longer move now. Seeing this scene, the war king of the Niu clan directly picked up his body with one hand, shook him, roared with laughter, and was about to put it into his mouth. The armored war king beside him suddenly said, "Wait. War king of the human race, if you are willing to reveal to us the internal information of the human race that we want, we can consider sparing your life." Lu Hao, who was already desperate and numb, moved his eyelids when he heard this. But he looked at the frightening faces of the cattle people in front of him, and finally shook his head. "Just kill me." Hearing his deep voice, the axe-wielding king's eyes turned red. He held Lu Hao together with both hands and exerted force suddenly. The sound of broken bones sounded, and Lu Hao instantly let out a tragic wail. "Ah! Are you going to say it or not? This is your last chance." Feeling that all his flesh and blood were about to be crushed by the opponent, Lu Hao finally spat out a mouthful of blood towards the opponent. "Bastard! You wanna die?" Hearing this, the other party became furious immediately and crushed Lu Hao's body completely, turning it into a puddle of meat in his hands. Finally, he threw it into his mouth, chewed it for a while, spit out a ball, and dropped it on the ground. "Bah, it tastes bad." The great warrior emperor made a sound of disgust, obviously hating Lu Hao's actions. On the other side, the armored warrior emperor's sight kept scanning the surroundings. Where did the genius go that day? Isn't the human race known as the most united race? Uncle Lu Hao, as long as you can find some flaws in that awesome man, I will also have a chance to kill him. In a hidden corner, Ye Tian heard Lu Hao's screams and felt very uncomfortable. He used space blink just now, just waiting for the opportunity to give the axe-wielding war king a fatal blow, but Lu Hao didn't work. However, he was instantly killed by the opponent in 2 moves. Then he had to leave temporarily. "Don't worry, I will avenge you in the future," Ye Tian thought to himself. Chapter 96 He Tian Bei, am not weaker than others. Why haven't Uncle and Ye Tian come back yet? When Lu Hao died, Su Xiao suddenly felt a palpitation in her heart and was a little worried about the safety of the two of them. "I don't know, but if we wait here any longer, I'm afraid something will happen. The strange beasts around have obviously become more active. I'm afraid a treasure will be born. There are more and more cattle people. We have to leave." Tang Ying looked worried. She had found many traces of enemies around her in the past 2 days, and this location would be discovered sooner or later. Now she can no longer control Ye Tian and Lu Hao. "Xiao Ying is right, we should leave. The longer you stay in this secret realm, the more dangerous it will be." After this period of cultivation, Tang Ao has basically recovered completely. Faced with the surrounding situation, he has no idea of going deep into the secret realm again. Then Yetian is looking for death, let him go. But he already had a bad premonition about Lu Hao's safety. What good could happen if you follow someone like Yetian? Yetian's space powers and escape are top-notch. Lin Dao Tao, who was at the side, had no objection. I listen to you. She knew very well that as a high-level general without any powerful abilities, she would only die without a burial place if she didn't join the large army. In the past few days, she had heard the terrifying howls of various strange beasts and cattle people around her. She couldn't even sleep and had a good rest. Now she was regretting a little, why did she follow Yetian to such a far place? At best, it's like taking chestnuts from the fire and dancing on the tip of a knife. At worst, it's like the birthday boy eating arsenic and seeking death. Seeing that everyone was unanimous, Su Xiaoxiao also turned pale. Uncle, nothing will happen to him, right? Seeing her worry, Tang Ying had no choice but to step forward and comfort her. It's okay, Xiao Xiao. Uncle Hao is very powerful, and ordinary enemies can't hurt him. But, didn't you say before that you had the aura of the War Emperor? Su Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Ying and Tang Ao. Tang Ao could only nod helplessly. There is more than one aura of War Emperor. We can only pray now that the two of them don't go too far, otherwise. Tang Ao's meaning was obvious. And Su Xiaoxiao thought that she might never see the uncle who loved her the most again, and tears welled up in the corners of Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Let's go. Tang Ying made a decision. Ruobing, are you thinking about him again? On the aircraft, Long Jing saw her niece staring out the window in a daze again and asked. No. Long Ruobing shook her head, but Long Jing didn't believe her. This girl has liked to hide her worries since she was a child. Just think about it, but we are on a battlefield outside the territory, so you still have to be careful. After hearing what his sister-in-law said, Long Ruobing nodded, I know. 10 meters away, He Tianbei heard the conversation between the two and looked embarrassed. I didn't expect that Long Ruobing would actually fall in love. Who can win her favor? Is it from the Lei family? Or from the Kongshen family, or some emerging genius? Lin Kuang? Xiao Junlin? Bai Rui? Or? No matter who they are, I, He Tianbei, am not weaker than them. He Tianbei was deeply attracted by Long Ruobing's previous fighting performance and transcendent temperament, and still did not intend to give up on this iceberg goddess. He must get Long Ruobing. Feeling a little excited to see him, He Chengguang walked over. Tianbai, we are in a secret realm now. Our two families need to unite as one, otherwise we may be in danger. You can't rush emotional matters, you know. He Chengguang said earnestly. Hearing his uncle's words, He Tianbei gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely perform well. I will finally get her, Long Ruobing, by my own strength. Seeing his nephew thinking this way, He Chengguang felt relieved. Okay. That's what a grown man should do. As the aircraft went deeper and deeper into the red light secret realm, they encountered more and more attacks from strange beasts and monsters. Even if there were 2 war emperors killing the enemy, it would still take a lot of time. The group finally put away the aircraft and chose to fly on their own. This makes the target smaller. Looking at this posture, the treasure is about to be born. The prophecy was indeed correct. He Chengguang said with a smile. But Long Ruobing started to think. With Yetian's SSS-level spatial powers, I'm afraid nothing will happen, but he actually brought Su Xiaoxiao and the others with him. What if he doesn't want to play that trick of saving people in desperate situations again? When Long Ruobing thought of this, she became even more speechless for this cousin. A senior war king has died. Is it Lu Hao? It seems that the plot has undergone major changes and the fate of the characters is completely different. When Chen Feng saw the blue dot disappearing on the map, he sighed. This person was not dead for more than 100 chapters in the original book. He had a very good relationship with Yetian, but now he died directly. But Yetian sold the other party out now. Lu Hao has a very good relationship with him and won't betray him easily. He really can't defeat the two war emperors now. But why was he discovered by the other party? How could his space hiding technique overturn? Chen Feng looked at everything that happened on the map, a little surprised, and then started to make calculations. Although Yetian escaped, everything he did was obviously not as smooth as before. At least a heavy price was paid. He couldn't figure it out. Yetian was exposed because he was so angry that he caught an uneducated and talented general. Is it because of the decrease in luck or the birth of my son? Chen Feng thought of this and looked at Chen Hao, who was sleeping happily in the crib. His son was the destined son of this generation. Yetian can only be considered the previous generation. As the saying goes, the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. It's not good to push Yetian to death. He is my uncle. Chen Feng is very peaceful now, and Yetian is no longer a threat to him. So he immediately continued to speed up the cruiser. According to his observation, the troops coming to support from the Niu clan are about to collide with Long Ruobing and the others. This time the opponent dispatched a total of 5 war emperors, and one was a senior war emperor. In addition to the original 2, there are now 7 Niuren clan war kings in the Hongmang secret realm. And in the place where the treasure was born, there was actually a strange beast close to the level of a war emperor. At first glance, this script is all about other people going through the thunder and Yetian harvesting treasures. A really cool script. But it doesn't matter. I am invincible, I will kill everything. Chen Feng accelerated forward with a deep look in his eyes. Ruobing, whether you agree or not this time, I will kill you. Chapter 97 The Treasure is Born. Demon Emperor Xian Tai. Uncle. It's me who hurt you. Sorry. Su Xiao looked at Lu Hao, who had only one head left in front of him. He was already kneeling on the ground, grabbing the ground with his head, and burst into tears. Her whole mood collapsed, and she was no longer as cute and wilted as before. When Long Ruobing saw this, she looked at Tang Ying with a strange look in her eyes. So, Yetian and Lu Hao left you, but now Lu Hao is dead and Yetian is nowhere to be seen. Facing this iceberg goddess, Tang Ying remembered her last encounter on Blue Star. Although the other party was Yetian's cousin, she couldn't be said to be very close. Yes, Yetian left with Uncle Lu Hao, but now he has disappeared. And Uncle Lu Hao? Tang Ying couldn't bear to see Lu Hao's expression of pain before he died. Lu Hao is a good man. Tang Ao on the side said bluntly, something must have gone wrong. Yetian escaped, leaving Lu Hao behind. Yetian can do this kind of thing. Long Ruobing was not surprised when she heard the other party's accusation. This was even her speculation. Ruobing, there are traces of the 2 Oxman war kings here, and they may be dozens of kilometers away. The treasure is about to be born, so everyone must be extremely alert. We, the human race, will avenge Lu Hao. Now in the secret realm, life-saving is the first priority. Seeing everyone's sadness, Long Jing said seriously. We must keep fighting at all times. Long Ruobing also nodded immediately, and the people around him from the Long family and the Qingdi family were on alert. Lin Dao Tao lifted Su Xiao up, put Lu Hao's head into the capsule, and said distressedly, Xiao, we have to go back alive so that we can bury Uncle Lu Hao. When Su Xiao heard this, his eyes were still red. It was my fault for letting my uncle and I enter such a dangerous secret. Why do I trust Yetian so much? Memories emerged of scenes from the past, and she felt that she had been too naive before. I thought that I and others would always be safe and would always be able to turn danger into good. Lu Hao's death broke her fantasy. The reality is so cruel. And Yetian, where is he now? After hearing this, the women fell into silence. He Tianbei, who was standing next to him, had already had other thoughts when he saw so many beauties around the so-called Yetian. There are so many stunning beauties, and he likes them all. Don't worry, everyone, we will definitely find Yetian. And Lu Hao's revenge, we will help him avenge it soon. Our Qingdi family exists to safeguard the interests of the human race. He Chengguang was also aware of the current strength of the enemy. He waved his hand and said domineeringly, 2 bullhead clan war kings and more than 10 war kings, I and my family can destroy them. Seeing him showing off, Long Xiao smiled and said, then my Long family won't take action then. He Chengguang was speechless. He Chengguang said sarcastically, this place is far away from human territory, so it's better to join the battle and win the battle quickly. While they were still communicating, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the lava lake in front of them. The lava spurted several kilometers into the air and then poured down. Within the lava, a strange jet-black pillar appeared, about 3 meters long and several centimeters thick. It was unknown what material it was made of. The sudden burst of lava not only disrupted the plans of Long Ruobing and others, but it also brought with it a terrifying hot breath deep in the secret realm. The War Emperor of the Oxman clan. Wrong. It's a strange beast. What a powerful aura. In an instant, He Chengguang and Long Xiao both flew straight into the sky, looking at the terrifying scene of lava spraying in the distance, and the terrifying aura inside made them even more frightened. The 2 people immediately looked at each other and saw a trace of retreat in each other's eyes. Although the treasure is good, you still have to live to enjoy it. That's right, retreat. The 2 quickly reached a consensus that the reason why the human race remains strong and prosperous is because of an ancient saying. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Every strong human being is extremely precious and cannot be given away to death easily. Long Jing below also commanded. Retreat immediately. In order to avoid attracting the attention of strange beasts, we ride in a chariot. Su Xiaoxiao also put away his uncle's head, looked at the people around him, with tears in his eyes, and nodded quickly. She didn't want anyone to die again. Only He Tianbei felt a little pity. Without a big fight, where would he have the chance to show off? But when he felt the terrifying aura in the distance, he felt a drum in his heart and did not raise any objection. Withdraw. Soon a group of humans left quickly. When the treasure was born, Yetian also had a strong desire in his eyes. He looked at the black pillar in the lava from a distance, and the message had already appeared in his mind. This is Demon Emperor Xian Tai. It is a good thing that an outsider demon has been tempering here for hundreds of years. It is not only an excellent treasure, but you can also get the insights of a strong demon from it. Human beings' abilities are far less powerful than those of demons. I must win this thing. It turned out that during the few days that Yetian was missing, he accidentally entered a cave under the stone that recorded information about the treasure, and even got a trace of the demonic aura, which made it easier for him to collect the treasure. The human race is the latest race to enter the battlefield outside the territory, and the history of the demon race there may be thousands of years old. After escaping last time, his strength has further improved and he has reached the level of Junior War King. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. No, the strength of those 2 war emperors is too terrifying, as well as this strange beast. If I take the treasure, I might not be able to escape. Damn it, if Tang Ao comes with us, he can at least attract some attention. Yetian wanted to seize the treasure, but his strength was not enough. He was secretly worried when he suddenly felt a few familiar auras. This is... He suddenly felt that several extremely powerful auras suddenly erupted from the direction where Lu Hao died dozens of kilometers away. It's the cattle race. There's also the human race. In addition to a few of us, there are 2 human war kings who have entered the secret realm. And the support from the Niu clan includes 5 war emperors. Yetian quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind, and finally gritted his teeth and flew directly towards the black cylinder. I must win this thing. Yetian was still ready to take risks. He felt that the two human war kings were very powerful, and the other war kings were definitely not ordinary. Maybe they can resist him for a while. Chapter 98 Fierce Battle. On the other side, a brilliant battle has broken out in the sky. I don't know how unlucky it is. Long Ruobing and others didn't go far when they encountered the troops from the Niu tribe who came to support them. No, it's the Niu tribe troops. The rest are in combat mode. The contact team will use the secret method immediately to request support. Long Xiao shouted angrily. Although communication tools cannot be used in the secret realm, messages can still be sent using secret methods. Obviously the situation at this moment is already very critical. The opponent had 5 war kings, one of whom was a golden-haired senior war king. Their powerful pressure was suffocating, and the fiercest battle broke out from the moment the two sides discovered each other. I saw the dragon owl in the air burst out with all his power, and his entire body had turned into a half-dragon. His whole body was covered with hard scales, and his huge claws grabbed directly at the golden-haired war emperor. The other party felt the terrifying lethality of the giant claw, and his figure also surged. The two of them started to fight without any nonsense. Next to him, He Cheng Guang's body also shimmered with golden light and green light. Seeing Long Xiao blocking a high-level war king alone, she also directly stopped 2 cattle human war kings. Just you two, come together. There was confidence and mockery in the corner of his mouth. As a descendant of Qing Emperor, he not only possesses A-level wood attribute abilities, but also has A-level light attribute abilities. With the strength of a high-level war king, it would not be a big problem to fight against 2 intermediate ones. Immediately, the 2 great warrior kings were furious and charged towards him. The remaining 2 war kings looked at the human race without a war king. As soon as a cruel smile appeared on the corners of their mouths, one of the war kings saw the dark icicle in front of him, heading straight towards it with a terrifying speed that could pierce everything. Attack on his head! Roar! It immediately exploded with all its strength, clenched its hands, and blasted towards the icicle in front of it. But Long Ruobing, who was behind the icicle, had already mounted the ice dragon. The biting cold was released, and frost and snow fell in the air. She took the initiative to kill the bull human war king. Seeing her terrifying strength, the others turned pale and felt ashamed. He Tianbei's whole body flashed with green light, and he looked at the last war emperor. Help me, everyone! Immediately, he also rushed towards the opponent, and 5 war kings including Tang Ao, Long Jing also flew out to help. The remaining human race kings and the cattle race troops also started a fierce fight. Although there are many Niu or tribe troops. However, the human elite is stronger in individual combat. With the help of armor and technological means, the 2 sides faced off, but it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. The 3 girls Su Xiao Xiao, Tang Ying, and Lin Dao Tao also cooperated closely. Tang Ying was entangled in death, Su Xiao Xiao added an auxiliary halo to them, and Lin Dao Tao had wind powers, and the wind blade had good lethality. During the melee here, the 2 Oxman war kings on the other side were already flying straight towards the iron pillar in the air. Their giant hands grabbed the lava in front of them, but suddenly felt a strong resistance. It seems that Demon Emperor Xian Tai is very resistant to them. Roar! What's going on with this treasure? Why can't it be taken out? The Broken Axe War King roared angrily and grabbed the Demon Emperor Xian Tai again, but the stronger his strength, the greater the force of the opponent's backlash. With a bang, he was ejected 100 meters away, his eyes red. He immediately wanted to attack again. Calm down. Upon seeing this, the armored war king quickly stopped his behavior. It looked solemn and guessed, this thing must not have been fully born yet. We still have to wait for a while. After hearing his second brother's words, the Broken Axe Battle Emperor spoke in an urgent tone. But Lao Wu and the others are already fighting. And that strange beast. They were also facing a huge crisis at this moment. The beasts that were close to the level of the War Emperor were so terrifying that they were both frightened. And two terrifying human War Emperor auras erupted from behind, which were equally impressive. The treasure in front of them is unobtainable, so they are in a dilemma. Do not worry. Lao Wu's side is fine. Let's observe for a while longer. The armored war king forced himself to calm down and began to carefully study the patterns on the treasure in front of him. Soon a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is the demon's body refining method. Sure enough, this place was the secret realm of the demon emperor back then, and this treasure also belongs to him. I immediately realized the method above, and I'm afraid I can put it into my pocket. When he was extremely excited, the speed of the alien beast in the distance exploded again. No. The opponent's speed is too fast. It took just a few minutes for the armored war king to realize that the aura of the alien beast was about to arrive, and it was immediately helpless. Suddenly, a 5 to 6 meter long, fiery red furry fox appeared in the distance, and its eyes were filled with a trace of black energy, full of violence. Who dares to touch my treasure? It turned out to be an extremely harsh female voice. The two great warrior kings looked at each other, nodded, and started to kill each other. This thing is related to the great cause of the prosperity of my race, we can't let her take it away. Hurry up and call Lao Wu and the others, don't fight with those humans. The armored war emperor made an instant decision. The two bull brothers were no match for the alien fox in front of him, but if the other 5 war emperors arrived, the fox would also be defeated. And the broken axe war king immediately let out a roar. It's a signal to ask for support. Ho! Ho ho ho! Immediately the 5 outstanding warrior kings on the other side received the signal and were all ready to go to support. Humans! I'll let you live. Don't get involved again. The golden-haired war king suddenly knocked back the dragon owl in front of him, and then let out a roar. Please leave quickly. Obviously, the treasure has been born, the strange beasts have appeared, the second brother and the others have problems, and this human force is too powerful, and they are not sure of defeating each other. Seeing that the other party wanted to give up, Long Xiao and He Chengguang looked at each other, looked at the team that had already suffered casualties, and immediately understood what he meant. All retreat. Following his command, both sides withdrew. The war kings locked onto each other's auras, and after slowly retreating for several kilometers, Long Xiao shouted loudly, "Take the wounded and leave immediately. Walk." This is his final decision. Now the pressure on the human race is huge, and any war emperor is faced with the important task of protecting a city. Some even have to guard several areas part-time. They are now in a secret realm. If they ask for help, no one knows the consequences. We can only withdraw. However, not long after they evacuated again, they suddenly found that the aura of the cattle human troops behind them was chasing them again, and even the alien beast was chasing them in their direction. I saw a young man running towards where they were, and under his feet was stepping on the demon emperor Xian Tai. With the power of black iron, it came through the sky. Hurry up and catch up with him. This despicable human actually stole the treasure while we were fighting with the beasts. When Ye Tian saw the human aircraft, he also yelled, "Help me!" Chapter 99 Chen Feng. Help me! When Ye Tian led the army of cattle people and the flaming red fox to chase him, He Chengguang was the first to lose control. He looked at Ye Tian in the distance in disbelief and roared to Long Ruobing and others, "This is the Ye Tian you are talking about? What on earth does he want?" No wonder he was angry. Everyone was supposed to leave safely, but he brought so many enemies behind him. There was bound to be a bloody battle today. He didn't know how to survive in the face of an army of cattle people and alien beasts in the half-emperor realm. Long Ruobing's face was also ashen, and he felt extremely complicated as he looked at the figure driving Demon Emperor Xian Tai. The other party was actually able to take advantage of the alien race's unpreparedness to seize the treasure. It proves that his cousin is indeed talented, powerful, and has incredible opportunities. It was this extremely selfish character that really made her feel a little sick. Ready to fight. Keep support and therapy staff in the middle. Those who can't escape can only fight to the death. Under such an unexpected situation, Long Jing was frightened and angry but still did not forget her command authority. She shouted loudly and the entire human team immediately formed a fighting formation. Seeing the team disperse immediately, everyone was very nervous. The three girls Tang Ying also turned pale. They looked at Ye Tian flying in the distance, their lips moved, but they were speechless. Instead, Ye Tian's tone was filled with joy. It turns out to be you. Save me quickly, Sister Ruobing. Ye Tian felt relieved when he saw everyone getting off the aircraft, and all of them were familiar faces. He was assured of the combat effectiveness of this group of people. Unexpectedly, the first words Long Ruobing spoke made him very embarrassed. Ye Tian, we can't keep that treasure. I can only throw it back and let the beast and the cattle race fight for it. We took the opportunity to leave. As Ye Tian's cousin, Long Ruobing knew that she was the one who should make the decision. And this is also the most correct choice at the moment. But even though she said this, she knew in her heart that most Ye Tian would not agree. As expected, Ye Tian immediately looked ferocious upon hearing this, with disbelief written all over his face. He roared. What did you say? This is the treasure that I finally obtained, and you actually asked me to give it up. Impossible. At worst, if we fight them, we still don't know who will win. What's there to be afraid of? During the process of escaping just now, he felt the huge blessing given to him by the Demon Emperor Xian Tai. If this Demon Emperor Xian Iron was completely refined by him, it would definitely double his strength. Therefore, he would definitely not agree to Long Ruobing's request at this moment. And Ye Tian's words also made everyone in the human race look at him with disgust. They all knew about Lu Hao and Ye Tian going out. Lu Hao died, and Ye Tian disappeared. Ye Tian said it quite easily. If something happened, Ye Tian would run away and they would be the ones who died. Long Ruobing's eyes were filled with ice when he looked at his cousin at this moment. Ye Tian, if you don't give up the treasure, we may all die. You don't care about other people, don't you care about Tang Ying and the others? Long Ruobing was also furious. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Tang Ying, Lin Dao Tao, and Su Xiao Xiao at the back of the team. They followed you into this extremely dangerous secret realm. But now, you want to kill them. They are the weakest in this team. If we really fight, they will die without any hope of survival. Hearing this, Ye Tian also looked at Tang Ying and the others, his face full of pain and entanglement. He really wanted the treasure at his feet. This Demon Emperor Xian Tai seemed to have an irresistible attraction to him. The thought of losing this thing was unbearable. At this moment, the Demon Emperor Xian Tai under his feet also released traces of black light and entered Ye Tian's body. Looking at Tang Ying and the other three people who were also looking at him, Ye Tian suddenly felt that their eyes were so unfamiliar. Looking at yourself is more like looking at someone you don't know, don't understand, or even hate. There was even a hint of resentment in Su Xiaoxiu's eyes. Ye Tian, tell me. How did my uncle die? Hearing Su Xiaoxiu's question, Ye Tian's face turned pale at the moment. He couldn't help feeling sad about Lu Hao's cry before his death. However, on the battlefield outside the territory, if you are not strong enough, you will die. Isn't this a matter of course? He was killed. He was killed by the war king of the Niu clan, and now we want to avenge him. Ye Tian said loudly while pointing his finger at the approaching Ox human race war king. Seeing that Ye Tian was still shirking his responsibilities, Su Xiaoxiao felt completely desperate. Ye Tian, if you hand over that treasure, you will save our lives, okay? Tang Ying finally pleaded with Ye Tian in the softest tone. Ye Tian didn't answer. Ye Tianer, do you want to harm us? If you are unwilling to hand over the treasure, then I will take action. He Chengguang felt the terrifying pressure of the half-emperor beast. He was also anxious at this moment. He released powerful pressure from his body and roared at Yetian. In his opinion, this Yetian is a complete bastard. Since the other party is unwilling to take the initiative to give up the treasure, he has no choice but to take action. You dare! This is my treasure, whoever touches it will die. A strange black light appeared on Yetian's body as his aura surged, with a tyrannical look in his eyes. He looked at He Chengguang, the mere war king. He was confident that he would be able to surpass him soon. While Yetian was still arguing with the human race, the cattle human race army and the fiery red fox behind him had completely surrounded them. I saw that the fiery red fox was alone, and the rest of the position was tightly surrounded by the 7 bull-headed war kings. Even a huge Tauren totem appeared in the surrounding space, and the surrounding space seemed to be blocked. Obviously the other party would not let Yetian leave again. Fox, how about we kill these humans first and then decide who owns the treasure? The armored war king was the first to speak. He didn't shy away from it, and his voice reached everyone's ears. Since the human race is looking for death and snatching the treasure, he doesn't mind destroying the human race with this fox first, which can be regarded as a great contribution to the race. Oh! The fiery red fox was a little anxious when he saw that the human man was constantly absorbing the energy from the demon emperor's black iron. Good! She agreed, and her body began to expand, with more and more tails behind her. The fox, which was originally only 5 or 6 meters long, quickly grew into a huge monster hundreds of meters long. The fiery red feathers on her body were extremely smooth, but they were like gold and iron, blooming with a powerful aura. The fox had a cruel smile on his face, and his eyes were full of playfulness and cunning. Human race, if you hand over your treasure to me, you will still have a chance to survive. Yetian flatly refused, impossible. Feeling the terrifying aura of the half-emperor, as well as the powerful power erupting from the 7 great human war emperors around them, the human race was all ready to die. Long Ruobing also thought of that person. Will I really never see him again? She suddenly felt regretful. I have had many opportunities. But at this moment, Long Ruobing felt like he was hallucinating. She only heard a familiar voice ringing in her ears. Ruobing, am I not too late this time? This voice once haunted her, made her make a drunken blunder, made her give up her shame, and made her unforgettable. But now, it is actually a reality. I saw a figure slowly emerging beside her. Long Ruobing's beautiful body turned around quickly and looked up in disbelief. He saw the same armor and the sword in his hand appearing in front of him on the outskirts of Jianghai City. The owner of the equipment is none other than Chen Feng. Long Ruobing looked at her thoughtful face, and the other person's eyes were also staring at her. Eyes facing each other. Smelling the familiar scent of the other party, Long Ruobing's body trembled slightly, his lips trembled, and he said, Chen Feng. Chapter 100 Ruobing, I want to marry you. Chen Feng. When Chen Feng appeared next to Long Ruobing, not only was Long Ruobing's eyes filled with disbelief, but Long Xiao, He Chengguang and others were also paralyzed. They didn't even notice how Chen Feng appeared. He just appeared in the center of their formation without any fluctuation or warning. If Chen Feng was the enemy, they would have died without even knowing it. In this moment, everyone's first reaction was different. Long Ruobing's dreamlike, Long Xiao and He Chengguang's confusion, Long Jing's confusion, He Tianbei's jealousy and confusion, Su Xiao, Lin Dao Tao and others were at a loss, as well as Tang Ying's sudden touch and a hint of regret. However, Yetian felt a huge sense of fear and crisis in his heart. Only he can experience firsthand how terrifying Chen Feng is now. The next moment, Chen Feng didn't hide either. Black-red light flashed in his eyes. Boom! With the complete release of his aura, the terrifying aura of destruction filled the top of the secret realm, and the light spread instantly. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, it was like entering another world. The power of terror, oppression, destruction, and all-devouring power made all creatures present tremble. Everyone even felt as if they were being pushed up a mountain. It was also the first time that Chen Feng knew where the boundaries of his strength were. And within a radius of 10,000 meters, he is the god of destruction. After taking control of the situation, Chen Feng looked at Long Ruobing again, with a warm smile on his lips. "Are you okay?" Long Ruobing nodded, and the tears in the corners of his eyes quietly turned into ice and disappeared. Although she didn't know why Chen Feng appeared here, she was very happy to see him, very happy. Although she was surprised by the opponent's terrifying strength, she was not surprised either. In her heart, Chen Feng was so outstanding. But the relationship between the two. Not wanting everyone to discover the abnormality in the relationship between the two, she quickly sorted out her emotions and replied with a gentle and polite smile. "I'm fine. Chen Feng, why are you here? And your strength?" Understanding the other party's doubts, Chen Feng said calmly, "I have been promoted to War Emperor. I'm strong enough, and I miss you, so I'm here. Fortunately you're okay." Hearing Chen Feng's sudden words, Long Ruobing's entire face instantly turned cute. He had a cold face and managed to maintain a gentle smile, but he didn't know how to change it. She had originally planned that when Chen Feng came, she would be satisfied to see him more, chat with him a few more words, and say a few words to him. As a result, what Chen Feng is saying now is like a tiger or a wolf. Her big eyes stared at Chen Feng in disbelief, her eyelids blinking wildly, still unable to believe what Chen Feng said. What did you say?" Hearing the other party's trembling voice and extremely excited mood, Chen Feng directly hugged her in his arms. At this moment, Chen Feng didn't look at anyone else. He just stretched out his hands vigorously and hugged Long Ruobing tightly in his arms regardless of anyone's opinion. "I miss you, Ruobing." Feeling this sudden movement and hearing the other party's confession, Long Ruobing's face turned red instantly, and her shame immediately made her want to refuse Chen Feng's hug. But with just a slight push, her little hands completely hugged Chen Feng's broad back. She buried her head firmly on Chen Feng's chest. Her breathing was rapid, her cheeks were hot, her heart was pounding, and her heart was beating so fast that she was almost suffocating. And Chen Feng's words kept whispering in her ears. "I miss you, Ruobing. I'm here to find you. I want to marry you." Xiaoning has agreed. Hearing the word marriage, tears appeared in the corners of Long Ruobing's eyes. The moment Chen Feng appeared, if the human race was mostly surprised and had the emotion of surviving a disaster, then the cattle race was already full of panic. War Emperor. Human Emperor of War. When did the human race gain such a terrifying War Emperor? Run away! After sensing Chen Feng's destructive aura, the group of strong men from the cattle race didn't have any other ideas. Their first move was to stop their forward momentum, turn around and drive quickly in the opposite direction. What an emperor! If you dominate a battlefield, you will become the emperor. Emperor Yan was able to burn hundreds of thousands of aliens that day, so he needed a corresponding war emperor to compete with him. And now Chen Feng suddenly appears, giving people the impression that he is far more powerful than Emperor Yan. Immediately, a group of cattle tribesmen were about to escape. It's a pity that Chen Feng doesn't intend to let them go away like this. "Everyone, you are here, where are you going?" Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but in the ears of all enemies, it was like a death sentence. Instant killing. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that within a radius of 10,000 meters, black and red light of destruction appeared directly on all the enemies. In the area, the bodies of the Ox-Human clan war emperor and below, whether they were generals or war kings, suddenly began to disintegrate. I saw that the aura around them had not dissipated, and even their bodies were still running away, but the weapons, armor, and hair around them began to decompose rapidly. Ah 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 ah! Roar! No, no! The pitiful wails of the oxmen suddenly filled the world, but it did not stop the deconstruction of their bodies at all. From the outside to the inside, all the items on their bodies, including themselves, began to dissipate. I saw a series of strong bodies of the cattle people, and finally turned into blood and sprinkled on the ground, being continuously dissolved by the hot lava. Within a few seconds, everyone from the Ox human race to the War Emperor and below died. Seeing this horrifying scene, not only the War Emperor of the Ox human race was so frightened that his heart was broken, and he kept resisting the destructive power on his body, but even the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from the human race. There is no way human beings will react like this when encountering extremely shocking things. When Chen Feng saw the fleeing beast and Kainyu, he gently let go of Long Ruobing and said seriously, "Ruobing, I'll kill them all first. Can I come back to you again?" Hearing Chen Feng's doting tone, Long Ruobing's cheeks turned red and she was a little worried. She whispered, "Okay. You, please be safe." When Chen Feng saw this, he smiled and nodded, "I'm fine." When he was about to leave, Chen Feng inadvertently caught a glimpse of the huge demon Emperor Xian Tai at Ye Tian's feet. He was slightly startled when he felt the terrifying aura above. It seems that the male protagonist still has a lot of luck, and all such treasures belong to him. But he just glanced at it, and then noticed that Ye Tian's whole body was tense and staring at him, his eyes full of fear and uneasiness, but he actually showed a warm smile. His elder brother-in-law no longer poses any threat to him. Without saying anything, he chased after the war kings of the cattle race. Seeing that Chen Feng did not attack him and left quickly, Ye Tian suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Feng, he has actually reached the strength of the War Emperor. And his powers are at least at the same level as mine. What is the relationship between him and my cousin? Ye Tian's heart was in a mess. Not only was he anxious when facing Chen Feng, but he was also eager to improve his strength. He couldn't accept that he was left far behind by a rich second-generation playboy whom he once looked down upon. As for the relationship between the other party and Long Ruobing, although he was extremely dissatisfied, he was the War Emperor. Ye Tian dared to say no to his face, and he doubted whether he could continue to live. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.